Hello, you are very welcome to the Overlap Rugby podcast. I'm Shane, that's Daragh.
Hello.
Two brothers discussing all things rugby through the lens of Leinster and Ireland. This is episode number 92, which is a lot more than we thought we'd get done at the very beginning of this, but here we are, all the same. And it is another big show for you because we have Super Saturday coming up this weekend in the Six Nations. We're going to look ahead to that, obviously. We're going to start the show by kind of looking back on the action from round 4, reviewing those games briefly before going into our preview segment, where we'll preview each of the games in chronological order, culminating in the big Grand Slam decider in Paris on Saturday evening.
Absolutely, yeah. And then once we've wrapped all that, we will not be done because there is other rugby to discuss. We're going to take a look at Tier 2 rugby, obviously, where there's a big weekend in Rugby Europe. Georgia managed to see off the Spanish Challenge in Madrid, and Romania pulled off an awesome comeback against Portugal to sort of steal the march and even things up in that World Cup race, which is already starting to look very interesting in Europe.
Yes, very much true. And then we will pivot back to club footy all around the world. We're going to discuss Super Rugby's both Aotearoa and AU. We're going to look at the European club games, so Premiership, Pro 14 and Top Couture's little updates there. And we'll look as well at club competitions from around the world. There's the South American one, or SLAR, which we'll look at. We'll look at the Top League in Japan, Franchise Cup ongoing in South Africa, and then the MLR in the US kicks off this weekend as well, so we'll do updates on that, and then we'll wrap up the show with our rugby news of the week as well, as we do each time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a fun show in store. I should make mention of the fact that we're late. I know, apologies. I know there were many heartbroken folk waking up Thursday morning. Had just put 4 free hours into their calendar for Thursday morning, as I know you all do.
Yes, indeed,
just in case there's a nice big 4-hour overlap show that you can just listen to in its entirety of a Thursday morning, as I know everybody does.
I'm sure there were at least 500 people having a tantrum because we weren't out there,
probably more.
And all we can say is sorry about that.
We rocked the rugby world by not uploading on time, but we're here with a day out, so it'll be sort of congested uploads with all the preview vids. But I suppose that's fine for you guys. You just see it all emerge at once, which is the way it goes. Unfortunately, we are here, and how could we not be, because there's such a big weekend in store.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you do enjoy all this long-form rugby chat as it is, and as we love doing, please do like, comment and share with all your rugby-loving friends as well. Maybe don't harass the ones who don't care about rugby with it. It's a bit niche for them. But ring that bell to be notified of when we do upload those videos. And as I said, leave a comment, because we do enjoy the little discourse that we get going on in the comments thread as well. It's good to have a good conversation. Yeah,
100%, absolutely. Anyway, that's as much ado as we ever do. So I guess we'll move on without much more of it. We're going to look back on the opening weekend. Well, not the opening weekend. Last weekend, round 4 of the Six Nations, which was it was a great round of footy. Obviously, we're going to start with the first game of the weekend, which was Italy 7, Wales 48.
That's right.
It wasn't the game of the weekend. It was an appropriate enough curtain raiser.
It was a game on at the weekend in Rome. It was nice to see some tries. Wales were beautiful in the first 20 minutes. I thought they were absolutely stellar, and then, as it often happens, once the game was beyond doubt, it slowed up. They rang in the changes, as they have been doing against top teams anyway. They kind of unloaded their bench, came a little unstuck in the second half. It got sloppy. As I suspected, their conversion rate did take a hit. They managed to Italy coughed up so many cheap chances that even this great clinical Wales side were not able to just take all of them, because there were
although
so
they
many.
They gave it a hearty go indeed, because they started the game by pretty much racking a point a minute up. I'm not quite sure when they tapered off.
Yeah, it was up to the first quarter was definitely a point a minute. They reached 20 fairly quick, smart.
Yeah, they were 22-0 up before the game had even happened. Really, from Italy's point of view. But I mean, it was a sharp performance from a team readying themselves for a big game in Paris this week.
The only thing that could have upset them was having to deal with a tough first quarter or even first 10 from a game Italy side, and maybe being knocked for momentum or some injuries. And it seems they've got out of Rome with none of that, and a fair few nice tries in the bag, and they can rock on with confidence and go into Paris now, where they have all things to play for.
Indeed, it was just fine. I thought the centres managed to gel.
They
nicely.
did. Well, the nicest try of the game was definitely the George North one. Of all of them, the little kind of stutter step and then offload from Jonathan Davies with a nice line being cut from 13 from George North. It's that's an encouraging sign for Welsh fans who are kind of a little hemming and hawing about the confidence in this relatively new partnership made up of two very, very good players who've been test level and reliable in that team for years.
Yeah, but the little sleight of hand from Davis for that try was excellent. It was his best play in the tournament, and faith rewarded. They didn't mix it up. They've pretty much by principle been sticking with the same team this year after last year chopping and changing so much. It's worked out really well for them. They're just starting to gel and just starting to come good, which is important because they'll need to sort of roll, I think, all 4 performances into one to see the Grand Slam home and win away in Paris.
Away in Paris against a kind of stung French team as well. There's all kinds of danger for them. More so this week in Paris than last week in Rome, where there was very little.
Indeed. There was not much to it, really, to be honest, from a Wales point of view. And likewise from an Italy point of view, I mean, it was kind of a case of the same olds. I mean, starting the game with... This is what bugs me about Italy more than anything else. I mean, I don't even care about the technical aspect of the game when I'm talking about Italy, because they're just so not delivering on the basics. The basics of, like, don't shoot yourself in the foot in the first 5 minutes of a game,
or the first kick of a game.
The first kick of a game,
you could just kick it out on the full to start the game, and then see how you go from there.
If your captain could maybe wait until the second quarter to get sin bin stupidly, I mean,
I don't know what he's doing. Luca BG.
Indeed,
come on. If you're going to have a captain who's a BG, you want to stay alive a bit more. Be staying alive, less so the tragedy that we have with Luca here. Like it's no
10 out of 10 pun.
It's true. He's been absolutely dismal in general play, and then coughing up a silly slew of penalties and getting himself carded. And then the other thing that I saw, actually, an Italian fan making the point is, like, Franco Smith, I have sympathy for Franco Smith, and we were all piling in on it's tough gigs to do. But one of the things that he's getting wrong is he's hauling Monty Ioane out of there every time they get a sin bin in the front row or the pack, which is like, why?
He's the only guy who's grabbing tries.
Yeah, he grabbed a nice
2
try
on the tournament.
It's like, why are you taking him out?
It is just the 2. It might even be more. He got 1 against England and 1 last week anyway, for sure. He might have even got more than that, although I doubt it.
It's been himself and Garbisi occasionally who've been finding
the line and finding seams.
Tommy Allen in his one appearance scored a nice try, but
but for me, for Italy, like, it's just I watched the World Cup, and in some of those tier 2 sides can start a game well. Like, Russia gave Japan a game for 40 minutes.
They did. They scored the first try of the World Cup, did Russia.
Namibia against the All Blacks, which was arguably the biggest mismatch of the whole World Cup, was a game for 30 minutes, because as limited as Namibia were, to start a game like with a bit of composure and keeping a bit of structure and not being defensively loose and offensively loose, just sort of finding the right areas of the field and tackling gamely and getting out of the line and playing with a bit of energy. It's not that big an ask to start a game like that. No, and then usually it tapers off as good teams wear on you and find plays and figure you out. It becomes tougher.
Yeah.
But Italy, like, they just start games off. Like, that game was over after, like, really 5 minutes, but 15 certainly.
It was 2 seconds. Over. Like, they kicked it straight out, and you're like, oh, right, well, okay.
They can't start games like that. They have to. The first quarter has to be a point of emphasis. Like, really, a first half should be. Only against England did they manage to stay in a game for a bit, which was a decent performance. But in general, since then, the starts against Ireland and Wales were just oof-ossock. Irish for horrible.
Yes, on Paddy. It's a suitable one. Happy Paddy's weekend to everyone. Oof-ossock is correct. There's nothing really good to be said about it. It was a nice try from Ioane. That's about as good as I will give Italy. They were nowhere, and they are nowhere. And maybe we'll see more from them this weekend, because they tend to kind of traditionally look at Scotland as their best chance of a win, rightly or wrongly this year. But I don't even know if they have the calibre to match them at all. So
you look at
certainly in the context of this game, it was a pure mismatch. It was one team with all the momentum and all the confidence, and another team that was just, it was week 4. They'd been hammered in weeks 1 through 3. And they were set to do the same again.
The results are an eerily similar look to them. 50-10 defeat against France, 41-18 defeat to England, which was their best showing, 48-10, and then 48-7. It was the first week they failed to reach double figures this week. Because they didn't take
it. Was also progress. They didn't kick a 3.
Yeah, because they were out of the game. They were 22-0 down before they even were in the game.
Yes,
so there was no sense in kicking 3s then. But that was coincidence more than anything else.
No,
just a testament to just how bad their start was. But really deflating stuff from Italy as the championship has progressed from shoots of optimism to just downright hideousness on defence.
I think it was Murray Kinsella who was rather cruelly tweeting out his still frame images of Franco Smith's despairing face as the game progressed. You go from this to no, and it's like there was a hell of a lot of that. It's the only intrigue left in the game after like 2 minutes is just like, well, what's Franco thinking? Oh yes, he's upset. It's like, well, of course.
It's rough. It is rough watching them. But for the main story of this game was Wales getting a good win, maintaining momentum. Putting in a short performance, staying largely injury free. I think entirely injury free.
Entirely, it's the same team that are all available here. Like guys who slotted in because they did a bit of rotation, went really well. The only guy I could see it not working for was Josh Adams. He seemed a bit vexed by the end because he was kind of goofy. Yeah, that's right. He was goofy at the beginning, and then he turfed to try, or he was out and touch. He butchered one. Yeah, he was held up where he really was all but scored, and then from that moment on he was a little bit irked, and then he dropped another one, and it was like it kind of became. It was in that passage in the second half when the changes came in and things were becoming unstuck anyway. But he was the only Welshman who was probably a little bit annoyed by it, but everyone else was fine.
It's not like him to not take chances.
That's probably what annoyed him. So, he's proper winger's winger, and he was over the line and he didn't get the try. It's like that's going to annoy you.
Yeah, there were a couple of instances like that. The important thing is just not to put them back, to put them to bed, and not allow it to affect you this way.
Conversely, Rhys Sammet actually on the other wing had a try chalked off and then managed to grab that pick, intercept later on, and then run in.
That was
happy. Rhys Sammet on the scoreboard. He can't stop scoring. The guy's lethal. So Wales in fine fettle, Italy less so. But the curtain raiser of it, there was not much more intrigue in it than that. Navidi man of the match. Well deserved as well. He made 18 tackles, a load of steals, and a couple of nice assists. The one for the little soft hands for Sheedy's try was very nice from Navidi too. So, some good little moments as ever in the highlight reel of these Italy games. But the game itself was not the highlight spectacle that we were looking for, because that came later that day.
Yes, indeed.
Last Saturday we had Le Crunch, and as we predicted, it was a crunchy game. And my God, the way it started, it was just a fantastic. One of the games of the tournament, certainly. Possibly probably the game of the tournament, just in terms of the tempo of it.
It's between that and Scotland-Wales.
Scotland-Wales was also a banger, but just the pace and intensity of the first half of that, I don't think we've seen higher quality rugby than that first half in this tournament.
It was like a really great Bledisloe game or Springbok All Black game in terms of the pace of it. It was just
so frenetic, and the way France started it, they set that tone so well with the couple of Fiku cutback inlines before finally they did suck enough men in to just get one Tidy Thomas free for a yard of space, and that was all it took. And Dupont with a nice little touch to start the game off with an absolute banger of a try.
It was such a sort of a great matchup. Like we talked about in the last week how good a matchup it was stylistically between England's sort of pulsing rhythmic offense and that spectacular Edwards defense, and then on the other side of the ball the French the beautiful instinctual French offense up against this really tough John Mitchell blitz defense. And both sides just kept landing punches on both sides of the ball. But I love the way for those opening 2 tries they both figured each other out, and France just keeping the ball alive. Like England were getting out of the line and stopping them and forcing them back inside, but just keeping the ball alive in a few
avoiding
sequences,
rucks, getting the ball out of contact.
Exactly. They did that on a few occasions, enough occasions just to sort of knock the English defence out of rhythm a little bit
and compress them a little.
And exactly right. And then they got to the wing, and then what a play, Teddy Thomas, just a margin of space manages to slip by and put in a little dink for Dupont to make a great play and score.
Bat and score, lovely. And that's not a knock on.
No, indeed. and then the English response was equally brilliant. It was that sequence that they put together to level the game, where they were working every extremity of the field, and again
getting so many players with their hands on the ball as well. Like their interplay between backs and forwards, because it's a relatively simple shape, but it's done with such speed, and every player is a part of it, that it means that you have so many options.
It does, and they then, like, France were scrambling well, and as the game went on they kept making stunning plays, but in that sequence they were scrambling well. Tom Curry makes a huge carry that reignites the offense, and they end up working like a couple of nice variations, and that was a theme of the game, was similar shapes from England but with clever variations. And the one that ended up busting up the Edwards defense, the only one until the last minute of the game, was a clever one with Sheedy taking a ball behind a screen, where that was like a million times out of a million that goes to Ford or whoever the distributor is. But he comes in from it. The distributor just leaks a little wide, and he comes in from the blindside winger position. And that just sort of disconnects the French defence, and he cuts through, and they find the try for Watson then. Like, it's beautifully well constructed, clever little variations, and it was like that all day. There were 3 or 4 times that the English managed to puncture holes through that French defence with those innovations, but France made it so tough for them, and then came up with clutch steals once the line was broken, because I think the one error in England's thinking was that they had so much decoy and so many different options that they probably didn't resource the breakdown enough.
No, they didn't. And actually, I saw that highlighted by a few other people as well. Like, they were vulnerable to turnover, which will be a factor in their game coming up. But what they were gaining for it, they weren't bridging over rucks, protecting it very often, and they were kind of placing it further back of the back foot. So like, the ball was out a lot of the time, but it didn't matter, because, as you say, the rhythm and the tempo of the offense is served by that kind of play, and it yielded those tries that they did get as well. So there's trade-offs either way, but they're like, every man who did manage to get into contact, their placement was so sharp and so far back that it was kind of nearly out of the ruck, but it was grand, because in the first half as well, there was so much zip about them. The scrum half was there straight away, the ball was moved, and it was just like that was their version of doing no rucks. The French were doing it the more offloady, get it out of the tackle way, but England were doing the same idea, but just with a different kind of approach. And you're right in saying it did mean that France were able to get a few steals when they got a little isolated with that system. But it was just 2 high level offenses and defenses going toe to toe for the whole contest, and
it was such an honest game of rugby in that sense.
And a great one to watch.
As far as the difference maker, I mean, it was tight, because I thought, like, if you look at like the English offense, the French offense, the English defense, and the French defense, the most impressive single unit of those 4 was the Edwards defense. Because they had to do a lot of defending.
England asked them so many really pointed questions,
and outside of the opening few minutes and the last few minutes, they came up with answers. They had the amount of big steals. I think Vakatawa, Taufi Fanua came in with a big one.
Taufi Fanua was huge in more ways than one. Should he be starting going forward? I know Bernard Leroux is out at the moment, but maybe instead of Willemse, who was a little loose towards the end.
He made a case for himself. Like, he's never done a thing wrong off the bench, and then he comes in and starts and puts in an awesome show, a better show than Willemse did.
He did.
And so it was a sensational performance from him, but they kept coming up with clutch plays. There was one in particular, like with Cyril Bai, when Ben Youngs, just on a nice quick ruck, managed to sell the defence and cut a nice line, and he had a line break through, and Bai was the guy who was supposed to be watching him, and he was just beaten for all money. And Youngs is like handing him off, and Bai manages to grab Youngs by his sort of stiff arm and then run around him, yank him towards him, run around him and back the ball down and ends the attack and wins a play. And it's just like, it's freakish. Like, when a prop gets caught by a scrum half like that and is gone, like,
try time.
It's just never ever, I've never seen a prop make that play at that level. And yet the hustle plays, I don't know what Edwards does to get them to make those hustle plays.
They all do, to a man. Pinot absolutely smashing that ruck, like the little winger that he is, absolutely smashing a ruck to stuff yet another England offensive set in their 22. That was in the second half as well. They do hustle a lot for them on D. You saw that we highlighted it earlier in the tournament with some of Fiku's off the ball work and stuff to snuff out. I think that was the James Lowe try and the potential try in the Ireland one. But they've been working so hard off the ball for the whole tournament, and they continue to do so against a really, really firing offense. So for the first time all tournament, you could say that the England offense was firing. They were purring quite nicely at times and got their rhythm, established their patterns, their shapes. All the Saris looked sharper, including Elliot Daly off the bench. But Farrell, compared to the kind of pedestrian and sometimes completely absent showings we'd seen from him in patches of the game, certainly in the parts of the Wales game, he was as switched off as the rest, but he was alive to it. He was offloading out of the tackle, he was tackling well himself, and kicking well throughout. Their kicking game was much improved.
That for me, that was the difference. Like, it was the amount of good quality ball that England got in France's half versus the other way around, and that was generated by
France's kicking game sometimes.
It was England kicked well, they put themselves in the right parts of the pitch, and France couldn't exit. And I'm sorry, Brice Dulin is a lovely player.
And he played very well. Yes.
But it doesn't work if you don't have... Like Boutier last year, the reason they were a better team last year is because he gave them... Just individually, he just gave them a great kicking game.
He gave them an exit.
He gave them
an auto exit.
Yeah, and I mean,
which they didn't have. And like you saw, it didn't lead to one of the tries or perhaps a 3-pointer, but they took 2 quick lineouts in quick succession in their own 22 in the first half, which was like all excitement to watch it live as a neutral as we were. You're just like, whoa, madness. What ended up coming of it was a frantic carry and then a left-footed box kick in field from Dupont, which no one was chasing, and then England attacked off it and it yielded a score. And it's like that not wise, chaotic, wasting your own energy and your own time and ultimately coughing up the score. But they didn't really have anywhere else to go for their kicking. He was the wrong side. He kicked it with his left foot because he was on that side of the pitch. It was it's kind of like in golf, you want to fade it when the thing arcs this way and you want to hook it that way. Like he tried to make a play with his left foot, it didn't come off. But they don't quite have the trust in Jalibert's boot or even seemingly Dulan's boot as well.
Yeah, they all had a cut at it, but none of them were good. They got a free kick at one stage on their own 5, which was, as I noticed, was just by where the camera was, it was the same spot on the pitch as he was in the Stade de France last year when Boutier managed to kick it from his own 5 to the opposition 5.
Indeed, yeah.
And Jalibert puts in a gamely kick, but it goes, it gives England a line out in and around the 10 metre,
which is all they're looking
which is all England want in the game. So from that point of view, the exit, that was the killer difference.
Yes, and the couple that with not just fitness, because fitness obviously does play a part, but like the tempo slowed noticeably even just straight after half time, because the first half was so frenetic and fantastic that there was a natural lull in it that came just after half time when the guys were a little gassed, and then the subs started to come in for England, less so for France. The ones that did come in for France weren't that impactful.
I know what you're going to talk about now. My guy Wokey.
Wokey, he wasn't that impactful in the sense that there were impacts made on Wokey and he soaked both of them, including one for a try.
Wokey,
yes,
my guy. I've been hoping to see him all tournament. I still think he's a class playmaker. I still have optimism for his future, but
he looked like a weak link in that Edwards D-line, and
he was the guy who wasn't able to make the spectacular hustling defensive plays that the Edwards defence demands of them, and man, like, he's out of the squad this week, and he missed a bad tackle in the build up to the Itoje try, and then obviously Itoje tramples over him for the winning
he's
score.
In there at number 6, which is not ideal either. Like, you want your 6 being an enforcer type. That's not going to
he can play lock as well. That's the thing, but at this level it was
but that wasn't just the only story, because it wasn't the guys who came in, it was the guys who were left on the bench as well. Gélange and Serran. Baptiste Serran. Like, as great as Dupont is, he was tired because they play at such a high pace, and we saw it with Kieran Hardy even for Wales a couple of weeks back in the England game, where he grabbed that great try, and then he was noticeably visibly tired, and then he took a shot, and then he went off as a result of the shot, and he had made a few errors in quick succession because he's gassed. And like, as good as Pivac has been for hauling guys out of there quickly, he didn't quite recognise it with Hardy in time, and there were a couple of errors that cost him.
Hardy has a long injury now, I think, as a result of that.
There you go. So it's like these are costly things to do, and when you have a guy of the calibre of Baptiste Serran, like, sure, Dupont is your guy, but like a diminished Dupont and he got smushed by Itoje at one point towards the end as well, and it's like, he's still a halfback, like a smash from Itoje he's going to feel, especially in the last quarter, and your game is all about tempo, and you can't apply tempo when you're all gassed. So you need to trust your bench if you're going to play that way.
And obviously Dupont comes up with the drop at the end of the game.
Yeah, but it's hard to blame him for it, because as far as I'm concerned, it's a 23-man game and he shouldn't have been on there at that point. Serran should have been.
There's still just that little chink of amateurism about the French, I think, where they just like the idea
it's
of their
part
15
amateurism
men.
and part just romance. It's actually rugby romance, where it's like, these are our heroes, There are 15 men, but it's not enough. Against England and Twickenham, it wasn't enough, and it ended up costing them. It was only 3-point margin in the end. It was as close as it has been over the last few years between these two. Le Crunch has definitely got its spice back as a fixture is concerned, but it is going to wear on this French side, and you could see it on Galtier's face at the very end, the kind of real disappointment of it, because they were in with a chance to win that game. They could have won the game.
They looked like they were going to. When they made
did.
I think it was Pasnoa's ruck hit on about 71 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it was like, gee, they are just going to clutch defend their way to victory here.
Yeah,
but no, one more monstrous last 20 minutes of Toji style stuff, and then that was it. That was all she wrote. But as you say, it was a fault of not having the energy, in part because they drove at an insane tempo themselves, mostly in the wrong areas of the pitch.
That's
as you
true
say,
too. Like
in that game,
there's nothing wrong with setting that tempo, but they still need to be able to exit.
Yeah,
do it.
You want to do that off English exits.
Yes.
You want England to be exiting and you to go quick,
Indeed.
and then to keep it sort of frenetic from there. But look, when you're in your own half, sometimes there's space, but a lot of the time, especially against a great team like England, you're just tiring yourselves
Indeed,
out. And once the England try was scored, I didn't really think there was going to be a counterpunch from France at that stage.
No,
they looked tired. And
they completely gassed, and that's a shame. But
what a game!
What a game! What a brilliant game of rugby! It was an absolute joy to watch, as I'm sure you found as well. So
we should probably make mention just before we finish of that France set piece try.
Oh,
we
sorry,
didn't even mention
that the best set piece try that we've seen all year and for the last few years.
That was something else.
Thing of beauty. Flung over the top to, was it Fiku and the pullback pass to Dupont, and then Jalibert with the Vakatawa hitting the short line to sit everybody down.
Yeah, well, moving Jalibert so wide as well, just moving
so that he can make the pass.
10. And the two big centres who are winning contacts and are lethal in their own right, just putting in the short. It's like a variation where you have both centres sitting down the midfield defence and work the distributors wider, which is just perfect, and it works so well. Vakatawa's run works so well, and then even at the end of it all, Jalibert in a bit of open field has to put in like this perfect left-handed pass to finish the try.
A little floater with dip on it, and he executes it. It was just perfection. So perfect, and it's so lovely. There are few things more pretty in rugby than a perfectly executed set piece move where a guy goes in on first phase and no ball carrier was touched at all. It was beautiful. Only the running of the lines that sat everybody down there. No one laid a glove on anyone. No England defence, and it's such an elite English defence that they were up against. That was just top drawer stuff.
And a great. We should also make a point of Marchand's throw, because too often where people just make no mention of the throwing of the ball until a line out goes wrong, at which point they accuse the hooker of ruining everything.
But Marchand, with a great line out.
For you to design a set piece play that starts with your hooker throwing a dart like half a field, like 25 metre dart that goes straight into stride of Fiku.
Beautiful. And Marchand had a great game. So actually there was a great little moment in the first half as well, where Atoji got up and stole one of their lineouts but batted it down, and Marchand gathered it, and it was like
it was the game in a nutshell.
It's
like,
just
I made
great
a big steal, but
great play, carry on, play on. It was fantastic to watch. Unlucky to France's young charges. They played a brilliant game themselves, but an important win for Eddie Jones's England, and they were delighted with it. You could notice it, visibly relieved and chuffed to get that result.
They deserved it. They deserved it. They played on a marginally better and smarter game.
Yes,
than
I think on balance that's true. But that was not the end of it. It was the best of it, but it was not the end of it.
There was another game.
There was another game
which
on
we
Sunday, which we won. We beat Scotland. Ireland travelled to Murrayfield, won 27-24 in the end. And hooray, we beat Scotland is about the extent of it. It
was a good game.
It was a good game. For the neutral, I'm sure it was a better game than for the vested interest that we had, because it was frustrating at times. Although it was interesting to just see how dominant the pack were. That was very reassuring to see. It was encouraging to see how good the two Tigers were in tandem, particularly Tig Byrne, Tig Furlong, absolutely lighting it up. The best players on the pitch by quite a distance, particularly in that first half.
I thought so. I thought there was a noticeable, even from an attacking point of view, the opening sequence actually was probably the best bit of
the wide channels linking up.
It was the best bit of attacking rugby they did all day. It was the very first sequence where they moved the ball quite well, got it to the extremities via a nice Tig Byrne pass, and James Lowe actually did a nice play. Not that you'd hear anyone make mention of that, because he's public enemy number one at the moment, but he actually made a nice play down the left wing, skipped a guy, got an offload back into Sexton, and Ireland ended up under the sticks, and Finn Russell gives away just a yellow card that wasn't given. forgiven because it was the first minute of the game where
there was a very cynical kill the game foul. And they were complete, like, it was shocking to see Scotland as tame as they were, really, because we were kind of talking like, as much as I expected us to win for all the same reasons that we usually win against Scotland, I didn't expect, like your talk about Italy with the first quarter thing, like there was very little fight in the Scottish game. Like, apart from Hamish Watson, who was hustling all day and making plays, defiant plays, despite the rest of his pack being just absent, apart from the times that they're giving away an egregious penalty, and then they're like, oh, there's Scott Cummings. I hadn't noticed him until he flopped in off his feet there. There was a sequence of errors from Scotland, really either side of halftime. Like, they did start the game on the back foot, and obviously, like, the try they give up to Henshaw, like, I don't understand, like, between Harris and Hogg, how they've made such a mess of that, like, because Ireland have kicked it into the red zone. Obviously you can't bat it out, that's a penalty, but you can touch it and get your foot out, and then that's your 22. So I don't understand how they've, like, it's wet conditions in Murrayfield, and the bounce of a ball is tricky. There's a great play by Keith Earls in the chaos. Earls gets his body between the two of them, which is exactly right, and makes it awkward, but one of them, Hogg, really, as the fullback, needs to get up and deal with that ball. It shouldn't yield a try. It's actually, from Ireland's point of view, they just kicked away perfectly good attacking possession and then got rewarded for it with a cheap score. But it's like, there's an element of that, like, Scott, but it's been the bane of Hogg in Scotland, really. His good performances and their good performances have been interspersed with dreadful efforts under chaos balls in behind them. And that was no different. It was a rough one for them, that try. But they actually, like, in the opening exchanges, they were all over the place, and their pack was a mess. And like, there were moments when I can't remember, I think it was Sutherland carries into contact and he has two would-be latchers, portmen, Nell and Fagerson, and gets held up by Tyg Byrne and Johnny Sexton, because the two latchers are kind of dialed out and don't do a good job, and one of them falls over, and then they give up the ball, and it's just it's not what you would have associated with their pack in this tournament. No, it hasn't been in this tournament. Like Turner, who's been stellar, we've been singing his praise at hooker, he had a really rough time of it. He did nothing apart from get stepped by an ankle breaker from the big tight head at one point, and throw six losing lineouts as well. His lineouts were absolutely tortured. Ireland's lineout continues to be one of the stories of the tournament, certainly from an Irish point of view. The renaissance there since Paul O'Connell has joined the team is just it's night and day, and it's nothing to do with the hookers, as it turns out, because, like, Herring played well, and then in came Kelleher and Conan at one point, and then threw a perfect lineout. Like, last year there was all kinds of accusations levelled at whoever was in the two jersey, like you're saying with the thing. Is like, no, it's not just the thrower's fault. It's like the system was wrong. It wasn't working, and now it is. And now it's amazing how like little margins can have such a big impact at the line out. And if someone gets a read on you, the pressure that's heaps on yourself. Like, there was one in particular where they just tamely threw to two, and Henderson got up and batted it away. There was another one then, like, when they were trying to throw deep, and Turner underthrows it, and Henderson gets up again and picks it off, and so the next one he overthrows it. You know, it just gives it a great defensive line out, just completely can demoralise. And all of that done without Peter O'Mahony, who up until, like, before Tyg Byrne was inside, he was the only source of line out turnover, and it was kind of a bit sporadic and random, whereas now it seems guys are slotting in and out, the system is working, it's become an absolute tool for them. And it was a dominant, again from Ireland, it was a dominant pack display. They have now dominated every pack they've been up against for a 2-2 record, and it was such a dominant display that how it only yielded a last ditch kick a 3-pointer to dig it out of the fire kind of result, where they were outscored 3 tries to 2 by a team that had no ball and no pack. And it's like, what are we doing with the ball, especially the amount of turnovers that were created, like turnover ball, you know, lovely attacking turnover ball. If you marry the line out steals with the breakdown steals, they are getting, and then with the random kind of drops and turnovers, they're getting a rake load of steals, this Ireland team, and it's a testament to them. It's their best weapon their defence has, because their defence is giving up yards and tries out wide, but when players get isolated, they're making steals. To a man, they're making big clutch steals, and it allows them both to rack up the points. I think that was the most effective aspect of it, was the fact that it allowed them to kick threes when need be.
and so win a game when scoring fewer tries.
Yeah.
But yeah, just not get. They don't really try to access the wide channels off them, and it's probably like if the All Blacks or France or one of these great offensive teams could generate as many turnovers as Ireland are, they would be chewing at the bit. Like they'd be delighted, and they'd stick a rake load of tries on you. It's not really who this Irish team is or has been, and yeah, the offense has looked limited as a result. It is what it is. It's like for me, it's just it's at the moment that's kind of where this Ireland team is. It doesn't mean they can't play well if they put together what they do well. Like the Ty Byrne try, for example, the latching on the ball carriers. I mean, there was like it was very it was very quick off the line out, and the two carries, like there were two double tackles, like 2-man tackles that Scotland were putting in, both of which were soaked for 5 metres, which is not great from Scotland, but it was a consequence of Ireland latching really, really well, and
technically
and trundling through them, carry. Very good tempo set by Gibson Park. He didn't have a great game, but I don't know if we score that try for playing at a Murray speed. It was helped a lot by the Gibson Park speed.
Just quicker. It is just quicker from Ireland in general, with Gibson Park in there. Now he's not in there for this one, but he managed to get us moving forward at least, but there's still an awful problem in terms of just the outlook or the ambition of the offense is kind of what's bugging me, because as much as we wax lyrical about the beautiful Pinot try off set piece, where it's like, and there's nothing more pretty in rugby than a well executed set piece strike move off either scrum or line out, and for that I will raise you a Henshaw hit up every single time, apart from the one time that we do a Ringrose hit up. What are we doing off the best attacking set piece that you can have, which is a midfield scrum or line out? We're doing nothing but setting up a multi-phase and then a kick, and that is a problem. And then you couple that with the turnover thing. Like if you're coaching an under 12s team, you're telling them, like, when you get a turnover, 2 passes on it, get it wide, get it out to the extremities, that's where the space is. And just Ireland are not obeying that mantra at all. They are completely ignoring it, and it's like, you get turnover, kick it within a phase. Try and kick it away as quickly as you can, please. That's no good.
I think they've struggled to play in the chaos. I think it's a problem with Heather working the offense at the moment, where there's so much emphasis on the heads up aspect, and you do see that when like Tyg Furlong gets his hands on the ball in a bit of space and he's away. Like he loves it. Like he can put the footwork on, he can stick the pass. And Tyg Byrne the exact same. We'll put footwork on and we'll stick a pass.
Go to war.
Yeah, exactly. You would never have a fear of them making a mistake, and you'd always have an ambition, have an optimism that they'd make things happen. Even likewise for Sexton, I think there's like a touch of class when he gets a touch. But no, for like Henshaw's hustle and carry is great, but he's not at home in that wide game. Gary Ringrose is way disappointing this year in terms of his acumen.
Poor. It was his worst game of the year as well, and now he's out with injury. But
they've heaped responsibility on him, and he hasn't taken to it well. But like without question, like the kick was shocking, and that gives up a try.
That was off turnover too. So Ireland are -7 for their all the turnovers they generated in that game. They were -7.
-7 with stays after. I mean, they racked up some 3-pointers from steals and got the try was set up by a steal. So from that point of view, it wasn't too bad. But yeah, they did dominate the game up front, but they gave up that try. And Ringrose does this awful thing where, like, when he has to make a pass in the extremities, he just can't straighten it. It's a technical thing, but like France are so good at that, and England are so good at that.
Square your shoulders and then pop the pass, rather than kind of listing.
Ringrose turns his whole body
to the touchline
to pass a ball, and then when he's not passing a ball, it becomes very obvious. So it's just he's like, I don't think
it's like telegraphing a shot in boxing. It's not good.
It's exactly, and I just don't think they're as talented out there as maybe Irish people think that they are.
Well, there's definitely an aspect to that, but there's also
in the back line. In the pack, they're brilliant.
In the pack they're world beaters, but there's also I think there's a bit of ambition there as well, because one of the things that I've noted, and we noted in that video, is that the video we did last year on Ireland's offence in the Autumn Nations Cup, which was much the same. It is all still a Henshaw hit up. But as rudimentary as that shape is, there is space created by it. As we demonstrated with that, like on phase 2 or phase 3, there's loads of space. So that's a positive. They are creating space. The negative and the more real truth is that They're not looking for it. They don't seem to even notice it's there. They certainly aren't executing the 2 or 3 passes needed to find the space, but they are creating it. So there's ways you can definitely work on it. Yeah. There's definitely improvements to be made. And when you have starting with a base of a pack as good as this and a set piece as good as this, like the little refinements that it could be, like little difference makers in terms of just being a little bit more accurate with passing, trying a little bit more ambition off set piece, and you could see them kind of turn a corner and just improve. Because like I've never seen a team with a pack this good that you could say they're not very good at attacking and they're not very good at defending. But that's true.
Yeah, no, it is. Like, it's out wide, especially like their defense. The great thing about their defense, the turnovers that they generate is insane. The best thing, the stats that are off the scale. They're best in the Six Nations by streets in terms of turnovers. That's positive. But yeah, on the outside, they do suffer a bit. They soak yardage, in part to try and generate a turnover, but also just it leaves itself vulnerable and certainly
it kind of leaves the wingers exposed a little bit. It's not dissimilar to the South African system in terms of the shoot and then the load of space left to the wingers. But what they don't have is Latanya Am.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't even have someone trying to do an Am impression. So that's why it doesn't work when you isolate your wingers like that. But they're probably getting better at not doing that so much. The last game there was a noticeable adjustment. Keenan was given low a hand. I mean, that try that Hugh Jones scores was not a systems error. It was just a missed tackle
from James Lowe. Yeah, another grabby one.
Yeah,
not a shoulder, but a load of arms, and it doesn't work.
Yeah. So yeah, no, there is an issue with the defense. I think the biggest issue with the defense is inability to adjust when it's in the red zone to playing like a sharp blitzing defense.
Yeah,
like to stop soaking and to get out of the line. They don't make that adjustment well.
No.
When their record for making steals in the red zone and stopping other teams from scoring once they get in the red zone isn't great.
No.
Like they're better off defending farther out, which isn't true of all teams, but it does seem to be true of this
Ireland
team.
are very inverse. They attack from within the red zone and they don't defend well from in the red zone.
No, they kind of think like this is the appropriate time for a team to score.
Every other team is thinking like it's impossible to score when we're only 5 metres out. If only we could launch from this 10 metre line out, because there's loads of space to attack then. But yes, there are frustrations that we have as Irish fans watching the way they play, but it is encouraging to see them win games. It is another win against Scotland. It was surprising to see the Scottish pack be as poor as they were. And that was a surprise. It was only Hamish Watson who I could cite as having a good game.
Richie makes a play or two as well, but makes a bad play or two as well.
He does.
And
Cummings is tragic.
Cummings was poor. There was Johnny Gray was awful.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, is these guys have put in such great performances. I mean, what's a head scratcher for Scotland is, at least in Ireland's case, the errors are consistent. What's good is consistent and what's bad is consistent, so you kind of know where you're at and where you need to improve. Scotland's pack has been their best strength going into this game.
They bullied England in Twickenham a few weeks ago.
Come in with this awful start where they're getting bullied by Ireland and they kind of losing it under the high ball and they can't make a play. Then their forwards on hit ups are being held up even when they outnumber the defense. And then
despite all that, thanks to Gary, they're ahead.
They take the lead before half time, and even from there, in the big clutch moments that we talked about in the build up to the game, either side of half time, they come up with a sequence of dreadful penalties which involves it starts in fact with Nell destroying Cian Healy at the scrum. Nell played
great scrummage.
Just gets under him, gets the right angle on him, puts the power in, does this clever little adjustment once he has the edge just to complete the picture, where he rolls his arm under Cian and pops him up, which isn't the most legal thing in the world, but when you already have the edge, it's just painting the picture. And he gets the penalty and they go up the pitch. Starts with a butchered line out, Ireland box kick, then from that box kick they give up a turnover penalty. And then from the ensuing kickoff, Johnny Gray is the man. Ireland they recover the ball off their own restart off that, and Johnny Gray is coming in to hit a ruck, and he hits the tackler, dead man on the ground, and Keith Earls then gets over the ball and makes a jackal. It's just an unbelievable error from Johnny Gray. I don't know what he's doing. And then Scott Cummings likewise has a terrible side entry. Johnny Gray has another terrible side entry.
Turner was caught for a few as well, as I recall.
Yeah, Turner was caught. Turner ran out into touch at one point.
Picked and went blind with no support and into touch. Great stuff.
The pack just coming up with these crazy plays. And then on the other side of half time, Cummings comes up with back-to-back bad plays. One is just a missed clean out that Ireland get a steal off, where he hits and falls and doesn't stick the clean out. And then from the ensuing line out, jumps across, gives away a penalty, and Ireland get the try. It was Italian levels of just compounding errors.
error compoundio, I guess. I don't know. But no, it was absolutely abysmal, with the notable exception of Hamish Watson, who he deserved his try. He fought, he hustled super hard to get it down, but he did get it down. And he was the one member of the pack who was worthy of scoring that try, because the rest were just absent, including even Rory Sutherland. What didn't seem to be struggling with Tadhg Furlong at scrum time, which is understandable, because it's Tadhg Furlong. He's a monster. He's arguably
and he was holding his own there as well. He wasn't giving up penalties, right?
No, he wasn't. He was struggling with physicality, but then a few uncharacteristic drops from him in the loose as well, and just it was not a good performance from the Scottish pack. And then you had moments like Finn kicking it out on the full, which could side. I know there were people going well, that's the Johnny Sexton Finn Russell debate settled, and I'm like, really? The pack was so dominant for Johnny that it was absolute armchair city for Johnny. And we only scored 2 tries, 2 messy tries with that. But Scotland had no ball, no pack, no hope for large periods of the game, and yet still managed to find 3 tries. So I couldn't really fault the backline at all for anything that happened to Scotland. I think they actually
played the last 15 with Hogg at 10 again instead of Finn, which was an interesting one. We'll see more of that this week. But their backline, they were the more clinical team, which is why it's so curious. They go back to being mauled up front and actually show a bit of clinicality. When there are mauling teams up front, the clinicality goes out the window.
Yeah, haven't balanced it at all yet.
They're a tough team to get a read on, except for the fact that they always fall short seemingly in every season, despite how many of the tools they seem to have. But I thought, hand on heart, I thought if they were the more clinical team they would win. And they weren't. They were the more clinical team, and they were well beaten and managed to actually make it a close game. But it was I did not see as poor a performance from that pack coming as it did. But this is one of those styles make matchups things where Ireland always have the edge in them, and so it continues.
It seems like a kind of big brother little brother relationship at the moment, and I don't know what the Scots are making of it, because it's very, very tough to watch in terms of if you were a Scottish fan, because you'd want to see a bit more game, certainly the way the game started. And then even when they did grab that kind of serendipitous try that comes from a random charge down, you think that can maybe buoy you in, and didn't really. Nothing really came of it from a Scotland point of view. So it's concerning for them, not least because they're 2 years out from a World Cup, and they have us and South Africa in said World Cup, which is obviously
it's brutal.
Grim. They're going to have to get over this, whatever little mental block they have with Ireland. They're going to have to get over it. But the other thing is to back up that historic win against Twickenham now with 2 home defeats to Wales and Ireland. It's where are we? What is the progress of Scotland? I don't know.
It goes to show, one of the things it goes to show is that, and we have to stop making I already mentioned in this show, Wales going to Paris this week, it's some ooh la la kind of thing. Home advantage is clearly meaningless in this context.
It isn't. It's meaningless apart from the fact that it is at Murrayfield, and it is after you've won away in Twickenham, and now you're blowing it. That's what it's more about.
I just don't think it's having any impact.
No,
if anything, the team that's travelling, just by being together as a unit a bit more and not going home in the evenings, perhaps has a bit more.
Well, they certainly have I think you saw it in places like France in that game against Ireland. Would have, if the crowd were there, would have been a different game entirely, because France were visibly nervous despite being comfortably the better team. And it was a closer game than it might have been, but for French nerves, which would have possibly been exacerbated by a crowd being there as well. There were other moments as well, like England kicking that ball in the very first week against Scotland in Twickenham, where they were behind on 70 minutes and they aimlessly kicked it again, and we were making the points if a crowd was there going no, boo, don't do that, they might have started attacking a bit sooner. We've missed out on the crowd throughout the whole tournament for that, and I think there probably is a slight edge to the away team just because of that, especially if it's a team like Scotland going to Twickenham or like France going to Dublin, where there's history here, recent history is not good here, but there's no crowd, so you can kind of say that in the build-up, and then the inverse is true for the home team. We have no crowd supporting us.
Exactly. It just knocks off the usual vibe of it, and then it can have the inverse effect for sure. Just before we move on from that game, I want to give the shout out to Ryan Baird, who comes on for a second cap and makes a great charge down, learning from the best Itoji on Ali Price.
It was the same play.
Damn it, Ali. Despite it all, Scotland had managed to find themselves level in that game, and it would have been crazy if they'd managed to win it, and showed decent spirit to do that. It was a beautiful play from Baird, which manages to save Ireland's
It was a lovely charge down, and then a lovely tackle, because it could have been hit in the air, but it wasn't. It was perfectly timed, and then a lovely clean roll away so that Henderson could get the steal as well. It was very technical stuff from quite a big man, which is always kind of fun to watch. I like big men with techers.
Yeah,
they're very fun to watch.
It was good, and he's an exciting prospect as well. But I suppose we'll talk more about the two teams. Not that we haven't talked plenty of them already. But we'll talk more about the two of them in the context of the previews. But yes, that was round 4. Great round of rugby.
Absolutely,
the highlight of which
fantastic round of rugby, and
England France was sensational, and it sets up the Super Saturday with everything to play for Wales, and we'll move ahead to look at Saturday's fixtures, tomorrow's games from where you are in your world of the future.
Yes.
What's it like in the future, I wonder? We're going to start as we always do with the curtain raiser. Not exactly the headline event of the weekend, but Scotland will be taking on Italy.
They will indeed.
In Murrayfield.
Yes.
This game is taking place obviously tomorrow, Saturday, March 20th, 2:15 local and GMT kickoff. Referee is going to be Pascal Gauzer. It's to be decent in terms of the weather as well. I think all over this week it's not going to be
much the same. There's very little chance of precipitation, like low highs of 10 or 11, lows of around 2 or 3, but pretty still.
Perfect footy playing conditions this weekend. None of the wet and mist from last weekend.
Yes,
so it has that going for it.
Should be ideal. As far as colour for this game, it is a dead rubber, and there is nothing more. Like Scotland, had they won last week, could have still been in with the chance of hunting the title. They are not in with a chance of doing so now. But for Scotland, it is just a chance to kind of bounce back and end the competition, or not quite, but just kind of bounce back, get themselves some nice tries, get back in the winning column after an historic win.
They are currently in 5th.
Yeah,
and they could end this weekend if results go their way. They could end as high as 2nd.
There you go.
So if they
changed the dynamic of Super Saturday, this rescheduled game. There's all kinds of differences in terms of the table.
Totally. And like Scotland do suffer for that because they obviously haven't played that game yet. But if they max out here and get the 11 points up, they're I think 33 points behind Ireland in points difference. But a result for Wales and a result for England in those two games would mean that they're in 2nd going into their extra game.
There you go.
So I mean that would be beautiful for them. In terms of financially, it's not a small thing in the context of this pandemic that it
place well and get a bit of bank. Absolutely.
So there's not like there's nothing to play for Scotland. It's important in that regard, and
just from the team's point of view as well, just try and gel. It's a bunch of new combinations, but try and gel and try and click and try and score some tries and punish a very loose Italy team. From Italy's point of view, there's nothing really to play for. Traditionally, I guess, and historically, they have targeted the Scotland game, and even recently, even with Garbisi at 10 and stuff, we have seen some better showings from Italy in terms of what you're asking for the first 20 minutes and stuff. We've kind of seen them be a bit more game in the Scotland game, just because they seem to think of it as their best chance of getting a result.
They did score nil against them in last year's competition.
No, I know. Yeah, this Italian team are still booking trends for being all kinds of soft and not in that game. So as much as I think, hopefully we see something from them, I'm suspicious of the thought that we will. I kind of doubt it.
It's hard to do it. I backed them to put up something against Ireland, and they didn't. And then against Wales, there was a conceivable thought that pre-tournament they might have looked at that game, and they start that game so poorly. They actually, I think against Wales they might have an especially bad record. They always get stuffed heavily by Wales, and so it was again. Scoreline of 48-7 flattered Italy.
Wales butchered a lot to leave them there.
So I mean, it's hard to have faith. The gap between Scotland and the others is way smaller than the gap between everybody in Italy. So looking in from that point of view,
it's a mismatch.
It's a mismatch, and Italy need to start the game with urgency. And maybe that's there's always a buzzword you can throw at them, but urgency is the one that's kind of leaning in my head. Just urgency and intensity, and just start well. Play with focus and drive and energy and all of those buzzwords, but bring it in the first 20. Right. Don't make stupid mistakes, don't make missed tackles, make things difficult for your opponent. When you get the ball, maybe just get it up the pitch, make Scotland play out, win little exchanges, don't be miserly in terms of things you get up, and basically be the antithesis of everything you have been so far in the tournament.
Yes, that's the plan.
Because so far they've been so soft and so lovely to play against. It's just crazy.
Indeed. They have made a few changes in terms of the teams. We actually do have the teams by virtue of shooting a little late this week, but it means the plus side is that all the teams are named by the time we're shooting it. And Italy have mixed it up a little bit. They still have Varney Garbisi as the key men at halfback, but in the centres they've gone with Mori and Brex, leaving Zanon on the bench, and Carlo
on the bench as well.
Canna obviously threw that pick to
Canna's been poor. He's not been what I wanted him to be. I wanted him to be the boot. I wanted him to be the controlling man to sort of yield.
He does kick a lot, but even for Zebra he kicks a lot, but not all of them are that good.
Doesn't kick that off either. Like, I wanted him to be the yin to Garbisi's yang, and like the two of them to mix well, one with the good passing game and running the offense, and the other with sort of that game management where he comes in and controls things, moves them down the pitch. He hasn't delivered that, and then he does try and throw speculative miss passes that end up in Louis Rees' hands.
They end up being Welsh tries.
Yes.
So he's been axed for that. Monty Ione still on the wing until BG gets carded, and then he'll be hauled off. But BG's still in there at captain as well, which leaves me to believe they have no faith in Lucchesi at 16 either, because BG's been terrible.
Well, he's the captain. You can't really drop the captain, although it's like it doesn't really matter what they do. I think getting a guy out of there who's just costing them dear week in, week out, no matter who he is, probably would make some sense. But it's a tough picture for Italy. They've had a really rough season of it.
They have. The only other change I see is Rutsa coming back into the pack in that row, which does strengthen them a little bit. In theory, their two main assets are still Negri and Meyer in that pack. It's very important that they go well.
I would have thought Mbanda coming in for Lamaro would have made sense as well, but they haven't gone that way. So it doesn't really matter from an Italian point of view. It's just about the guys that are on the pitch delivering a much more competent and aggressive, energetic showing.
Turn up with a little bit of spite and bite.
Throw a punch at least,
except not literally throw a punch.
But at the start of the
that
game,
might be something they do. Opening 10 minutes, throw a punch, red card.
It's tough to sell them as a side with a hope. But sure, listen, maybe people will be watching this preview back on Sunday with tears in their eyes, going, they did come up and show it, and maybe that's the way it goes.
Could be. Well, certainly from Scotland's point of view, their team is a bit more interesting because they've gone on the serious let's mix it up for the crack kind of rotation of it, because they have Finn the man at 10. Xander,
they do not have Finn the man.
Or sorry, not Finn the man. Hogg the man, I should say, with Scott Steele in there at scrummy. So it's a Steele Hogg combination at halfback, which is a new one. And they have the two Glasgow lads, as we were saying a few weeks ago when they came to the RDS and absolutely lit it up, even albeit in a losing effort. Sam Johnson and Hugh Jones get the nod at test level. And Hugh Jones grabbed a nice try last week. There should be more like that on offer against the Italians.
It's curious, isn't it? Because it's the one game that Russell hasn't played all year, and obviously Russell's injured. I kind of feel like he might have needed those. Looking back on it, hindsight's 2020, as they say, but looking back on it, I think that they probably just struggled from an offensive point of view in those key games a little bit, because Russell has a nice telepathy with those two, and for Harris and Lang in there in the earlier games, it didn't really facilitate Russell's game as much as it might have, and then maybe they could have put it all together in that game against Wales and been a bit more clinical. But yeah, good to see those boys back in there. Good. Obviously, they've had the two locks who were poor last week. Johnny Gray and Skinner and Scott Cummings.
In Skinner and Gilchrist are in now for them straight swaps. They probably do need rests, those two boys, but they kind of didn't warrant being repicked there. Xander back in at 3 after his suspension for the red card.
And Nell in the squad.
Despite his great performance. That's bizarre. Sean Maitland at 15 is an interesting one. It allows Darcy Graham to come back in with Doohan on the other wing. Dave Cherry also getting the nod at 2 now, despite George Turner having a great tournament all tournament long. He was rubbish against Ireland, same as the rest of them, and he's now finds himself on the bench. So it's an
Scott
interesting
Steele
team
as well. I like that, actually.
I do like Scott Steele, to be fair. There's still a chance to bring Ali Price in off the bench and mix it up that way.
There's definitely an element of punishment going on with some of the underperformers. Turner, and obviously Ali Price comes up with the game losing play, so he's out. I wonder if it's a bit reactive But against Italy, it tends to be the case that you can do what you like, and it might be a confidence boosting team.
Yeah.
Curious to see how Og looks at 10 as always. He's not really a 10.
Yeah.
But
it's curious. They have Jaco on the bench for Jaco van der Walt, who's been playing all right with Edinburgh, and they also have Chris Harris on the bench at as kind of like he's a 13 obviously, so it means with Hugh Jones in there at starting at 13, I'm not sure what the plan for Harris is it a straight swap for him?
They could do what they like. They could put Hugh Jones at fullback,
put him at fullback, take Maitland out of there, it kind of leaves all those options open, but the bench looks like a bench that's there to kind of correct things should the shit be getting near the fan.
Well, indeed, that's the only way, like, as far as previewing the two games are concerned. We'll start with Scotland, the home side, as we do. But the only way that I can see Italy getting into this game could be from sort of
goofiness.
This kind of team being
trying to play a bit barbarian-esque with Stewie at 10 and all of that nonsense, and then suddenly you've thrown a pick and you're 7-0 down.
Well, you'd be getting flashbacks to Chris Cussiter gate. Circa 2007.
I remember that game. I'm sure the Scottish fans remember that too. There was very, very bad Chris Cussitering. Very bad. What did you do? Like 2 picks in the first 10 minutes or something?
Something like that. They were 3 tries down within 10 minutes anyway, so it was definitely calamitous.
That's the way Italy can win a game. As I've said, it's the only way Italy win a game is going 21-0 up and holding on.
And Scotland could do that. I mean, as far as their picture for winning the game, mostly it's about not doing that, and it starts with regaining their foundation, which was up front.
Scrums, lineouts, mauls, just dominant set piece, because they weren't bullied at scrum time. They actually got some good shots off at scrum time. They were emasculated at line out time. After having had a very good line out all tournament long, they were made look very silly often by Ireland. So you won't be up against the same test against Italy, so it's a chance.
You don't even have a Bram Stain after you.
No, you don't. Ordinarily they would have Bram Stain at line out time to cause some problems, but they don't. So trying to set that pattern, just get good clean ball going off the top, and clean ball off the base of the scrum, and then probably scrum aggressively, try and get on top of that set piece as the game goes on. And then certainly when the benchmen come in, you're talking Bergen and Kebbel or whatever coming in, they should be killing this Italy team in the last quarter. So it'll be built on the foundation of that set piece. But then the backs have actually looked pretty dangerous. They were pretty clinical last week. It is obviously a new back line this week, but even those guys, Johnson and Hugh Jones in the centre, that's a more dynamic, more offensively minded centre partnership than what they've been picking, even without Finn Russell. And the Italians are so rudimentary and sometimes very soft on D. So there should be scope for a lot of attacking rugby for the backs.
There should. I think they should still lean on their strengths. I think they should. I think against Italy, in terms of protecting the game and protecting the result, it is about playing sort of smart, fundamental rugby, not playing in your own half. I don't think there's a need for it.
Stewie will have an interesting job to do, because they won't probably use Maitland's boot from fullback that often. They'll be using Stewie's boot from 10 and probably Steele's boot from 9 to exit a fair bit.
Steele's more of a running halfback than a kicking one either as well. So I mean, I think Hogg needs to take charge of the game, and it's a good test for him in that regard. Playing at 10, he's worked in lovely spirals, but you want him launching deep and forcing Italy to exit, and then launching from the relatively safe position of set pieces in their half, which is where most scores are generated from. It's where most teams are very comfortable attacking. Scotland no different. They've scored some great set piece tries this year, and it's a team settling familiar picture, as opposed to sort of overplaying your hand in your own half and ending up getting caught. There's a danger to that. I think they should even when they made a break in their own half against Ireland, and then Turner made a pick blind. I know they were kind of just completely mentally shot in that game for so many, really for much of it, but he makes a pick blind and gets bundled into touch. It's those kind of goofy plays when you're trying to act like France, as you say, and just up the tempo to the nth degree, that guys can lose their head, especially in a forward pack that's been used to playing and winning games like the one in Twickenham, where it was super tight and slow.
And even their Autumn Nations Cup, when they were without Finn, and they were building a team that were a bit more nuts and bolts, but had a really strong scrum and a really good line out and solid kind of pack, and a workload heavy pack, and a bit more of a rudimentary but quite physical back line. That was kind of what they built it on. They could be going back to a bit more of that, just to kind of bully, to assert themselves, because they're showing last week from the pack. It's important that the pack fire on all cylinders this week, because it's only Italy and they'll want to dominate them, and then once that's done, then there's a bit more chance for your razzle dazzle and building.
Inject tempo when you're on top in the opposition half, like Wales did for that BG yellow card. Like if Scotland win a scrum penalty on like the Welsh 10,
tap and go, steal tap and go, and then you're gone. Something like that, because you will catch them flat-footed and you will have opportunities to score. And then trying to be as clinical as you possibly can be in Murrayfield. That's exactly the part of the plan. They need to start sticking passes and finding tries. But ideally, it'll be an art. Like they want to give this new halfback combination of Steele and the converted fullback Hogg now. Try and give them an armchair ride from the pack, because it's what their game has been about over the last year, and they're fresh from a defeat that was very, very poor from a pack point of view. So just in terms of immediately correcting that, getting your confidence back.
For me, big opportunity for Skinner and Gilchrist in there.
I thought they were great the last times they were in there. I didn't quite understand what Gilchrist had done to fall out of favour, but
and a lot of Scots weren't even happy about Gilchrist on the bench last week, and maybe he's not the same force he once was, but I've never had too much issue with him, and I thought Cummings was abysmal last week. I thought Johnny Gray's not going to be dropped. He's going to be a lion. It was an anomalous performance, but an awful one. And now these guys coming in have a chance to make a name for themselves as well, and put them in the minds of Townsend going forward, and likewise Sam Johnson and Hugh Jones, who are of course that classic England cutter-aparter centre
they're the Glasgow centre partnership, and they were cutting Leinster to ribbons a few weeks ago as well, as we were watching. They have proper attacking chops, those two.
Do you back Hogg's acumen to pull those strings? His passing game
that's the biggest intrigue of the game is for me, is seeing how Hogg goes at 10, because it's like it's as good a kind of option for him. It's like one of those, like the last time I saw him play 10 was a Lions midweek game, and it's kind of similar to in feel to those ones. You're midweek against a team that you should beat. Did they give him a go
during the Finn absence last year at all?
I'm not sure
for
if they
part
did.
Of a game?
I think they might have done for part of the game, but I think he had 15 on his back while doing so. Like, I'm just remember Hogg in a 10 jersey is going to be an interesting look to the game, and I'm hoping that it goes well for him, because I think he's actually had a very good season, and I felt bad for him certainly on the Ireland try that was scored with the chaos kick last week, because the chaos kicks in behind are just absolute the stuff of nightmares for Stewie, but you won't see as many of them from 10. So maybe there's a chance that he just lights it up and tears Italy apart, or he throws a pick in the first 10 minutes and then becomes a completely different picture where they're a bit more panicked. But
it'd be interesting. The intrigue could come into the game if Scotland do start slow, and then can they react to that? Like, they didn't react well to starting slow against Ireland, even when there was no scoreboard pressure on them, when they managed to chalk off all of Ireland's early dominance.
They won't feel the same pressure from Italy, though.
But I mean, if they start, my question really is just, if they start poor, can they rebound from that and reset?
Yes.
I
think they're comfortably the better team, even with this change selection. I think they're so comfortably the better team, and they will be so desperate to get back to winning ways after real disappointment from the Wales and the Ireland games just gone, where they've managed to lose both to back up such an historic win to open the championship, and to back that up with 2 home defeats is really annoying, just really annoying. And now you have Italy coming to town. There should be. I'm looking for a little bit of grit and meanness and edge to Scotland. I was looking for it last week and it didn't come, but I'd expect them to kind of hit the ground running in this one and
just
blow
play in the right areas of the field and strike off set piece, inject the tempo in the Italian half, and you should find tries. That definitely is the Scottish picture. From an Italy point of view, we've talked at length about their sort of diminished capacity as
the tournament progresses. They just get worse and worse, and it's fatigue, but not physical fatigue. It's also just being jaded with turning up every week and doing the same thing. And I'm sure it's like when you see a coach losing the draft, like when Lièvre won in that World Cup all those years ago, when the French, there was a lovely shot of him there talking at half time and all the French players just with their backs to him, not listening at all. It kind of I
don't think that's it.
This isn't that. But what I'm saying in terms of anything, you can see by Franco Smith's face that he cares. You can see that when it goes wrong in the first 10 minutes, he's distraught and despairing, because it's probably what they were talking about all week. But it's just I think they're doomed if they do, damned if they do, damned if they don't kind of thing. Because I think whatever good advice he's giving them, or whatever advice he's giving them, I don't think he is getting them to think that anything they do will matter or impact the result one way or another, and that's the problem.
Well, they should have. There's definitely a way, whether you believe it or not, there's a way you can sell the England game as the picture,
as a positive thing,
because before the Garbisi intercept, they were in the game. It was it was either a 1-score game or a 2-score game, but Italy were on the attack.
Yeah.
Had they converted then, and they looked dangerous enough,
They did.
They
were
could have.
things.
They could have made it like a really tight game, and then he throws that pick and it's game over, and they don't respond well to that. But I think they should have been leaning into that first 50 minutes of both mixing up what is an exciting enough and competent offense when Garbisi starts running it well, and they've got obviously huge threat in Monty Ioane on one wing, and Garbisi can cut a line really well. The two centres, I know Maury's in this time for Cana, but they can both cut a line, those two guys, so they can punch holes in that way. Like, there's that offensive thing to build from, and then just the fact that they negotiated that game overall
against a much better
50
team.
minutes.
Yeah, there's definitely scope, but again, I don't think that'll amount to it.
It just doesn't seem to believe it.
They don't believe a word of it, and that's a problem. Like the last time, as we were citing the last week, the Conor O'Shea getting them to focus on the ruck, the turning them into tackles rather than rucks, so there's no offside line against England, and bamboozling England for a half before they finally adjusted. And that was the last time I saw an Italian side super focused on a tactic.
Yeah.
You know, like they actually just dialed into a tactic we're going to execute, which is a good way to do it. Like you don't need to say this is going to win the game or do otherwise. You're going to say we're going to mess this up by doing this, and then have the whole team working on it all week, and then the whole team are dialed in, and then they try and do it, and then they string a competent half together. But that game is a few years ago now, and we haven't seen anything from Italy to suggest that.
Well, we have seen some tactics and some shape. You haven't seen the sort of unit galvanization, as you say.
I haven't seen them all work as a team for 40 minutes.
It's been a while since we've really seen like Italy obviously had the 2 wins at the World Cup, but they were completely against mismatched tier 2 of the worst tier 2 sides in the competition. And then obviously the South Africa and New Zealand were non-starters as contests as well. In fact, New Zealand literally so.
That's their last really good result, was 0-0 by default. What is the Homer Simpson one? Default.
Yeah, indeed. So it's hard to imagine them putting it together this week. But what I want to see is them galvanised around defence and putting in gritty defensive play for 20 minutes.
I'd also
at least.
like to see them annoyed when, like, actually Varney gives good annoyed face when their line is finally crossed, but too many of them give absolute phlegmatic here we go again face, you know, which is no good when you've just conceded a soft try. You should be a bit annoyed rather than a little bit jaded
and responsive. Early doors, from a tactical point of view, I'd like to see them kick it a bit. Maitland in the backfield could be dodgy.
New fullback, try and find him. They don't have Cana on as a kicking option, and Garbisi's kick isn't great,
and Varney as well isn't much of a kicker, so from that point of view one wonders about the selection. But Garbisi can kick and probably needs to, and then working good offense from inside the Scottish half and testing the Tandy defence in the extremities, definitely important. Keeping it away from that, like the Hamish Watsons of the world, is important as well. But just setting their usual offensive rhythm and trying to make some plays and get Ioane in a bit of space is always the plan.
He's been good. With the little bit of space he's had, he's executed. He's grabbed 2 tries in the tournament for a team that are being dominated for pretty much every minute of every game. That's very impressive. Get your few danger men on the ball. Get Garbisi hitting lines. Get your Negri and your rotation of Negri Meyer, where it's like Meyer carries, then Negri carries, then Meyer carries again. That's a lot of the Italian offense is built on that, and fair play to those boys. They have stepped up and answered the call, because like you'd think without Pellegrini and Bramstein for the whole tournament, who were their 2 best players by quite some distance, now they have the 2 guys who stepped in, also their best players pretty much by quite a distance, with the exception of Ioane on the wing, who grabs a nice try, but he can't impact what's going on in the game from out there. He can't really. He can grab his try when he gets one, but a lot of times the game's already gone by the time he does. Just galvanise yourselves on defence. Do your best to lock down scrums and lineouts. Make some plays in the opening 20 minutes and ask some questions of Scotland is the first stage. And then if they do that, pressure the halfbacks. You know, these are young. Like there's all kinds of things, little tactics that they should be trying to do while they have the energy, like hitting Hogg, try and pressure Hogg because he's not an experienced. All of these little things that are basics that you would ask of teams. Wouldn't it be nice to see them deliver on the basics for at least 20 minutes, hopefully 40, ideally 80, but that's kind of dreaming.
No, my bar is the first half. That's all I'm looking for. Stay in the game in the first half, because they haven't in recent weeks, and it's been so disappointing. Work a bit of territory game. Don't be soft, and then punish mistakes. Hold the ball for a bit, and who knows, maybe you generate a score. then you're in a game, and they haven't been in a game yet. So that's the challenge.
No intrigue to any of these Italy games in the tournament thus far, apart from how annoyed will Franco be by the end. That's the only intrigue I can see. Yeah. And we could be treated to the same again, where it's just we're looking.
Well, what do you think? Is that what you think? Scotland easy?
I think Scotland
another 40-something to 10.
Yeah, so Scotland easy enough, but they might make it hard on themselves for a period of the game. I think they'll invite pressure.
What period? The start?
No, I think it might be around half time, in and around the half time, like they've done in every game. You know, those really key parts of the game, either side of half time. I think Scotland will underperform there and allow maybe an Italian try, but I still think that Italy will not have enough in terms of calibre or in terms of impetus or eagerness to win. I think Scotland will be the team that want to win more, as well as being the far more talented team, and I think that's more physical. So I think on balance they will win, and between, like, if they're inaccurate they'll only score 25 to 30 points. If they're a bit more accurate they'll get over the 40 and possibly the 50. It depends how much they want.
So about 40-something to 10 like everyone else. Do you have a scoreline? It was a very specific prediction. I liked it, but you could cap it off with a scoreline, then it would be the ultimate.
Alright, I'll say 42 12.
42-12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a nice 30-point round figure.
I suppose that is a specific number. Now, if it's not exactly that, that's obviously wrong.
The 12, by the way, is 4 3-pointers.
4 3-pointers.
The fourth of which was kicked on 67 minutes.
What about the try they were going to score before?
Yeah, no, they should have done, but they kicked it 3.
Yeah, I think if I was given an option to take an over or under on a 30-point win, I might take an under for no reason. The reason being that Scotland are in a weird place, having lost that game so badly, and then have picked kind of a goofy team.
And the intangible of sometimes Italy do show up for the Scotland game. Yeah, and all of those. Yeah,
and there's no pressure on Italy. And
I wonder what the spread is. It might be about 30 points.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Italy, and there might be a bit of pressure on Scotland, and there certainly will be if they go behind at any stage.
Yeah, as you say, if they throw a loosey-goosey, we're here to play barbarians rugby, oh no, it's 7-0 to them. That's a problem.
So more fool me, I will predict that Italy show up in the opening 20 like they haven't done. But I think, maybe, just maybe, they might make a game of it. But I do think Scotland with the win in the end, as you say, I think Scotland pull away and maybe win it, 27-14 in an unconvincing manner.
A scruffy game in Murrayfield. It's definitely precedented.
I think they should. I think they should get a bonus point. So maybe I'll change that to 28. A nice even 4 tries.
Round thing. That was what
I don't think they'll take threes.
The last competitive game they had was in Rome a few seasons ago, where Italy actually scored more than them, but they took loads of threes, and Scotland only scored 4 times, but they were 4 tries, and it was a bonus point win.
That's it. And then Scotland are kind of bullish when they're playing Italy in that way as well. They like to just go for tries, and with Hogg at 10, I can't imagine them changing that.
Yeah, probably will be going for it the whole time. So Scotland, I think, back to winning ways this weekend, and Italy will sign off their tournament in probably disappointing fashion, and then it remains to be seen whether we'll see Franco Smith continue with it, because he looks very frustrated at the moment.
Fed up, maybe, I don't know. Well, here's hoping that it won't be as depressing as that thought is, and that Italy could maybe pull off a shock and make it a game, and maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright, with that we will move on from that game and move on to the more intriguing games, as has often been the case. Next up we have Ireland against England. Yes, this is always the game that attracts the most headlines and the most attention from an Irish point of view in a Six Nations. It's just the way it goes.
It is.
England is the big one,
especially when it's Paddy's Day midweek and it's Paddy's weekend now. Sure, there's all kinds of reasons for wanting this to be the massive game that it absolutely is.
I mean, it's a huge game. Obviously, both sides have missed out on their chance to win the competition.
That's true.
But nevertheless, I think there's a lot at stake
both of them vying for that winning record today. The 3-2 versus the 2-3. 2-3 feels a lot worse than 3-2. To go into a new season with. Indeed.
The game takes place obviously Saturday, middle of the Super Saturday lineup. Indeed. Pretty much bang on, because obviously there's Super Rugby later on and Rugby Europe earlier. It's pretty much the middle game of the day, no matter how you look at it.
Indeed.
It's going to be 4:45 GMT. That's at the Aviva, Lansdowne Road in Dublin. Refereed by Mathieu Reynal.
See another French man with the whistle.
Always the way.
Unless France are playing.
Yeah, indeed. Unless France are playing, it's a French ref. That's the way it goes. The weather's to be grand. Small chance of rain, but hopefully not, and pretty much great conditions right across Europe this weekend. So
same for all of them. Yeah,
chance for some running rugby.
This is true. Yes, whether we'll see that running rugby is a different story, perhaps. But they're definitely, the conditions won't be the part of it. Partly cloudy, 9 to 11 degrees, 20% chance of rain, 79% humidity. Standard Irish fare, so it is. Just in terms of match colour, it's always a feisty game. There's no two ways about it. Both of these sides should want to get after each other. They often do. It's the consequence of being neighbours with the storied history that we do have. So there's no shortage of motivation for both sides. But there are different kind of factors in it. As I was saying, both of them are sitting 2-2 for their tournament so far. A chance to salvage a winning record after disappointing starts to both of their campaigns. To be honest, day one didn't go the way both of these teams planned, or either of these teams planned, but now they've managed to salvage something, and both of them will be desperate to kind of keep that momentum up and go into the summer with a bit more of a positive feeling about their game. It's interesting, like from an Ireland point of view, just given the nature of their 2 wins against Scotland and Italy and their 2 defeats against France and Wales, where really in every game except for the Italy game they've been outdone from a offensive point of view, from a clinicality point of view, from a speed point of view, and yet have counterpunched with a really big pack. There's an element of sameness and staleness that will be emphasised if they lose this game. Yes.
So from that point of view, it is a very big game for Ireland, because if they go out there and, as has been the case the last 4 times they've played England, get outplayed physically and have nothing to offer,
blown away in
that.
the first quarter or first half, which has been the very disappointing thing. As much as there's usually that bite I was alluding to, that passion, that hatred for your opponent, nearly, they haven't really seen that from Ireland in this exact matchup over that. Like, it couples, like, it's a horses for courses kind of thing. You're making the argument, like, are Ireland really that good, or did they just beat Scotland with that game plan, with the latchers, with the ball carriers? Did they just bully them every time? The answer is seemingly yes, but you bring that exact same game plan against a mean English pack, and you just run into a white wall the whole time, and you can't get through.
And have nothing to offer then. Like, the kicking game can be diffused by your Johnny Mays, and then all of a sudden you're in a bind if you're Ireland, and you've been stale. So from that point of view, it is... First priority is just perform. Just perform. Like, as much as a win is pretty important, and to be honest, you'd think that they really do need to get a win over England or a top side to really get any confidence that what they're doing is anything other than mediocre. Like, they really need to think that if we're on the level of where we want to be, which is hunting a World Cup semi-final in 2 years' time, you need to be getting some big wins against these opposition. But to be honest, against England, the first priority isn't the win, it's the performance. It's turning up from the opening whistle and being in the fight and putting in big hits and being just but that involves a change up as well. Like, I'm kind of a different mindset, like, where it's not like, the result is obviously important for all the reasons that we mentioned, but actually the manner of the performance takes on a more important meaning. Like, if you ask any of the Ireland players or coaches, that 18-7 defeat in Twickenham, where they were 18-0 down before they scored, was like them being in the fight, and they were in the physical fight. They were kind of creating some things and not taking them, and England then did counterpunch well, but they had most of the ball and they were physical, and they weren't blown away in the physical matchup. They were just sort of blunt versus not blunt, and that was the story of that game. So I think they can show up and perform well by their own standards and be in a great pack battle, and then lose out badly by not being clinical enough. And I think that's the ugly picture that you could see. So I think the main point of emphasis, as I said in the build up to last week's game, was not really like how many tries they score or do they win the game. It's really how they try and go about creating things offensively.
Yes. And are they going to identify and then attack space?
Yes. And are they going to try and play smart and manipulate a defence and move the ball well? And I think I would even ask you the question. I don't think it's as big a deal as the result as is whether or not Ireland do expand their playbook a little bit.
I'm desperate to see that. Don't you know? I'm only desperate to see that. A more expanded, more rounded, more courageous Irish team with ball in hand. That's really what I want to see. I think It's a long time ago that we had the Brian O'Driscolls in the centre, but even Eddie O'Sullivan, who became a bit of a pariah after his World Cup performance, but the man knew how to craft a lovely set piece move off a midfield scrum. Yeah, you got to give him that, and we just haven't done that at all. Like even under Joe Schmidt as well, as blunt as they were at times, even in that system, and they were kind of very narrow. They were still, there was more variety, there was more purpose to it, and there was crucially strike moves off set piece. There was crucial ones, even though the multi-phase was a bit blunt. They still grab a Stockdale try on a reverse ball against the All Blacks because they have a nice planned move. It would be nice to see a bit more of that. Maybe the Henshaw dummy line as opposed to the Henshaw hit up off the line. Something more from Ireland from is definitely what we want to see from ball in hand. And then from England's point of view, then in this contest, it's similar but a different kind of mindset going in. They'll be confident that they have this team's number, just based on the inverse of what we were saying from Ireland's point of view. The last 4 showings, and then 4 showings plus if you throw in the Sarries games against Leinster as well. There's been a lot of recent memories of these English players just having their
matched up
really well and diffused, and then bullied this Irish team and this Irish pack even that have much lauded. There are a few changes in terms of Ireland's line-out acumen is a bit better this tournament, so there'll be things there to be concerned. Their turnover generating has been good, so I'm sure England will be focused on their ruck ball. But they would go a long way towards restoring some of their faith in their progress and in their coach and in their whole direction if they can see out this game, win it. After that great game that they were involved in, that they're under no illusions, it was a bloody great game last week against France, and they came out the right side of it. If they can keep that momentum going with a win here in Dublin, they're in a great place, despite losing the opening game at home against Scotland.
They've expanded their game. They went into the tournament playing quite stale rugby. They have improved in the last number of weeks. It's turned into a good result. They will feel like they're building nicely with a win here. But on the inverse side of it, a loss here gives them...
it's a head-scratching one. Step forward, 2 steps back feeling.
It would give them, in a Lions year, a reverse triple crown, a triple crown of L's.
Yeah, that's
which
no good.
Would be, it would make it very difficult for a lot of those guys to make their own case from a Lions tour point of view.
It's true.
Despite sort of the electrifying performances we know the likes of Itoje and Curry and Co can bring, they would have a tough case to make for themselves if they went 0-3 against the rival sides from a British Lions point of view. So I think that's going to be a point of emphasis for them, no question about it.
Yes.
And then the other thing that I had a thought going into last week, and I often have it, like when something consistently happens, there's always the fear that the side with the edge can be complacent and be caught, and that the side without the edge can sort of be buoyed and determined to right the wrongs of the past. And it's something that that was factoring into my thinking ahead of Ireland-Scotland last weekend that didn't play out at all.
Yes.
So
Scotland will want to avenge all these recent heartbreaks against Ireland, and I'm sure they do. But
they didn't play a good game at all. No. Scotland, they played an awful game, and so that's the fear from an Ireland point of view, is that might go wrong. But that's sort of the overarching view from both sides. As far as the squads are concerned, we're actually in the blessed position of being able to actually have the squads for one of these, given our lateness, which I think you can forgive, given Paddy's Day and everything else. I'm going to start with the Irish team, which was named obviously today.
Yeah.
A couple of changes. Dave Kilcoyne comes in for Cian Healy at loosehead.
Makes all the sense in the world. Cian Healy started 3 games, I think, so far. So, he has more minutes than Kilcoyne, despite being the older man. Just makes good sense.
Herring and Furlong hold on to their jerseys in the front row. Tyke Byrne replaces the injured James Ryan, coming in at second row, moving from the back row. CJ Stander, who obviously he's announced his retirement, and we will touch on that in greater detail later in the show. Obviously, massive congratulations to him on a great career, and thankful for him for all he's brought to Ireland. But his last game in the jersey will be a blindside flanker, which is his position.
Yes, his actual position. Yay! I've been begging for it all tournament long. It's a shame that it took James Ryan getting injured to facilitate it, but he should have been at 6 the whole time. He's great, but he has been very much an enforcer for this Irish team for the last few years, Alder Smith. So great servant.
Indeed. And we've got Josh van der Fleer coming in for the injured Will Connors at 7. Jack Conan coming in at number 8. Obviously,
big day for him.
Player. Big day for him is right. Yeah. Murray replaces Gibson Park at 9. Sexton at 10. Aki and Henshaw now in the centre, with Ringrose out injured. And Stockdale comes in for the not injured but dropped James Lowe. Keith Earls in the other wing, and Hugo Keenan at fullback.
Yes.
That's the Ireland team. I suppose I'll just rattle on the England team. Mako Vanapola, stays in. Cowan Dickey, obviously, Sinclair make up that front row. Charlie Ewells comes in at lock, which is a big man.
Another big man for a big man.
Yeah, Johnny Hill out on the bench as well, so there's definitely no lack of physicality in the pack. Wilson holds on to his jersey, which is a curiosity with all the options they have in the back row, but Curry and Billy V, no question about their class.
No.
Ben Youngs and Ford, halfbacks, makes all the sense in the world. Farrell's still in there. Back three the same, but Elliot Daly comes in for Henry Slade at 13.
Which is a curiosity. I really don't know what Lawrence did to annoy Eddie Jones early in the tournament, but it's something. Does
that have a balance to it, Elliot Daly instead of Slade, especially up against like Henshaw and Aki in the centre?
It's more of a like for like in terms of Slade. Like, he's a left footer, same as Slade. He's a bit more of a deep passer. He's
not a like for like as far as Tuolagi.
No, it is not. There is still a big Tuolagi shaped hole in that England team, and Tuolagi, I believe, is 6 from 6 against Ireland. It might be more, but I'm pretty sure it's 6 from 6 in games that he's played against Ireland. He has never lost, but England have lost when he's not been there on occasion. There's potential for that to become a little bit disjointed in the midfield and perhaps a little lateral. Certainly opposite Aki Henshaw, it makes Ireland the more physical centre partnership, for better or worse. That will be true in terms of just heft alone. They're two interesting teams. There were different options available for both. There were some hands were forced. There was a question as whether George would come back in, but I think Cowan Dickey is right to be retaining his jersey. Johnny Hill, as impact off the bench, is huge. And then conversely for Ireland, Tadhg Byrne, who has been brilliant in the back row where he belongs. I would like to see him at number 8 for Ireland, to be honest, but because he can pass. Number 8s need to be able to pass. And that's my thing. Number 8s need to pass the ball, and Tadhg can do that. But at lock, and you've cited it before, there are concerns about him at lock. He's a little bit slight as a test level lock, and when you're looking at Ewells, Itoje with Johnny Hill to come off the bench, that's a lot of heft.
You look at Cameron Wokey, who's a very similar player in my mind, coming on for France and getting shocked by the physicality of it. I know he was up blindside flank, but Tadhg Byrne, obviously he's been one of the players of the tournament, he's going to be in there, but I definitely prefer him in the back row out of that sort of physical battle where you can be shown up for a lack of out and out heft. But that said, it's a needs must selection. I don't think Ryan Baird straight in there would have been the right balance either.
And Ryan Baird off the bench has provided good impact thus far. He provided a game-winning play last week, and I'm sure he'll be making his appearance, because one thing that Ireland do is use their pack ferociously for the whole time, so they will rotate all of them in. So Baird will get another cap and a go at it. No question. I think we'll move on and just look at the game from the point of view of both teams, starting with the hosts and our what you say, our vested interest. That's the way you put it. Yes, it is that.
Ireland, obviously, going into this game in need of a win. It's been par for the course against England so far for this Ireland team. The matchups have been brutal for them against England. The points of optimism looking ahead to this game, the things that they have going into this that they didn't have
the last few times
is first and foremost obviously a really competent line out, and just generally a turnover game on defence that is generating all kinds of turnovers. So a functional set piece with a quality turnover game is not something they've brought to every England game. In the last.
No, they haven't brought any of it. Their line-out was absolutely made a show of by England the last every time they've met. And to be fair, it wasn't just England doing that. Their line-out was a bit of a disjointed mess for the last 2 years. It's been night and day all tournament. It's been one of the big positives for Ireland coming out of a middling Six Nations. It's when you open 0-2 after the first 2 weeks, it's always going to be a disappointing one. But the pack have been mighty, and this is a huge test for them just because of the nature of how England have beaten them in recent times. The question will be about the plan, because as it was, like the last time we saw them play England, it was felt very painful to watch. We did that little breakdown of what the attack was actually trying to accomplish. We were kind of bamboozled looking at it, where they do their Henshaw hit up, which I'm sure will be part of the plan. It might be Aki in that channel this time, but it'll be a hit up of first phase because that's the way it is. But like, as rudimentary as that is and as telegraphed as it is, it has actually created space. It did so in that England game in the Autumn Nations Cup last year. Like, we identified it in the early going. It was Henshaw hit up and then round the corner, and then there were 3 tries available to be scored. There was space on the left of the ruck, there was space on the right of the ruck, and there was space in behind the ruck. None of which was identified by Ireland, who it was Rossburn at 10 in that instance, sat deep, kicked it away, chaos ball, dead. That was it. So it would be nice to see a little bit more of a plan in terms of how to attack them on set piece. Sure, France just illustrated how, like, I'm not expecting them to launch anything of the caliber of the Pinot try in terms of set piece, but they did demonstrate how a little bit of innovation and a little bit of deception can unpick this very intimidating English defence. But, like, as intimidating as they are and as effective as they aren't as good as Ireland have made them look by simply running into them unrelentingly.
No, I mean, you look back to the last time Ireland beat England, which I think is as good a blueprint as any when you haven't won in so long.
Yes,
is kind of remembering how you did it when you could do it.
Mm-hmm.
There were 3 tries scored in that game. It was a Grand Slam decider on Paddy's Day back in 2018, so 3 years ago. One of which was, your
chaos
classic
kick.
bog standard Irish chaos kick that bounces for you in the end zone. Heaps pressure on the offense. Doesn't always work. England have got great at shutting it down.
Yes,
but
it was Anthony Watson under that one, because he was at fullback, which is not his best position, and he won't be there this time.
No, but young man in Max Malins, it's certainly not something that I would see Ireland rule out of their game without having the foundation to expand and go beyond. But the other 2 tries were interesting. They were a set piece strike play where they actually varied the point of attack and actually had a nice sleight of hand from Furlong dummying a loop, who instead popped it to a support runner. It was deceptive.
It was Bundy Aki actually in that instance. And all 3 of those guys are going to be on the pitch. It was Tadhg Furlong to Bundy Aki with a lovely inside pass to CJ, who dotted it down on the
they
post.
created a nice bit of deception off set piece, cut a hole through the middle, disguised runner Aki, and then found a support line to finish the try.
Yeah.
And then the other score was exposing England's sort of lethargy in terms of defensive intensity, which can be caught on the short side from time to time, especially if you're generating some quick ball. Murray caught them with their pants down on the short side, and then Stockdale had the lethal acumen as a winger to finish it from far out. Like, all of those little nuggets in terms of Ireland getting back to where they were at 2018, I don't think they're going to turn into Japan overnight, as much as that can irritate us. I don't think the quality of the pass from the centres with Henshaw and Aki in there is going to be anything to write home about. But just mixing in some clever variation, which does involve some variation of set piece and working clever little areas where England were so vicious against France in terms of their defensive line speed. They forced France to kick away a lot of good ball, but they did get caught early in the game by the way France did it was by keeping it alive, keeping the offloads going, keeping the pace of the game up, and then unsettling them in that way. Ireland need to sort of win a couple of collisions and then work usually it's a short side angle, but just work an angle where England are not as defensively squared up. Like, I remember we were doing that bit of footage back in the Nations Cup for the England game, and on third phase after a set piece, they went right to where the English defence was strongest. It was just a short carry off a ruck right to where, like, the Atogis of the world were, when actually they were a bit narrow and were for the catching on the short side as well, where they had both props matched up together. It's isolating little things like that and then putting the right runners into those spaces. The 2 Tadhgs are so important as distributors, believe it or not. They need to be in there making the key passes, because both of them can get an edge on in a carry and link up and throw footwork and passes in. And it's just those little things that can unpick an English defence.
Indeed, and just little soft offloads from everyone. I would love to see just a simple shift of focus that sees Ireland try to get the ball out of contact quicker. Just try and get it out of contact. It doesn't.
There was a bit of that last week.
There was a little bit, and it's encouraging, and they need to build on that, because it's like, as I was saying, in all the weeks, there is a little bit of a hangover from the way Joe Schmidt had them playing, and from the multi-phased bludgeoning offense. There are a few just terrible traits that seem to be kind of almost mantras for this team that are just dead wrong. One of which is that, like, we're wearing on an opposition by carrying into them unrelentingly, because as much as that occasionally is true and it bullied Scotland, like, James Ryan is out with a HIA this week because he's carrying into contact everywhere. The game isn't about attacking jerseys, it's about attacking space. And the other one that I was going to say, though, just before you come in, is the notion that it is risky to throw a pass but safe to take a tackle and go into a ruck. That's just wrong. Like, it's not true in rugby. It's safe to get. It's better to get the ball away from the breakdown. The breakdown is all kinds of dangerous. going through 10 or 12 or 20 rucks before you finally get a try is risking the ball every time you go to the floor. And I wish Ireland would just play with a little bit more urgency to get that ball away from the tackle area and away from the contact zone, even if that's just little half offloads or big placements down and quick service. Just a little bit of a change of focus would yield a lot more
work
result.
The ball into some space. One of the things I do like is having Conan and Tadhg on. We have in both of those guys good runners, but now we have also Furlong as well has to come in. Tadhg and Furlong and Conan are distributing forwards, and I think Ireland need to work that in more, because first of all there's an element of deception with having a forward out there in the wide channels
who can then throw a pass.
Players are less likely to suspect the wide play, in spite of the fact that those guys are better at it than the guys in the centre. And then those are the most skilled players. Those are the guys we want on the ball in those channels to maybe make things happen. So I definitely think there's some scope.
We did see Byrne in the wide channels, albeit he was in the back row against Scotland, but we saw it in the first phase, him linking up out in the wide channels. More of that, more pods of forwards and backs out in the tram lines, executing passes like that. Because there needs to be a bit of deception. There needs to be a little bit of just shifting the point of contact and being a nuisance to play against, in terms of be a little less predictable. Because when you're predictable and you're just bludgeoning, we don't match up well against England. England are a power-based team. If you're good, we can bully Scotland that way, but you can't do it to England. You'll end up wearing on your guys.
I mean, it would be very impressive to see them do it. One of the areas that they were mighty efficient in was the quality of the latch in the red zone offense, and I just think
Exeter style.
Exeter style, but it was an area that Scotland were really giving out to the ref, they were
sealing.
You're sealing.
Are the latchers sealing? It's an interesting one, because Leinster play with latchers a lot, and I've often thought in a multi-phase sequence at 10 or 12 phases, there's often a latcher who just falls over, that it's like you could be pinned.
They've cooled down on that. They started the post-COVID time really going hard on sealing in the rucks, but they've cooled down on it a little bit, the refs. But it's a curiosity. I think it needs.
They want attacking rugby. All they need to do is stop calling everything crossing, and then the attacking rugby could thrive. But instead, no, they're letting people away with sealing sometimes.
Well, that's the question. I think it needs. It's an open question in need of an answer, which is: does the latcher need to keep his feet after a contact? Is he killing the ball if he goes to deck with the ball carrier? And the answer could well be yes. He at very least should have to roll away. But it's not. It's like an unanswered question in terms of how they're ruling it. But there might be a day of reckoning coming from Ireland if they keep going to that.
And as much as we might feel persecuted if they were to start ruling that, it's that's why us, that's just the way we play. Again, I go back to my rugby purist, and it conflicts with my Irish fan very often. There's a rugby purist on one shoulder and an Ireland rugby fan on the other, and it's just telling me, it's going through a million phases with latchers protecting the ball is not how you play rugby. You go through just enough phases to suck in the numbers such that you can then find the try. That's what it should be about. And Ireland are missing that far too often. They miss the killer pass all the time. The opportune moment passes them by every time. There's a pass to be thrown, there's 7 points, it's not on the floor, it's just recycled again and now it's gone.
I hear you on that. Now we've spoken at length about that before, but from an offensive point of view, it is just about little moments, little variations, one or two instances where they can grab a key try. Where this game for me is going to be won or lost by Ireland is on the other side of the ball, when England have
defending England,
that
mighty offense that has got better and better all week, all tournament long.
That's huge. The matchup is so intriguing, because Ireland have been giving up scores to teams that have got into their half and have managed to generate quick ball. Their wide defence has suffered to contain teams. They've isolated their wingers a bit, all while not really blitzing and soaking yardage
and missing some tackles.
Missing some tackles.
They missed 24 against Scotland.
Well, on a basic level, when you're moving backwards, not forwards, when you're kind of moving in a drift and facing the touchline, contacts are way, way harder.
From just they're a physics not happening on your terms. You're retreating and this guy's coming forward, so the whole collision's going towards your try line.
Indeed, and no side cuts a harder short ball more often or more successfully than England, because it's such a key part of their screen variation is the guy who's picking that short line,
and the guy is invariably a man with at least 17 stones on him, and he's going to be moving at a pace that is tough to deal with.
Indeed. So it's a tough matchup in that regard for Ireland, But where it's a good matchup for Ireland is simply the turnovers. The turnovers that Ireland are generating is huge, and England are getting isolated.
Aren't actually resourcing the breakdowns as efficiently as they might have been. But what they are trying to do is dominate the collision such that they don't have to.
Yeah.
And they're getting their halfback in there to just whip that ball away from the breakdown. 1 second rucks, even less sometimes if they're actually purring along. And to contain that, it will involve some spoiling. It'll involve some dominant collisions as well. Some ball targeting ones. Like, you can't soak meters against this England team. Even 2 or 3 phases in a row of soak tackles, and this England team more often than not will find the try, and they have done against this Ireland team. So it needs to be 1 in 3 tackles needs to be nearly dominant from Ireland, and then combative stuff in the breakdown.
My suspicion is that they're kind of soaking deliberately to try and isolate guys and get the ball.
We've seen that work against England. Actually, Scotland employed that tactic very successfully a few years ago, where they soaked literally every contact, so the ball carrier was behind or through the gain line, but then there were 2 Scotsmen in there to jackal. It worked very well. It's something that this Ireland team looks to have been employing anyway. They are content enough to cede 1 or 2 meters if it gives a chance to make the ruck 5 seconds or 6 seconds or get a turnover, and that will go a long way to stymieing England. When they don't play at their tempo, they are far less dangerous. They are much less dangerous.
What I like about it as well is just that it's not one man. Tadhg Beirne obviously is the key jackal threat, but it's not, and CJ as well, but it's not just one man. There's so many guys, Big Ian Henderson, Keith Earls,
even Kilcoyne, who's starting this week, has a decent jackal game in him.
There's so many guys coming up with clutch steals that that matchup could work, and it could be a case as it was with France of soaking and sucking up a lot of dangerous contacts, but then managing to make the play to save the day, as it were. But overall, I think on the inside they probably do need to be a little more miserly with yards, and the way to stop the England team really, it's a tough ask, but there's 3 crucial players in the English attack, and that is the ball receiver, the guy next to him in the pod of forwards, the guy on his outside cutting the hard line
man, and then the playmaker at the back.
The guy, the boot,
the simple screen that they have, and they normally have 2 of them. There's normally one on the inside and one on the outside.
But if you can just limit the options of the boot and get in the faces of both the first receiver and his outside man, and then get up in the face of the boot, there's a chance that you can kind of shut down that English defence if you do that, and that involves someone getting in the passing lane outside the boot, coming up, even if he's going to be uninvolved in the play, because they might just truck it up when they see that, but someone needs to get up out in that passing lane, stop them going wide, and then 2 guys or 2 or 3 guys in the forward pod need to shut down the 2 first and second receivers to make sure that they got nothing on the inside. And if you can do that, then you can potentially limit England. And then the other huge defensive area is the line out. I mean, what a matchup that is.
It's going to be absolutely great to see that. But Paul O'Connell led resurgent Irish line out against an Itoje led monster of a line out in England. That is box office alone. That is going to be one of the higher caliber matchups of the whole game, just in terms of world class players doing world class things in a very tricky aspect of the modern game. It's going to be a really good show.
And can Ireland do, we said in the build up to this week, that Scotland was the best 2 lineouts up against each other. Ireland dominated that game.
They did.
So I mean, can they unpick the England line out? Is that the exit plan? Kicking it, giving England the set piece and then stealing it?
I mean, maybe. It's a picture we haven't seen of this England team. We haven't really seen them
Wales have done it to them once or twice.
Wales have. That's the one I was going to cite. Is just apart from Alan Wynne and his ways, his old kind of sage ways of upsetting their line out, we haven't seen too many teams upset them at source when they love to attack from source. So that is a good scope for Ireland. It'll be built on set piece. If it's to be a victory for Ireland at all, it'll be built on not necessarily dominant, but a winning set piece, both at scrum and line out, because it's their best weapon at the moment. Their pack and their set piece is their best quality.
Exactly. They dominated their way to a 3-point win last week. It is still a concern, but if they can both hold their own at the scrum and maybe get a play or 2 off there, jackal a line out, poach a couple of line outs, and then win the game on defence, as in stop that English offence, manage to shut them down on the inside, and when they get outside, get a couple of key turnovers, and then own the game that way. End up as a consequence, England give away penalties, the rhythm isn't there for them, it's not happening for them, and then in those key moments on the other end of the field, just the 1 or 2 variations required to take chances when they're there, score a couple of tries, dominate the game that way. Chances are, even if they do that, they'll concede 1 or 2 to England in the second half, But yeah, winning a tight one by dominating the game on the defensive side and not giving England the picture they want on offense.
The ins that they want into attack. Yeah, no, you need to be depriving them of that all game and just be wise in terms of how and where you play the game. And then, a little bit sharper and a bit more ambitious on offense has to be a factor too. Because I don't... Like, a showing like what they did to Scotland won't be enough against England, I don't think.
The kicking game is good, and it is interesting to see if Max Malins can do the job, but England are so aware of it.
Yeah, like Johnny May is so good under those balls, and the counter-attacking has much improved. Sure, Anthony Watson launching off that loose one from France was great to see. Like, we were accusing them of never running anything back from their own half. They've started doing that as the tournament goes on. Loose kicks will be punished, and like Murray is going to box kick probably less loosely than Dupont. He is excellent at box kicking, is Murray. So I expect that is part of the plan, but it can't be the whole plan in terms of how you use your ball.
It's just one or two. Like when they played England last, you can have maybe a chaos kicking try, but be sure to try and work a set piece try in, and be sure to win the multi-phase. Try and catch them in little areas where they under-resource, like on the short side, like working Tadhg and the two Tadhgs into the extremities with Conan perhaps as well, and then maybe poaching a couple of tries that way. That is the Irish picture. But from England's point of view, this matchup has been great to them in recent times.
They definitely have the psychological edge, given that they've won the last however many times they've played. If you want to count all the other kind of club ones as well, there's been a lot of English dominance over the last 2 years, and they are expecting to roll into town and do the same. There will be no home crowd to do that. As we've alluded to, there'll be no home advantage really. It'll just be whichever team shows up and is best on the day, and England will be very confident in where they are right now in terms of how their games progressed from the beginning of the tournament to now, and in terms of how their game matches up against this Ireland team. There are two kind of real strings of proper confidence that England do have. So even if it gets a bit tough, and if they're facing a kind of a very passionate and fiery Irish performance, which has happened to them before, even if they go a score or two down, that confidence will serve them well, because they know that they can maybe dig it out.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think they want to go a score or two down. I mean, Ireland are such good front runners. No, that's the game true. For me is true. To start well.
But in terms of if England are behind, the edge will allow them. Like I think it balances out. Conversely, like if Ireland go a score or two down, the fact that they've lost, like I just think there's no hope nearly from there. Whereas with England, given that they've had the success in recent things, they can weather an early storm and kind of get back to grips with it and trust their finishers. That was the other thing I was going to say from Ireland's point of view, is just using your bench a bit smarter. Because if we see again Tadhg and Tadhg Furlong being fantastic for 60 minutes and then getting hauled out of there and then 14 points being coughed up straight away, that's no good. Like England conversely have used their bench pretty well. They pretty much won that game. Arguably part of it was the finishers last week against France.
Yeah, I think England will feel confident if they can get into the last 20 with a
one score in it.
Somewhere along there, just because Ireland's game wears heavily on them, and we saw that last week against Scotland. Ireland were quite gassed by the end of it in terms of their forward pack. They got through so much work, and it did nearly cost them. So England should always be alert to the game in that way, and alive to the possibility of Ireland melting down and giving them chances even if they are behind. But I think to begin the game, like, this team from a mindset point of view loves to start well. They never feel better. And I did enjoy the fact that they conceded an early try to France and nevertheless came back and set their perfect purring offensive picture. They're one of these teams where their first drive
did the same against Wales. They were way down against Wales and then levelled it up with some nice attacking rugby as well.
They've managed to put to bed like whatever happens in the first beginning. Instead of having to set up a drive in the first 2 minutes to set their picture, they're now just more comfortable with the fact that, like, whenever the first drive arrives, whenever the first set piece in the opposition half arrives, or counter-attack, or wherever we are, then we're going to set our picture. And they've been really, really great starting games on offense. They've put such variety in. I mean, they have left themselves exposed at the ruck, but it's because they're putting in this level of decoy running and different variations on the same screenplay. Like, I loved the direct pass to Slade from the blindside wing position.
That was beautiful.
As the game progressed, it became obvious just how difficult this Edwards defense was to unpick, and so to do it at the start of the game was a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I definitely think from an England point of view, they know as well as us what we're going to bring on offense. And while it can be good enough if they give us penalty ins and we can set up offensive
discipline
red zone
will still
plays.
be a focus in terms of performance. If they come in a little bit like dialed out as we saw them in Cardiff perhaps and being a bit sloppy and giving away those pens, Ireland will capitalise on that for sure.
They will to an extent, but they know what Ireland are going to bring. They know what Ireland are capable of in terms of offence. Probably like a max of 3 tries, you would think. They're like even in a dominant game, they're not going to do better than that. So England feel like if they can be the more clinical and more ruthless team on offence, that'll be enough to win the game. And I think that is where, for both teams, the key matchup is. If they can set their offensive rhythm, if they can expose Ireland's soft enough outside defence. Obviously, Henshaw moving to 13 changes that a little, and Henshaw's been great at drifting. Like he's drifting with more energy than a lot of the other Irish players because it's Ireland's defence very soak heavy, very drift heavy. Henshaw's been actually putting a hit on the end of that.
He does hit, so he does. Like even in scramble mode, he hits well. He scrags guys and drags them down, sticks tackles, probably more so than ring runners in that 13.
So there is a danger there. There is a danger, and it might not be the day for the Johnny May break on the outside either. It might be the inside balls that can kill Ireland as well. If Ireland are very drift heavy, I think the guys who are cutting those short lines are going to have to
position for Elliot Daly to be in, isn't it? Out of position at 13 with possibly a few killer passes to be made from there, because there's definitely, like, if he's going to be drawing Henshaw, who's going to be leading the line, then it could be down to his sleight of hand to find the little seams or put Johnny May or someone else away in the space. He does
like the 13 shirt, apparently. It's his favourite position.
He does, so we'll see how he goes. It's curious because Henshaw doesn't normally play there, Daly doesn't. It's definitely an interesting matchup there in terms of two very different styles of player, and if England are to be successful, it'll involve occupying Henshaw, who's the primary kind of line leader guy, and then getting it through Daly's hands out to the wider channels.
It's occupying the whole Irish defence. It's the key forward pod that they have off 9 and off 10, but the key pod of 3 have to make things happen. And I definitely think there's scope for that like second screen position to involve someone like an Itoje or a Billy V or even Wilson, just getting 1 or 2 forwards wider, just so they can be that sort of Tuilagi option who's cutting the short line. Because I think there's real scope whenever Ireland drift for cutting a line inside them. I remember seeing France do it way back in the day, back in the Les Kiss drift defence era. France
2015 era, was it?
Somewhere around then. Declan Kidney's team, they cut I remember seeing France cut like a perfect line in between an Irish drift defence when 2 centres, it wasn't O'Driscoll, he must have been injured, but 2 centres were drifting, and I think Rougerie just cuts a perfect line between them. Those are the lines that England need to be running, and they need to hit the short runner a lot more than they usually do. They love pulling it back, but I just think hitting that short runner 4 or 5 times, keeping the tempo,
the Irish defence if you do it quickly,
especially if someone like Tadhg Byrne is waiting in the wide channels to jackal, just cutting through them on the inside and setting a quick ruck and then going again can be enough to discombobulate the Irish defence. And then once they're broken, that's when you see the sort of loose lack of like line speed.
And you see the if they manage to do just that, then you see the wisdom of sticking with your 3/4 line of your forward Farrell and now Daly, or it was like guys who can pass it wide quickly, because if you fractured it there, then it's across the other side is where the try is, and with guys like that in there, they'll be confident that they can
get it from right to left really quickly.
Exactly. With that little simple enough screen shape, but when it's done that quickly and done with purpose in every single run, it's very, very tough to contain, as the French demonstrated with some stellar scrambling plays to manage to hold them to the only true scores. Ireland will need to be on their blow to contain this England offence.
Do you reckon they've had the little some reserve has been wearing the blue scrum cap of Tadhg Byrne this week, and they've been focusing on those clean outs as well?
Maybe they've had 2, because Connors was a late one as well, and there were 2 blue scrum caps doing all kinds of damage on defence for Ireland last week. It'll be a red scrum cap and a blue scrum cap this time with Van der Fleer and Byrne. But they're 2 nuisances. I'm sure they might have done some drill. I'm sure resourcing rooks will have been an emphasis, because the French pinched a few turnovers from them at key times that could have killed the game. And it was a result of how they were doing it. That's where there's trade-offs, as we were saying, like the presentation of the ball, the non-resource of the breakdown was coupled with Young's just being there and the ball being gone. And
using the guys who would be rucking as decoys in the line.
Indeed.
Just broke up the French defence so well.
So it's the trade-off is your offence is much more effective with those guys as options. your presentation and protection of the pill is a little sacrificed for that, and Ireland are targeting that. So I'm sure I'd say there'll be a slight change of approach, a slight deviation from last week, where they probably will resource each breakdown with one more player. Literally that. I think it'll be one more player than they have.
And he has to hold his feet and ruck well. Like if you're late to that ruck and you end up flying off your feet, it can be like, especially post line break, it can be just such an ugly picture for a ref. Like the ref is just going to see it so easily. So I think they have to mind their discipline on those offensive cleanouts as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, certainly don't be shoulder to heading while you're losing your feet, as we've seen in this tournament before.
But before all of that will come the line out. I mean,
line out is a huge,
how do you pick the puzzle
factor
of this defensive Irish line out? What do you do? Like, Scotland tried tamely throwing to 2 at one point and got caught out. You know,
that's no good. That's no good. I think it's probably trust Itoje to call and manage it. It'll involve a bit of deception and a fair few moving parts. I expect they'll get a fair few off. I expect Ireland will probably nick 1 or 2 on them, but it's how you react to that rather than it'd be more curious if Itoje starts giving away penalties, as he has done earlier in the tournament, trying to defend Irish lineouts himself. If they get into that kind of battle and lose it, that's where the risk is. If you start getting annoyed by the fact that they stole one rod and then try and steal theirs, and then it's a penalty, and it's like
there's probably scope from an offensive point of view of doing a bit of defensive lineout work, in that make a call, sure, but be able to adjust it and isolate who the Irish playmaker is, because it can be pretty obvious when you're on the ball who's the guy who's going to try and make a play on me. Alright, here he is Ian Henderson. I know this guy is going to try and jump ahead of me if I'm Itoje and I'm receiving the ball, so get a step ahead of him. Just change the call and then get a step ahead of him, jump early, quick ball off the top. It's just a real focus on that line.
To be honest, I have England have had a very, very high quality line out for longer than this Ireland team. Ireland are just kind of rediscovering their previous form in lineouts. It was a fair few teams ago that it was a Paul O'Connell led thing or a Devon Toner led thing. It's been Henderson Ryan for a while, and it hasn't quite fired. This season it looks very much elite. England have been elite for a long time. Like Itoje's defensive line out, the way he stuffed mauls from teams of all calibers, and then especially teams of tier 2 caliber in the second half, it just looks so cruel because he ends up destroying teams in the second half, and he can do that to Ireland too. Like, he's an 80-minute man. He will still be there in the last quarter to make all the more disruptive plays. I'm just excited for that matchup. It's not I'm hopeful for our boys to win it, but I know that there will be shots fired on either side. I know that Itoje will have some success, and I know Tadhg Beirne will have some success, and I think Peter O'Mahony could have success coming in off the bench too. There's a lot of high caliber line-out operators, and there's Paul O'Connell coaching Ireland. It's just a really good set piece.
It truly is. It truly is. All right. With all that said, how do you see this one going?
It's tough. I see it going badly in my mind's eye, but I'm going to back our charges to deliver an emotional.
What else is new?
I always
have to be the bad guy.
You do, you do. I'm going to back our charges. I'm going to hope that we see a fired up, kind of pumped performance, because I can't really remember seeing that in this England contest for quite a while. I would like to see us
early game playmaking,
ferocious in the first quarter, absolutely are dominating the collision, even though we don't normally do that against England, but they're so pumped. That's what I want to see from them.
Furlong everywhere.
Guys smashing into ruck. CJ Stander last game in green, firing through contacts,
making
all of that
the big
stuff.
jackal plays.
All of that stuff I want to see, and then a little bit more ambition with ball in hand. I would just love to see a try that involves 2 or 3 passes in a play. That's my selfish Ireland fan, where I'm I'd like to see us
a line break become a score because of support play and offloading.
Yes, indeed, rather than a line break in the middle third that creeps its way up to the 22, where it then becomes 23 phases and then a try. Why not just score the try in the same phase with some lovely support lines? I would love to see all that. I doubt we will. I think it'll be a more scrappy arm wrestle regardless. I'm going to say Ireland win by 4 points.
Yeah, I think if they edge the arm wrestle, that is a possibility. They could, if they win the little battles and again manage to get a score or 2 on top of that. The worst, it would be terrible if they won the forward battle and lost the game, which is also possible.
That's very possible.
If England do a France on them and just catch them with a few chances.
What's more, the fact that they haven't been that clinical all tournament long, and they haven't been taking tries, and even in as dominant a display as you'll ever see from a pack last week, Scotland pack, with the exception of Hamish Watson, who was hustling his heart out, they were dominated for the full 80 minutes in every exchange pretty much, and yet the backs only turned that into 2 tries and nearly lost the game. So that's a real concern, because England are going to we're not going to dominate. Even if we start with that quarter that I want, they're not going to dominate England for that extended period, and they're going to need to take some scores. They're going to need to be a bit more clinical.
Yeah, for sure. And to that end, I probably see England winning, but I definitely see a ding-dong battle. Like, I definitely don't see a blowout for England. I think that Ireland have shown enough up front that they could win that battle, or certainly land some blows if they don't. And, you know, there is that matchup when England have the ball can work out in Ireland's favour if they can get some turnovers and be the more disciplined side generally. Maybe they could nick the game that way. But I think
Sexton Murray swan song.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I just think that England probably have the mind, us in their mind, and they probably have our number a little bit, and we haven't changed that much.
No, we haven't.
For me to think that that's undone. Also, Eddie Jones was giving us compliments in the media with like a smirk.
Yeah,
that would make me think, he's probably got some sort of plan where he's just going to beat us again.
But he always does everything with a smirk. Even if he'd insulted us, it would be with a smirk too.
Yeah, that's true. I think probably England, but I mean, I could say Ireland. Why not? I can say whatever I want.
You can, yeah. It doesn't matter. It's going to be consequences. It's a great game anyway, regardless. And it is only the middle game of the weekend, but it is an absolute treat. Ireland v England, proper Six Nations classic. It's Paddy's weekend in terms of it was Paddy's Day earlier. That's all the colour you need. Come on, Ireland. Let's stick it to them.
Yeah, why not? Go on, Ireland.
Yeah. All right. With that, we will move on to the main event.
Absolutely.
Which is happening in Paris this Saturday night, and it is France v Wales. That's going to be March 20th, Saturday, obviously. 9 o'clock kickoff, that's local time in France. That's 8 o'clock GMT. Stade de France in Paris. Refereed by Luke Pearce. Which I think
Luke Pearce is a Welshman, by the way. He's born in Wales, so it's
but he's RFU, isn't he?
Yeah, he's English. He's English Rugby Union, so it's definitely
it's no bother.
People will go crazy at Wales. There's been all of this sort of jam slam talk, which is, by the way, just nonsense. This team has been the best team in the tournament in the lead up to this week, purely because like people who are saying the jammy stuff just aren't valuing the clinicality on offense to the extent that it should be valued in this game, which is about accruing points.
Yes,
I mean, you can lose all the micro battles you want, but if you're the team that grabs tries when they come, your chances are you're going to win games. I mean, ask the All Blacks about it.
Indeed.
And Wales have had a lot of that about them.
Indeed.
But it'll certainly add fuel to the fire if like a controversial decision goes Wales' way, even if it's a right decision, with a guy who was born in Wales put in charge of the game. I just think
yellow card for Dupont on minute 2, that kind of carry on.
What saves Luke Pearce is that he is a great ref. He's one of the great refs in the game, and I think that could save him because he could do such a good job that everyone will have to shut up and accept it.
Yes, indeed. And to be fair, like, they're both lucky because they don't have to deal with a French ref.
Yes,
that's an intangible advantage that France always have, is they're never ref by a Frenchman.
Every other game is though.
Yeah.
So there is that. The weather's going to be grand. It's going to be perfect conditions for running rugby. So without more ado, we'll get into the match colour.
Yes.
And obviously the marbles here are the Grand Slam marbles. That's
all at stake. Yeah. It's a Grand Slam decider. If Wales win it, they will take home the bacon in terms of that, and if France win it, conversely, then suddenly it flips and they have a game next weekend to take the championship, I think, off this tremendous Wales team.
I think that's right, but I think there is a scenario where France win this game and Wales win the championship,
which involves a losing bonus point for Wales.
It does, yeah. Mm-hmm. But they're like, I think France. Wales are going to have to be careful, obviously, about a big loss, and France, it'll be curious to see how they approach it, because they're 9 points behind Wales at the moment.
Yes.
They've got Scotland next week. Wales have a 24-point buffer on them, and so the scenario in this game is very similar to what it was when they were playing Ireland last autumn in the last game of last year's Six Nations.
Yes.
And so, like, they played that game. It was all about beating Ireland, as it turns out. They wanted to play better than Ireland, and they actually caught Ireland early with a good few scores. Ireland came back in, they caught them again, and they didn't pull away. They kind of made sure of the result. They kicked for territory. They took a couple of 3-pointers and put the game beyond Ireland, when in fact, like, they could have taken the tournament with something like a 30-point win,
which was possibly on the cards if they'd gone for it.
It certainly felt that way as an Ireland fan, looking at it, like we weren't in the game at all. And then they just never really did put the foot on the accelerator, and it was all about winning. What I find curious now is, like, back-to-back, obviously, Six Nations frustrations where they were in the mix to win a Grand Slam and then faltered in the second to last game. Obviously, this time it's a little different with them having the game next week as well that was postponed. But week 4 woes nonetheless for France, round 4 woes. And now they find themselves in a position where they need a big win to secure the tournament. And given the second place finish last year and the final defeat in the Autumn Nations Cup, like, is second place good this year for this French team? I know they've played great rugby. They've arguably been the form side in the world post World Cup. But if you keep not winning trophies,
it's going to wear on you.
Yeah,
keep losing in Twickenham by narrow margins. All of these little things that they're building are not good in the psyche, especially of a young team. But
I think back to that French team in 2007, the French team of the mid-aughts. That it did culminate in that great World Cup final run, but that, again, it wasn't quite close enough. And while they did win some trophies, that team, like, little psychological ticks ended up exposing them, like having a bad record against England and then losing in a semi-final against England after beating the All Blacks and being just for all money a better team than that England team in 2007. Like, I think there's big picture stuff as far as winning a World Cup is concerned, and part of that involves just developing a winning mentality in competitions. I think if you're France, you got to go for this. You got to go for a big win. Especially if you start well. Obviously, everything is context. Contextual.
If they're still in the scrap, if it's a level game, or if they're just behind in the last play of the game, you're going to kick Le Drop and try and get out of there with a win, and then hope that you can mutilate Scotland next week to try and take the championship that way.
Indeed, but I mean, here's a question for you: if you're in the lead and Wales have a losing bonus point, do you kick it off, or does it depend where you are on the pitch? But let's say you have a midfield set piece.
No, you strike off that. Try and take it away.
Do they though? Do France?
No, they kick it out. But like, in terms of what the right decision versus the one that's going to be made. Of course you attack and deprive Wales of a losing bonus point. Of course, that's how you play match footy. Will France do it in that scenario? No, of course not. Of course not. You kick it off. You win's a win.
Almost every team is going to kick it off with the lead there, and that's it's just a funny old dynamic, because I think that the tournament needs to be in the back of France's mind, because, you know, seeming the best team in the tournament 2 years running without winning it isn't necessarily good.
Everybody's favourite team to watch versus the team that always comes second. Like, it's not fun being both.
No.
Ask Clermont about it. Like, it's not good.
Could this become like the Clermont equivalent at test level? It's a funny one. But for obviously the main colour from Wales's point of view, they've managed to win 4 from 4. They've won the Triple Crown.
They have a Grand Slam to play for. They have exciting young talent married with some really experienced heads. They're in a really good position going into next year and plotting forward into the World Cup. They have finally managed to marry that Wayne Pivac optimism in terms of ball and hand play with the kind of Welsh ethos, and they've managed to make it work, where last year it was a bit more chop and change and it wasn't quite landing. Now they're in a great spot. And then just as well, a bit of colour, if they are successful and if they do win this, that'll be Alan Wynn's 4th career Grand Slam. To put that in context, Ireland have 3 in our history. A tear shed for those in green.
It would be unreal.
Couldn't argue against it. If he does pull it off, the man, I can think of no men more deserving than that absolute warrior from Wales.
He's credentialed as hell. I mean, there's the all-time great locks argument is so stacked with legends. But I mean, you would find it hard to argue against Alan Wynne.
Yeah, he's absolutely
keep it real. I'd pick him over Martin Johnson, and keeping it. I would and all.
Yeah, I'd do it again.
I might even pick him over John Eales. I mean, I don't know. I might be going crazy there.
Pick him over Victor Mitfield. He's a good one too.
You could go with Brodie and Alan Wynne in an all-time.
Brodie, like Alan Wynne.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against them, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's true. There's there have been a lot of good locks, but he is definitely he's just as well as being the lock, he's just so emblematic of all things combative and Wales, and all things prickly about Welsh rugby, and all things wily and wise about Welsh rugby. You know, he's been a phenomenal servant, and he would deserve it. And then just an interesting little side note that I looked up as well is that apparently this is going to be the 101st game between these two teams. They've played 100 times so far since 1909, and the current record stands. Wales have won 51 of those games. France have won 46, with the others being draws. So it's
pretty
tight. It's just one of those great games. That's always a great game.
I without knowing anything about that run of records, I would say that they were heavily skewed in favour of Wales in the 70s, and then heavily skewed in favour of France in the 80s and probably the 90s as well.
Yeah.
And then
the early aughts Wales were pretty dreadful.
And when France first came into the Six Nations, they kind of tip everybody's record in a favourable direction as well, because they were kind of off the pace for a little while. Perhaps not as long as Italy have been, but for a while they were off the pace. So I think that probably skews in that direction. But nonetheless, fun stats. It's kind of even money going into this game in that regard. Just to look at the squads, we actually are in the favourable position of having the squads for once, because we started a little late this week. So France we'll start with them. They're the hosts. They've gone with much the same as expected. Still no Bernard Leroux, so Taufi Fanua, who's been class, fills in at lock. They stick with the same back row of Cretin, Olivon and Aldrit, Dupont and Jalibert, Fiku and Vakatawa, Pinot, Thomas and Dulan, which I'm pretty sure is exactly the same team. It is the
exact same team as last
which
week.
Is curious, because they didn't use their bench at all, and now they have the same starting 15 who looked knackered at the end of that England game.
It's true. They do have good impact on the bench in terms of Camille Chat, Baptiste Gros. Antonio actually back in the squad, recovered from COVID. I know he had been suffering from symptoms for slightly longer, which isn't that surprising. He's a big fella, but it's good to see him back in there. He's on the bench now, so he's made a full recovery, and that's good.
And then they have obviously Gélange, Serran, Entomac as the unused men from last week still there, and Vincent Rattez comes in as well.
Rattez is good impact in terms of out wide. They'll need to trust their men more, because if the pace of the game is high, as both these sides will likely want it to be, that Wales and Pivac are gonna trust their benchmen. They've been rotating them all game. France need to have a little bit more faith in their finishers to finish the game, because they have a lot of calibre there.
Gélange was a weird one. They obviously fancied Woki. He might have been showing them stuff in training, but to bring on Woki and not Gélange, as much as I like Woki, it didn't age well as a decision.
No, it didn't.
That was a rough one for them, and Woki's obviously out of the 23 now as well, so
tough week for him.
But use Serran is definitely important,
and probably Entomac as well, if they're that tired. Entomac in to mix it up. Like you've seen from Wales, Bigger will play a great 50 minutes and then be hauled out of there, and Sheedy will play a great 30. Whereas Baptiste Serran is not the same player as Dupont, but he is a better player than Dupont post 60 plus minutes and 10 big hits from forwards. That's a diminished Dupont, and you have a fresh Baptiste Serran, which is a useful weapon. You better use it.
100%. The Wales squad similarly unchanged. Adam Beard comes back in as expected. He's been one of the players of the tournament. No surprises there. Same front row, Alan Wynne-Jones partnering Beard, and then the same back row, Navidi, Tipuric, Faletau. Gareth Davis and Dan Biggar come in. Biggar's been there. I'm not sure. Did Davis
started last week as well. They went with him. There was a debate whether it would be Williams or Davies, but whoever it is, the other guy will come in and get at least 20 minutes. So we know that it's just.
Well, I kind of like the matchup. I kind of like starting with Davis and Biggar, and then injecting Thomas Williams and Callum Sheedy in there.
I agree.
They stick with Davis and North, and then they have obviously that clinical back three of Rhys Sammet, Adams and Liam Williams, which is probably
wouldn't look out of place in Lions jerseys, those three boys.
Could be the Lions back three, man. I mean, Johnny May notwithstanding, I know, that's it. Outside of that, I don't think anyone else is getting in. Hogg,
Duhan.
No, just Hogg. Hogg has a chance of ousting Liam Williams. But it could be the two Welsh winners. Not a chance. Hogg O'Keenan. Would you listen to him?
No.
That's the Welsh team. Unchanged. They've gone with consistency all year, and it's unsurprising to see them sticking with it going into this game.
No, compared to last year where they were chopping and changing everything every other game, this year they haven't done that. They have rotated once in, but they have fairly stuck to their guns as far as selection, and been rewarded for some ballsy calls in terms of hauling off a guy like Biggar, who's playing really well in the England game, for a guy like Sheedy, who'll also go well. No, they've been brave, courageous and clinical is what you'd associate with this Welsh effort and this Welsh campaign, and they're right to stick with the team that have got them this far. It's right and proper for them to have the chance to go at it from minute one, and then you can change it if it's not going well.
I 100% agree with that. Moving on, we're just going to look at the sort of winning conditions and the general outlook of each of the two teams heading into this one, and we're going to start as we do with the hosts, who are France.
La France,
Les Bleus. This is it's a big test on first and foremost of the Edwards D. I mean, I can't think of many tougher tests than the one they had last week, with the rhythm and the swagger of that English offence managing to set its tempo. And yet, like, I thought going into last week that if England's offence sets its tempo, it is undefendable. And France proved that wrong with hustling, scramble defence from out of this world. And they'll need it all again.
Everyone working so hard off the ball to cover, to plug holes and fill that space. It's been great. Now this, like, as tough as that test was from that purring English offence, this is a different and arguably tougher, because as much as England, when they set that rhythm, can look undefendable, once you break their rhythm a little, they can become very sloppy, whereas Wales are a team that can lull and then strike, and they can mix up their rhythms probably a little bit better than England. England are a team that like to get on top of you and then set their pace, and you saw in the World Cup final when South Africa smashed them every time and they couldn't get any rhythm, that they're a little bit impotent, whereas Wales will comfortably kind of play a few different kind of games, and they'll increase the pace very quickly when they see a chance, and they can slow it down as well and play a more tempered one. So it's definitely a tough task. If Wales are anything like as clinical as we saw them in weeks 1 through 3, then this Edwards D could be in for its toughest test today. We don't know.
In the build up to their set piece try, the wonderful set piece try they scored against England off the top of the line out, they exited probably as well as they had all game, because the exits have been a struggle for both of these teams.
Yes, that's true.
But their France's in particular last week was just terrible. They managed no territory, and they were kind of just could not get out of their half for the whole game. And it was a struggle for them against Ireland as well. So it's probably their number one work on, is just how limited they have been in their ability to set an offensive tempo, because they haven't been able to attack for large parts of games as good as their attack has been. And Wales similarly had that issue as well, as we'll talk about with them. But France, like, the key thing that they've worked in, which could work to their favour going forward, is the turnover game. I think we saw it against England in abundance, and we saw it off an exit, off a counter-attack, off an exit in the lead up to that try. That's how they got it. They kicked out of their half, jackled the ball off first phase exit, went up the pitch, and then scored a try off the line out.
Perfect.
That's like... They haven't been able to kick long without Boutier. That's still a problem. They're going to have to work on their kicking game, but isolating the counter-attacking runners from Wales, keeping the ball in field and trying to isolate counter-attacking runners, could be a good entry point to them. Because I'm looking at their kicking game and I'm like, how are they going to ever dominate a territory game? How are they ever going to gain access into the team's half? Because it was a real problem for them against both Ireland and England.
Well, one of the things they need to do is just be a bit more controlled. Like, as much as like both of these teams will want to be high tempo when they have the offensive chances, and when they're attacking, they want to be playing quick rugby ball and isolated numbers. Both of these sides play with good proper ambition in that regard. But Wales are the team I think are a little more wise in terms of how they go about it, in terms of like the random start to the game. As great as the first half last week was, and as understandable as it is for France to kind of want to create a chaotic, frenzied kind of game that they feel they're the more skillful to operate in, that can be fine. But quick throw-ins in the first quarter in your own 22 that end up being a random hit-up and then a left-footed box kick chip from Dupont, that's terrible. Like no matter who you are, if you're France or if you're Georgia, that's terrible. Like it doesn't matter. Like, that's not how you exit at all. It's not how you play in your own it's fundamentally silly. And they need to stop being fundamentally silly, because like when they apply themselves, like, they know how to switch on when the chance is on, and that's still a very important skill. It's one of the things they're best in the world at, this team, is like a transition when a loose ball gets pounced on and then it's in Dupont's hands and suddenly everyone knows how to attack. That's fine, but setting that pace when you're trying to exit, or being that frenetic in your own half, and then ultimately it results in a terrible kick, like, they just need to be a little bit more calm in these exchanges. Like, trust that, like, if they're going to do a box kick setup, you can do it slowly and take your time and get it right and get Pinot under. Like, your
probably
wingers
one
are
of the
quick
few
enough
plays in rugby that doesn't benefit from speed.
No, because you end up like the kick is tough to get right when you're doing it that quickly, and then it's tough to time your runners if you're doing it that frenetically. And no, it's a more deliberate pace, as Ireland have demonstrated for many years how to slow it up and kick it in the air and chase it. They have wingers that will hustle, and that, like, Pinot under the high ball is a weapon, but you need to tee it up a little bit more accurately and a little bit more measured. It would be nice to see a France team that are a bit more malleable as far as tempo is concerned. It feels like they're either frenetic or exhausted.
And they just need to value territory. They're so lethal when they get opportunities in the opposition half, and they do, as a rule, kick in their own half. They tried to speed things up and then kicked a little bit in the English half, but just like even off set pieces on their own 10, work the extremities and put a kick in deep, and then force Wales to exit. And Wales's exit hasn't been great either. And then you can set up your dream, which is a set piece in the opposition half from which you can strike. And that's the fun one, that matchup. I mean, there's as good as the Welsh D can be. I mean, flooding the channels of in and around George North with players, working those beautiful set piece moves where there's just such a lovely balance and rhythm to the backline at the moment, with Fiku and Vakatawa as different kind of distributors and different kind of runners, equally threatening in both.
Very dominant in contact.
Midfield is so dangerous.
It's the biggest test for George North so far from Wales' point of view. From France's point of view, you're dead right. Overloading his channel with runners, because he as experienced ahead as George North is, defending the 13 channel is tough at test level, and defending the 13 channel against Vakatawa and all the French runners either side of him is just a mammoth task, a huge task, and they want to overload it. They want to find space there.
I love working those two centres, sitting down the Welsh inside D with the threat of those two centres, and if North drifts off them, then you can't drift off Vakatawa because he'll just cut in and destroy you.
Through. Or Fiku. Fiku will take that line too.
So working Fiku in as like a first receiver with Vakatawa outside him, and those two potentially linking up, can sit down a whole defence, and then when you whip it out the back that you have the speed of hands and the sleight of play the sleight of hand and the speed of play to get outside them and isolate a bit of space for your winger. And it's a very simple formula, but beautiful to watch when it works. And then obviously the other thing is just that beautiful support play once they cut a line, once they work an angle, playing off one another and keeping the ball alive. And I think that's as important against Wales, is not allowing their Jackal Threat and their Tippericks and Beards of the world and Ken Owenses of the world to get on top of you and to slow up your ball and to fall on the wrong side, as they love to do. You have to keep the ball alive, as they did against England. I think keeping the ball alive is beautiful. I think working a high tempo is beautiful. They identified that beautifully at the start of the game, but doing it in the right areas of the field, doing it when you have the ball and Wales want to slow it down. That's when you've got to speed it up.
That's where a little bit more
game management,
a little bit more game management.
They're not too far away.
No, they aren't. They aren't, and they still have useful assets. Guys like actually, I was going to give a shout out to Aldrit and Olivon, because as much as keeping the ball alive is good, and you've seen Taufi Fanua offload out of tackle, those guys, when they needed to, as much as that's razzle dazzles, every now and then you just need to tuck it and run, and those guys have carried brilliantly all tournament long into big packs, into the English pack. They were just going all day and going forward more often than not. They've been huge, and Olivon as captain has been brilliant. He's brilliant at line out as well, but those two are guys that they can go to when things are a little bit more frenetic, like I was saying, just kind of controlling things. As much as you do want to offload out of the ruck, when it's not on, doesn't have to be done, but just emphasise quick ball, even if it's a recycle. From France's point of view, they're looking to obviously bounce back from disappointment last week, so that they it'll take some things going their way in the first half before they'll really kind of glean that confidence. And
I think it'll have to. I think Wales are very much a second half team in a lot of ways. They've been struggling in first quarters of games and sometimes bailing themselves out in the second quarter, and then the third quarter really is when they've showed their acumen. And then against England it was the fourth quarter as well. So it's not been at the beginning of games where they've really taken the game by the scruff of the neck.
So maybe France can.
And for France, conversely, it has been in a lot of ways when they can get opportunities. So just being composed, but really working that Welsh defence to try and build a lead and unsettle a Welsh team that hasn't had to do, well, it has had to do some coming back, but that doesn't like being behind, as no team does. Getting that advantage is going to be huge. And I think one of the areas where they got caught by England for much of that game last week, as brilliant as their set piece try was and their opening try, England's defence came flooding out of the line, and France were too inclined to try and go for the sort of Hail Mary chip and chase or crossfield kick. If Wales
which often amounts to kicking the ball.
Yeah, well, no, you can kick, but you just got to kick better. I think trusting the boot of Jalibert and trying to kick for territory and forcing Wales to exit and forcing
it's a useful
the game
thing
to
because
be
Welsh
there.
wingers, as we've often said, and it has always been true, Welsh wingers do like to kind of drift up into the line, especially when the defence goes one or two phases. Just they kind of pull up a little bit. Yeah, they do by nature. They all do. They haven't. So it's often a good resource is to try and kind of move that pendulum around with good little touch finders or grass finders, and because Liam Williams is great bomb diffuser in the air, you maybe try and kick for grass, kick for touch, low trajectory ones.
100%.
Isolate that. That's definitely something I would like to see France work in there. That's on Jalibert. That is on Jalibert, I think, and we haven't quite seen his kicking acumen.
It's such a Dupont run offense is the thing, and Dupont isn't a kicker by trade. It's not what he does, and when he's trying to take the lead on everything and he's kicking the balls, that's almost him saying to Jalibert, I kind of need you to take charge. And I definitely think if things are stalling in the midfield and they're finding their ball slowed down, obviously you try and speed it up, you try and get your big ball carriers in the ball, but I think in a multi-phase situation you're just trying to work an angle in the midfield to peg the ball deep and force Wales to exit and then strike again. Attacks are dying a death after a few phases at the moment, and I think you have to be wise to that and with a team as smart as Wales as well. You don't want to be
combative in the contact. They'll soak a few yards to isolate you. They are just very wise and wily in terms of how they go about it, and very, very much don't be frustrated when you do end up getting isolated or something. Just don't compound that. Don't allow Wales to start making that the story of the game is that your tacklers are getting isolated, the breakdowns are taking too long, and then France's attack stalls. That's what you kind of want to avoid. You want to keep it out of that breakdown, and then, as you're saying, identify when an attack is stalling and you need to get rid of it. Because there will be times like that. Like the Welsh defence is pretty good. You're not going to overload them all the time. But that being said, striking off set piece, they did produce, as we said, one of the greatest set piece strike plays of all time. If they have another one in their locker, maybe break it out this time to stuff the Welsh too.
100%. Keep working those extremities, keep working that class centre partnership you have, and there will be tries out there for you. And then on defence, just working those hustling Sean Edwards plays, those to the nth degree. The scramble D was from another level last week, and it needs to be this week as well. There's scope for this to be a brilliant game because there's the best two offensive teams in the tournament.
And that is also, as soon as the whistle goes, don't trot towards the posts. It's a bad idea. Don't turn your back on Dan Bigger and the boys and kind of complain to the ref.
Did you hear the moment with Poit last week when he was talking to Sexton to tell us he told Sexton to talk to his players and Sexton was just not having it. And he was like, no, Johnny, what do you say? Don't be afraid. Something like that. Don't be afraid to talk to your players. And it's like, I am afraid.
These Welsh tappers and goers might just tap and go.
On that occasion, it was whoever we were playing.
I think it was Scotland in that instance, but it was like, yes, the tap and go is always alive. But it's that was just a facetious enough point, but it's true. Don't turn your back on the play even after the whistle goes.
Wales will tap and go. You got to mind that. If you're giving away penalties and you're blowing, you just got to stay awake because there's no better team at noticing that than Wales at
the moment. That's been one of the stories of the Six Nations for them. And I suppose we will pivot on to the Welsh now, looking at them. They need to score tries. 100%.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. It's what their team has been about. It's what their success has been built on. They got to score tries. They got to attack the French. They need to, obviously, on defence, they need to. It's probably a tougher task because the defence hasn't been perfect. Like it hasn't. No. Certainly against the Scots in the opening quarter, that is a concerning picture for them because the French are not as likely as Scotland to blow it on either side of half time as Scotland did ultimately. Like they were very fortuitous in that game to get the try that they did just before half time that gave them the little bit of belief and then momentum to manage to dig it out of the fire. But like starting a game like that against this French team in Paris is curtains. You've got to be alive to the danger from minute one, and there is danger. Like Dupont leading the offense, you saw from the opening set, the opening little stanza 2 minutes last week in Twickenham, just how electric he can be.
1 minute. They scored that try on 1 minute.
Sorry, on the opening 1 minute, excuse me. But Dupont was picking it up, running, fixing pillars, and then putting guys into space. They were moving the ball very, very nicely. And Vakatawa as an option straight back in there. You forgot just how much he did for this French offense when you see him there in with Ficou sitting guys down. Like the line he ran for that set piece try, he didn't touch the ball, but the line Vakatawa runs is what creates the ocean of space that Jalibert finds himself in to then execute the pass. He draws in like 3 defenders. He
Yeah,
sits down.
and if he doesn't, he receives a pass and cuts
goes
through.
straight
Like
through.
if England don't put 3 on him, it's already going to be
it's
a
big
danger.
game. Like I've loved what I've seen from George North all tournament long, and Davies North is a combination that I think has a lot of potential. I think Davies
I
in
love
a 12
seeing them linked together, even though it was against Italy. Like, it is just refreshing to see it's a centre combination not be 2 different cogs of the tens chess game, and actually a combination that links up with each other. Paisami and Pattaya is the only other one I can think of really in world rugby right now. The All Blacks struggle with it, Ireland struggle with it, but even France,
England's less balanced even as well.
But seeing like 2 centres playing off one another, there's that's what excites the rugby purist in me.
France, Fiku Vakatawa is not bad.
Yeah, but they don't really play off on each other. They they each work as their own man, and I definitely love the idea of Wales working in those plays where you can have both of those guys starting the game well. But I think at the initial point of the game, the defense is going to come under scrutiny.
It will. France are going to start at the highest pace of the game that France will play it is the first quarter, and you got to be alive to that. You cannot start slow. Big job for Liam Williams as well. He's the bomb diffuser usually, but he will be the last ditch tackler, I'd imagine, on a few occasions, because France
been doing that really well.
He has been doing it really well, but it's a different ball game against France, because when they cut the line, they are better than most teams in the Northern Hemisphere and better than most teams in the world, to be honest, at running proper support lines and converting those chances. So Liam Williams will be a busy man all day in terms of shutting that down. But I'm curious how the back line contains it. And then I'm kind of curious about the back row, because like Navidi, Tipuric, Faletau, they have been busy all tournament long. They will have to be again. They will have to be covering a lot of ground, particularly on defence. Now they have the chops to do that. Navidi's performance last week against Italy, where he was making like 18 tackles and assisting tries and doing that, you'll need to be a bit of that. They need to be Duracell bunny mode.
Yeah, all 3 of them, their biggest strength has been their capacity to play for 80 minutes.
Yes,
I mean,
cardio,
they've
pure
got
cardio.
Yeah, they've got James Botham on the bench now instead of Wainwright. Yeah, purely because Wainwright's impact wasn't that good, because he was coming on for a guy who was relatively fresh and in the side ahead of him. Like, there's almost scope for, I'd almost sooner see them change both locks than take any of them off, but obviously needs must as far as having a back row sub, and that makes all the sense in the world. But those guys are going to have, they are, as always, key to what Wales do. And they're an area where Wales will see an edge, as good as Aldrit and Ollivon have been, and it's another really exciting matchup.
High level matchups all over this.
Wales are going to be excited about the prospect of getting in there,
particularly in the final quarter. That's where it'll pay dividends, and that's why I think staying in touch is key for Wales. I think there's scope for this to play out like a recent Wales win over England, or many of those recent Wales, like the one even in the World Cup, where they're behind for most of the game but only by a score, and it's an annoying game where the tempo hasn't quite been set. There have been a few set pieces and then bang, Wales try, and that's how the games are won. Like, there's definitely scope for that, because France have wilted in the last quarter and Wales conversely haven't. They always back their fitness. It was a hallmark of Warren Gatlin's side that we're the fittest side in world rugby, boys. They've always prided themselves on that, and there's been a lot of truth in it for a while. And conversely, France are not a cardio machine. They are a flashbang and then fade.
I actually
don't trust their bench as much. So
I don't think they have bad cardio, France. It's just that sometimes they can set such a crazy tempo that they end up tiring themselves out. Which can be a problem. Ireland do something similar, except not with a high tempo, with high attrition.
Yes.
But they end up doing it to themselves and fading in that regard. Yeah, but I don't doubt what you're saying is true, and I think that tactically is explained and revealed by the sort of the slower halfback pairing to start the game,
and then the injecting of tempo in the second.
Indeed. So I think Wales want the first half to be certainly slower than France, England was last week.
If they were 12-9 down in a bunch of 3-pointers, that would suit Wales down to the ground.
And I don't see them giving France, I think they're a very disciplined side at the best of times, and they sort of get away with playing on the margins better than any other team. Again,
they understand the margins better than most teams, to be honest. Alan Wynne is always an interesting character in terms of he reveals laws in his game. There'll be a controversial moment where the ref has to scold him, and then there'll be a thing online going just to clear up that thing that Alan Wynne was talking about there. There's a fair bit of that goes on. They do understand the laws, and they understand how to bend them.
But that's my point, is that when France are setting a frenetic early pace, I expect to see Wales legally or illegally killing the attack.
It down,
and I think ideally you want to do it legally. You want to get your Tipuric's in, you want to get your slow tackles in, you want to wrap the ball, try and attack it, try and turn over the ball. But then failing that, you will see them fall on the wrong side. You will see them slow everything up.
Welsh hands, big red hands in
Welsh
there.
hands to slow up the French could be a huge narrative for them, because they want the pace of the game to be slower. France take threes. As much as they're an offensive team, they take threes, and if Wales can limit the number of offensive opportunities that France get, and then limit the French opportunities to 3-pointers by and large,
that's how they win. That's a big step one in terms of they then have to be clinical themselves with the ball.
And they also have to improve the kicking game as well. Because as much as it's been a French weakness, it has also been a Welsh weakness, and I think that's what Davis and Biggar are in there to do: manage that first 50 minutes, get them down, spending most of the time in the French half, frustrate the French, and then even if France looked scary in moments, they can stay in touch, inject Williams and Sheedy, and then striking particularly off set piece.
Yes,
because as good as the Edwards defence is, when you're 6 on 6 in a line in a with a field of space, Wales are better than most at exposing that. And I think now that Davis and North might be purring as a unit, I think there's just danger all over there from a Welsh point of view.
Absolutely. The other question mark I had is, can Wyn Jones keep being an absolute nuisance all around the park? Because he has been all tournament long. He's been bloody brilliant, I think.
And Mohamed Houas has been caught back-to-back times now. I think he's been caught at the scrum as well. And Wyn Jones managed to get Xander Fagerson to give away a sloppy penalty, and I think he also managed to get Andrew Porter to give away a sloppy penalty
on the first engagement. He's wide, and then in the slippery. He's slippery. He's all over. I really like the hustle out of Wyn Jones. I think he's had a phenomenal tournament.
He has.
So he will be a useful asset in exactly that way, that really Welsh way. Like Ken Owen will do it all day as well, of just, like you were saying, falling on the wrong side, just rolling away, like falling on the wrong side and then rolling away. He's not lying,
just making sure it's not France's tempo.
Not clean ball, and it's Dupont is tripping over you to get the ball out and that kind of stuff. Those little subtle plays are very important, and then the line out as well, because I think set piece is something that Wales should target, particularly the line out. They have good acumen. They have Tipperick, who's a great jumper. They have Alan Wynne, who's a great reader, and they have a French team that are going to want to launch off set piece, that particular set piece. So pressuring the throw, because like
not much you can do if he throws it to Fiku in midfield.
Not much you can do. Like you're going to make allowances for great plays like that, and that'll be on the centres then to try and shut that down. It's a big old ask. I know it is.
If they execute at that level, I don't know how you defend.
You tip your hat to that try anyway. Like if that try gets scored against you, you're just like, well, fair play. That's a bloody good try. But no, like disrupting the more traditional ball, because their back row are the ones that tend to jump. France, they don't actually, and they have Taufi Fanua now instead of Bernard Leroux, so it's quite
two colossal
locks who are not that easy to jump or to get up there. So it's good scope for disrupting that set piece. And like you're saying, ruck ball, line out ball, just source ball, make it a little slower on the French. Make it just a little bit scrappier. Even if it's a knock on, just getting a hand on the ball in the line out that ends up being a scrum, then that's all a little slower than France want.
I like shortened line outs for Wales as well when they're on their own set piece. I like the variation of getting Beard in pods on the wide channels.
Beard in pods on the wide channels has been brilliant. I'm glad he was straight back in there, actually, because there was question marks, because I think it was Corey Hill played last week, and he played well, but no, they went with the right option because he's great as a distributor.
Get him in there, set up those little screens, those little deceptions on the outside channels, and test the extremity of the Edwards defence, which has been good, and they shouldn't be afraid, especially in the early goings, to kick balls. I mean, it's like, if there is a bet, there's no bigger test of Wales's clinicality, whatever about Italy, just by sheer maths of giving you all the chances in the world. Like, the Edwards defence has been so miserly, even when it looks like they're just surefire going to concede. They just
managed to scrag you.
They managed to scrag you, exactly right. And Wales are going to have to be patient in that regard, but they're also going to have to strike. They're also going to have to try and access where the weak points are. Does Vakatawa not shoot out of line one too many times? Maybe. And working little pods in and around that 13 channel could be a great way of exposing that. Even dummying going wide to your Rhys Samets, who I'm sure France are going to be mindful of.
Looking the calibre of winger on display in this game is phenomenal. Josh Adams and Rhys Samet for Wales, then you have Pinot and Teddy Thomas on the other side. This is like World 15 stuff, absolute razzle dazzle, and I back the ball carrier in that scenario.
Always,
every winger with the ball is the one with the advantage.
France are not giving up stuff off the ball. Their defence was arguably more impressive than their offence last week. It was so impressive.
Yeah.
And that's why this matchup when Wales have the ball is just super exciting. It was brilliant last week with England and England going punch for punch with the French defence, and Wales will likely do the same. But Wales have been so clean and crisp with how they've been striking off set piece and how they've been getting...
Can they keep it up, or will they falter? This is the question. Can they keep finding those tries against top level defences? Because if they can, then they're worthy Grand Slam winners.
The key is executing when you get there. The key is like when you've got numbers, when you've worked the advantage, you cannot have a moment like Josh Adams had last week.
Where
you
get held up even though you're over the line.
Outside of the Italy game, they have been taking those chances. They need to work them again against France, and they need to be mindful of the fact that the French contacts have been vicious as well.
Yes,
because
very tough.
They are brutally physical. France,
guys like Taufi Vanua, like big lumps in there, and then guys like Camille Shack coming off the bench as well. Big impacts. I expect some huge collisions over the course of the 80 minutes, and proper tussle in France. I expect a beautiful game of rugby, to be honest.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's on paper it's the best game of the tournament. You were citing it from way back. You thought as soon as Wales did for Scotland, you were like, Grand Slam, here we go. Looking forward to that Wales-France game, and right you were. I always thought France would win the Slam, but just a little lacking in nous against England. And I think, if nous is where they're lacking, if nous is where it's to be decided, it's going to be Wales all day.
Wily Wales versus naive France is definitely a victory picture for Wales.
The French picture for victory is to blow Wales away. Which they can do.
It can happen.
But I think I agree with you, because I know you're going to pick Wales. I know you, so I think I agree with you that it's likely that a team as shrewd as Wales probably negotiate the first part of the match well and then see it home in the fourth quarter.
I think that's what I see happening. But then I don't know, I don't sleep on this French outfit either, and I know that they are hurting, and that they, like you were alluding to with their seeking of trophies, it's got to result in a home win here to stuff the Grand Slam and then try and nick it next week. I think as far as your initial point in terms of do they go for the extra bonus point or whatever, I think a win's a win here first, and then they'll try and win it next week if they can. They're under no illusions about this Welsh team. This is a dangerous Grand Slam seeking side coming to town. Any kind of win is a good one for France. That being said, I suspect that the Welsh momentum is too much and will carry them there. I think Wales will manage to see it out.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. The only thing I would say is that this French team play a lot like the All Blacks, and if you want to be the All Blacks, the way to respond to a defeat is with a backlash.
Yes, and there could be that.
Exactly. If they just hit their rhythm and all of their key weapons can turn on their A game, and Fiku and Vakatawa are just linking up and opening up defences, and you know how good their tracking runs are, and once they get in behind you, they're just so clinical and so beautiful to watch that they just can put try after try after try on teams. That could be a picture too, and I think that would be exciting for World Rugby and for French Rugby if they could do something similar. But I don't see them winning a tight one somehow. I just think they're the younger, more naive team, and a tight one is always more likely in the Six Nations, so probably Wales as well.
There you go. Yeah. That's what we got.
Anyway,
what you got, let us know.
Indeed. That does wrap up the Six Nations, as exciting as it has been. It doesn't totally, because we have another game to preview next week between France and Scotland, which could yet be a dead rubber.
Yes,
the thrill and the joy, but it could also not be, depending on how this game between France and Wales goes. But for this week at least, that wraps up the Six Nations and the awesome Super Saturday proceedings that we have coming. And with that, I think we'll move on. And next up we have the Rugby Europe Championship, Tier 2 rugby, going very, very strong. We had round 2 last week.
We did.
And we actually had a couple of really good games.
Yes.
The first of which I guess we'll start with, took place between Portugal and Romania.
Great old ding-dong battle out in Lisbon. Absolute clash of styles, with a pacey, nippy home side up against a muscular, bludgeoning away visiting side. It finished Portugal 27, Romania 28.
I know you were so gutted to see that. We had it on, and obviously the Wales game started in the Six Nations, so we had, because it was streaming, we had it on the computer,
device,
and the Six Nations on the telly. And so you get distracted when the Six Nations game starts, but then obviously the heads were turning back, because Portugal scored just really as the Six Nations game started. They scored just a beautiful clinical try. The lad on the right wing, Storti, got over, and it was just it looked like the game was put to bed, 27-14. And then in the last 7 minutes, Romania cruelly just exposed the sort of what we've seen now over a couple of weeks, which is that fatigue that sets in for the smaller team in the last
smaller high-paced team as well. Like it's tough, and then they're all 80-minute men as well. Like your man at 9, who's absolutely brilliant, Marquesh, who's their absolute player this season and should be poached by so any mid-level club with a terrible halfback should be looking for Marquesh from Portugal. He's absolutely
he was
brilliant.
looking Dupont-esque at times.
Yes, he was.
In terms of the middle of that game, cutting brilliant tracking lines and really just setting a class tempo and making things happen
and kicking goals.
Yeah, I know. Like, watching that game, you were just of a mind that this Portugal team are just a coming force. They're going to make this World Cup. They're playing beautiful high tempo rugby, and then man, oh man, you saw the negative side of it there towards the end. And it wore
on them, and they couldn't live with the physicality. We've seen that in two sides as well. It's not just fatigue; they are slight. What they are lovely is that they are an old school kind of team. They wouldn't look out of place in like the Six Nations in the 90s. Like their props look so bad, like not bad. They just look like kind of dad bod figures getting mauled out there, which is no fun at all. Their loose forwards are pretty good. They run pretty well in the loose. They're a very kind of open team.
They're a running team.
They are a running team, and they fix and give very nicely. They're 10 as well. Who's their 10 actually?
Portela.
He has lovely read on the game, and his little inside ball for a couple of those tries was very, very nice.
Yeah, he took his try nicely as well. They were dancing at times in that game. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. I mean, it was just that last sequence, which was pretty brutal. I mean, when they scored,
great efficiency from a Romanian point of view.
Absolutely, and it was that's the flip side of it for sure. But I mean, I really couldn't help but feel for them when they put on such a show.
They were so distraught at full time whistle as well.
Well, when Storty scored his try on 66 minutes, I think it was. He'd like the whole bench flooded onto the pitch. They thought they had it. They thought they had it, and they were jumping up and down, delighted with themselves. Campaign back on track, and they just take the foot off the gas.
The Oaks had something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean the try that Romania scored to make it a 1-score game was a really good try. On the other end of it, it was really patient. They had been blown away in large parts of the game, but they never lost their composure.
No, they
and
didn't.
As such, had the capacity to stay in touch.
They impressed me with that actually, because there are a few other teams that you'd think the response to such a helter-skelter start with loads of pretty tries gone in against you is to fold a little, and
especially when they'd given away 1 million penalties the week before against Russia. Like you would easily have thought that game was dust when Portugal were running in the scores, and they were kind of kicking their way back in and never letting Portugal get too far ahead, but at the same time never threatening the scoreboard in the same way.
Yeah.
But then 2 scores down, and they just start wearing the physicality. That try really is their picture. Just bludgeoning carries, but actually with a lovely tempo set.
Yes.
The backup scrum half, Rupanu, was much better at setting a nice tempo, and it was just one-out carries.
They got their bigger guys going forward, because they were the bigger team. Even in the first half, it was noticeable that every time a Portuguese lad did get scragged, he wasn't winning the contact. But it was just about high tempo, get the ball away for Portugal. Yeah, for Romania, it was about trusting their physical advantages, their attributal advantages, and then little bits of their clutch. Their clutch at the very end was very good. To grab that try at the end was really good game, and that could see them into the World Cup yet. It could be that tight.
It could. It looks like an absolute scrap what's happening all over, and definitely there's a lot of teams in it. But I just think I love when a team scores a great try. When I try to stay in a game, it's good no matter what. But that try in particular is like a blueprint try for what this Romania team can do well.
Yes,
drive a good tempo, get over the gain line, stick one out, but make it quick and make it very, very tough for a smaller team to defend
wear on
against.
your opponents if they're a smaller outfit.
And then the good thing about this Romania team is that they have some very sharp finishers on both wings.
Yes.
Dumitru taking his try last week, and then Anutu taking his try there at the end of that move as well. Just cutting a nice line. It's a simple thing at this level. It's not rocket science. Sometimes you cut an inside line, sometimes you cut an outside line, but just wearing on the defense, getting them going backwards, and then cutting a line can be enough.
Hard
that's
at
the
a
picture.
Soft shoulder, because you're the bigger lads, and it was really impressive, just the clutch to dig them out of the fire, where they had been largely outplayed for the majority of the 80 minutes. They were outplayed. They were the second best side in many areas,
and that's an issue for them.
Yeah, that is an issue, but conversely, digging that out of the fire away from home in what could prove to be a must-win game, that's That's good for Romania. That's as good a result as I can remember Romania having in recent times. They look very, very impressive in that. Heartbreak for Los Lobos, but reassurance for the Oaks, and it really just fires up the World Cup permutations, because Georgia have gone 2 from 2, so they're probably taking top spot number 1, but there's Europe 2 and then the repechage thing to be fought for, so all of these teams are still in with a scrap, but Portugal now will find it very difficult 0-2 in unfortunate circumstances.
They played well in both games against Spain coming, games against Russia coming, that all have a must-win edge on them, and they did paint some very, very nice offense in the early goings, but they'll be brutally crushed by this, and I think it's as well they have a bye week this week just to sort of calm down and let the emotions
lick the wounds and all that.
Don't let them fester, but just
lick them. You need to let them cure. Don't be picking at the scab.
After a game like that, it was pretty brutal. But congratulations to Romania on a stunning comeback.
And is that the first win of Robinson's tenure, I think? And
maybe, might
be. I think I'm not certain, but it was a good one, and he'll certainly be proud of the way the guys did it. Like, certainly in terms of how they play, it's kind of has his fingerprints on it. They're physical, they're marauding, they show a little bit of bottle when it comes down to it.
They need better defence.
They need probably a little bit better, crisper offense too. They can't be out of games as much as they were, because like Portugal are one of the smaller teams in this tournament just physically.
They are one of the sharper teams.
They are one of the sharper as well, but you saw what happened to them in Russia when they were matched physically, and then they ended up giving away a load of penalties and losing that game. Georgia is going to be a step up entirely, and Spain, it will be a similar challenge in terms of tempo, but they're a little bit more physical than Portugal, so there's risk out there still for Romania, but a positive result.
100%. The other game of the weekend was Spain against Georgia, which obviously we had billed as the big game, the top 2 teams in it going into this competition. It finished Spain 19, Georgia 25. It was not actually
the spectacle you would have hoped, maybe.
No, not even the spectacle the scoreline would suggest. Neither side played their best game. It was a curiosity of a game. From a Georgian point of view, they were sloppy in parts. They lacked sort of the clinical edge that
you normally associate with them at this tournament.
It probably came from taking threes a couple of times, curiously as well. They had Tato in there, so they wanted to work that sort of kicking game. But they lost the kicking game in open play, and then took a couple of threes when they really could have put the edge on. And I just think they lacked a streetwise
considering what
element.
they did to poor Portugal the week before, where they just kicked everything to the corner and usually yielded a try.
It was obviously the other factor was that their line out maul, which was so effective against Portugal, was nullified. And Spain looked big and strong, and
a key difference
with them.
It
was massive.
Despite it being a bit sloppy and a frustrating loss for Spain, that might be as good a challenge as Georgia get in this year's competition. Like, they finished within 6 points and get a bonus point. That's tough. That normally doesn't happen to Georgia in this tournament.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I can't think that Spain would be happy with it, though.
No, they won't.
Georgia, their maul misfired. It was a credit to Spain, but their maul misfired. They, in a couple of moments, they were dominating a scrum, and then won 2 penalties off it, and then went to the corner and gave up the line out. That was just mismanaging the game, which you wouldn't associate with them. Usually they're very good at identifying when they have an edge, and on that occasion they were just romantically wanted them all try, and I think you might see them fall victim to that a bit more during this year's competition, because they're trying to work in the expanse of the game. Like, they're kind of like, we want to win, but we don't want to win the same way. And to their credit, they didn't. I mean, they haven't been perfect, but Sharakadze cutting a break in a key moment.
That was a great score.
Who hustled really well all day, cuts a lovely line and sets up a try for the lad on the right wing, Tabut Sadadze, is it? Or I'm trying to remember his name.
Yes.
That lad who with the scrum cap on the right wing scored a good try. Tabut
Sadadze it is,
but Sharakadze makes it, and Kevesaladze didn't have his best game, but I thought working those corner sort of line breaks from the centre is something a bit new for them, and finishing them is great. And
yes, absolutely.
In terms of line breaks from centres, they've turned both of the ones I remember in recent memories into tries on the same phase.
That's true. Upping the back level, or the clinicality from the backs, is definitely an important thing. You were citing Mamukashvili at hooker.
Yeah, he's a real problem.
He's old.
He's not in their team this week, which is a blessing for them. But he's a real problem for them. He's not making many plays. He's a hardy buck, but he's like his line out throwing's not great,
and he can't really move about the pitch.
He can't move about the pitch. He gives away penalties.
Yeah.
He's very
old man penalties.
Yeah, very much of the old school. And actually, some of these young Georgian front rowers are
dominant at under 21 level and need to be just
in the team,
straight in there.
In the team, I think. Yeah. I think that was a testament when the bench came on. The bench front row was huge for Georgia.
It's kind of a prevailing wisdom that you have over here, certainly from an Irish perspective, and then from most other tier 1 countries as well. You have this notion that like a young prop is a great thing and a dynamic thing, but they don't really reach their scrummaging peak or their peak powers until sometimes late into their 30s. They can be doing their best scrummaging work. That doesn't tend to ring true for Georgians, I don't think. No. I think the young Georgians at 19 are ferociously physical well able to scrummage at test level, and it's just
a genetic thing almost.
It seems like a genetic thing almost. Like it's I wouldn't worry for them the same way like a young Cian Healy, when he burst on the scene at 21, needed a few years to bulk up and to learn the trade, and then to be strong enough to scrummage and lock down a test level scrum. That he wasn't doing that until he was around 24, 25. Whereas with the Georgian, I don't think that's true.
Melakidze, I don't know what age Melakidze is. I can probably look that up, but he has been phenomenal. Coming into the side at tight head. 24.
There you go, and doing a great job.
Right into the team, just looking absolutely brilliant. And I think the more we see of him, the more exciting it is. From Spain's point of view, like, they started the game well. Obviously they gave up that try to Jalagonia, but then bounced back with a try of their own.
They were good fight, good hustle, did well to disrupt them all, showed more like the fact that they could go toe to toe and mix it with the Georgian pack will be encouraging for them.
Even at scrum time they were in there and
not blown away,
not even a little bit. And actually they looked more blunt than Portugal, certainly. Like like the best offense in the competition so far is Portugal's, in spite of them being 0-2. They were a little blunt, and they were a little lacking in cutting edge, and to be honest, just the error count, the skill set, the knock-ons. Like during that last 10-minute spell, as well as Georgia had done to get the lead in a game that they were stuttering in, and they did have their 3 tries, and Bregvadze comes on with a big try for Georgia. Like, Spain managed to get up the pitch and get a 3-pointer, knock it to a 1-score game, and then Georgia's kicking game deserted them, and they gave Spain 5 or 6 chances to get an offensive drive going, and I think just about every one ends in a Spanish error.
Unforced error.
That's what you can't do. It's killer. And
it might be down to match fitness, sharpness. They didn't play in week 1, and now they're playing a Georgian team that already had a Portugal game under their belt. There's definitely, you can make some allowances for that, but you're right, they'll need to be sharper across all levels, particularly with the ball. That being said, their kicking game is encouraging.
Kicking game's great. They won the high balls. They actually, I was mocking them last week, saying like, don't kick a box kick against this Georgian team, you're just going to generate scrums. And actually, no, they
just caught them.
They completely were. They caught me rapid as well, because they were brilliant in the air. Huge aerial acumen, and you can marry the kicking game with the aerial game. It was as good a box kicking game as I've seen a tier 2 team come up with. And it was great. They secured a lot of ball. They won the territory game as Portugal did. They are footballers, and they used that footballing ability well, and they got themselves down into the right areas of the field, kicked their goals when they could, stayed in touch. Couldn't grab the tries.
What is an improving and already ferocious Georgian defence at this level, but you want to see a little bit more, and maybe with a week on, a little bit more time under the belt, a bit more rugby played. There's stuff to build on from that performance. A 6-point defeat to Georgia is not the end of the world, and it's not the end of their title or their World Cup race at all. It's actually it could prove a valuable bonus point against Georgia yet.
It could, absolutely, and sure it might not yet be the end of the title charge, depending how the other results go. Listen, on that note, we will move on and look ahead to this week.
Yes, where we have a couple of nice games for you. The first of which is Russia v Georgia, all the way out in Kaliningrad, I should say, and Kaliningrad Stadium, aptly named. That's going to be on Saturday at 1 o'clock local time. That's a 10 o'clock kickoff for those under GMT in the UK and Ireland. It's going to be kind of a clear, crisp, cool 1 degree. A little colder than Madrid, but not too bad in terms of precipitation or anything.
It's going to be alright. It's a definitely a point of difference for Georgia. Going,
starting away three wins a row. Did they go Lisbon, Madrid,
Kaliningrad? Yes, I like it though because no breaks, always away from home, lots of travel. It is ample preparation for a tier 2 side heading to a World Cup.
Yeah.
They have to be ready for nightmarish scheduling.
Yes, they do. It always happens that way.
So it's no harm Georgia getting used to swimming in the deep waters. But it is a dangerous game for them. It's obviously going to be a powerful battle. Russia 1 from 1, and after a big win over Romania, they've put themselves into a position to make a serious push for World Cup qualification, they look, if nothing else, physical enough to challenge for it.
They do, and sure, they know, like, they may have been a technicality that got them in the last time, but they are under no illusions. They were very proud to be at that World Cup in Japan. As I said before, they scored the first try of that World Cup. Such was the performance they put up in the first quarter against that Japanese team. They, like, Russia have grown up a fair bit in the last couple of years and are not to be slept on in this tournament at all. They can definitely do a job at home, and Georgia will need to be alert to that because there's potential for fatigue. Russia have come off a rest week now, and they'll have been kind of priming themselves for this big what is the biggest test for all of these non-Georgian teams is Georgia coming to town.
Indeed, and like Portugal is like a lesser prep for a game against Spain. Romania is kind of a lesser prep for a game against Georgia. And the model is for a Russian win here is quite similar to what they did against Romania in that it starts with robust defense and ends with your opposition getting ill-disciplined and
frustrated,
you exploiting that.
You kicking your goals and kicking yourself to victory, ideally.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't know if they'll get away without scoring a try at all.
Against Georgia, you will. It's a step up, and you'll need to be clinical enough to take a try. I also suspect Georgia won't be as ill-disciplined as week 1 Romania were.
No, but it did start with with Russia shutting down the defence. When these sides played last year, it was 0-0 at half time, and that came from Russia really defending. Georgia were trying again to expand their game. They were trying to find the extremity of the field, and Russia were getting out of the line, shutting them down, making big tackles, giving them nothing easy, and forcing them to win it physically on the inside.
They do contact all right, do the Russians. They do. We knew that in the World Cup as well, even in the game against Ireland that we were watching. They were physical. They were big.
They are.
They're a little short of pace. That's what I'll say about them. They could do with a 20-year-old with wheels to just chuck on the wing because their wingers are big physical lumps as well.
That's what Romania have over them. Even though they beat Romania do have the wingers who'll take tries, and Russia still, despite their win, no tries. But exploiting Georgian inaccuracy and Georgian slowness on offense. And then forcing them on the inside, not letting them get it to the extremities, winning collisions, pushing them back, and forcing Georgia to kick it is great because Georgia's kicking game is poor. And that's how you do it. You front up physically. You don't let them go wide. You don't really let them get their back rowers, the Jalagonias of this world, into the game in the wide channels.
If you can engage in kick tennis in the middle third and try and win the territory battle with it as well, to just keep the ball out of those dangerous ball carrying Georgians' hands. Try and frustrate them and defend.
Defend well, mind your discipline, kick your goals as Guy San, and then in a key moment, you may have to go to a corner and capitalise, or you may get a pick off, an intercept or something like that, an entry point to the 22 from which you can capitalise, and I think that's the model. I think they're wily enough to understand that.
They are.
And the question is, can they cope? If they make the game about, the physical battle, are they going to
just win or lose? Because it's tough.
The reality is, they painted the right pictures in that game against Georgia, where they were 0-0 at half time, but they were still 0-0 at half time.
Indeed.
On the other side of the ball, they didn't do much, and they lost it 16-7, I think, in the end. So I think there's an argument that they're setting themselves up for a loss if they do that. But they just need to be wilier. I think
it's still their best chance because just given the team that they are, it's playing to their strengths as well. It's going to be a proper wrestling match though out in Russia. Make no mistake about it. Both sides will be very physical, and the collisions will be mighty, and I think the breakdowns will be hotly contested.
Indeed. And I think Guy San as well is the key at 10. He kicked all his goals the last time.
Very good.
He needs to take control of the game, march them down the field, kick them into the right areas of the field, make things awkward for Georgia.
Because Georgia's territory game ain't all that. It can be suspect.
Well, they generate territory through the running game, and that's what Russia have to stop them doing. You don't get to the extremities against us. We get out of the line. You're not going to have the same dominance in the contact that you had against Spain and Portugal. It's going to be awkward for you, and if they can do that and ask the tough questions of them, get a couple of key steals at the breakdown, knock over some points, then they make a game of it. And I think it's an exciting matchup from that point of view.
It is. And then from Georgia's point of view, I guess it's a big historical one. It's just Crazy to see them with those 3 away trips, as you say, to start their campaign.
It might tell.
Going from
fatigue
can
Iberia to Kaliningrad is no mean feat.
No, it is not.
After 2 tough tests.
For in terms of their key ways to win this game, I suspect they will go back to that line-out maul that admittedly stuttered and faltered against Spain, but the scrum and the maul, in terms of just launching off set piece and bullying off set piece, it can be a way this Georgian side just exerts that dominance and then gets a bit more clinical on it. Because if it becomes a bit of a stalemate in the contact zone, in terms of you're seeing 2 tier 2 sides that are a little bit clunky on their passing and a little bit slow in terms of not actually having that much speed, then it becomes a wrestling match in the loose, and both sides will be game for it. Where Georgia will have a difference is just their organisation and clinicality on things like maul, on things like scrum.
And I genuinely think kicking to corners once they get penalties and ins is still the way forward.
Yeah,
they've done that in games, and they have been 0-0 against Russia because Russia have defended gamely, but just making sure they're doing that in the right areas of the field is important.
Well, it feels
and staying out of Guy Sam's range.
Even if they execute once and get a 5-pointer, like 5 points is a lot of points for this Russian team to try and get back against this Georgian team. So,
totally.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. Even if the drive fails once or twice and Russia turn you over and kick clear, just keep coming back. Keep coming back. Georgia are great at going 10 minutes of a game without scoring, but by just forcing you to make tackle after tackle after tackle, or defend maul after maul after maul, and it's a very fatiguing, very attritional way of playing, and the Georgians love playing that way. They love playing slow, deliberate, physical footy, and ultimately they can be quite clinical in that game. And I think Russia, like, if they make it about that, they will have more tools to score more points than Russia.
Exactly. Just make sure that they aren't isolated from a territory point of view, and that's where I want to see Tato get on the ball a bit
it's good
more.
to see him back available for them as of last week as well. That is key, because he is a difference maker. He just adds a whole other dimension, a whole other kicker to their backline.
I don't even need him in a goal kicking capacity. I want him in a kicking from hand, from your own half, getting in the right areas of the field.
I'd love to see him bring work a spiral in. He's a young man but a little touch-finding spiral is a useful asset for a team with a pack like Georgia. Like, a pack love nothing more. Ask the Munster team of 06, which I think should be the mould for what this Georgian team should be trying to evolve into. It was like a world-class hustling pack that are physical, that love mauls, love set pieces. They're nitty and combative as well as clinical when they decide to go for it. But it all falls apart at the top level if you don't have a 10 like that team had Ronan O'Gara, a 10 that can move you around the pitch and kick yourself into the right areas. You ask any one of those forwards, they're all retired now, but they love nothing more than the feeling of lifting their head up out of a scrum that they were winning, only to see the ball like bounce into touch way up the pitch so they can trot forward. Like, forwards love that stuff, and a 10 they
love territory. They do. It's like they're the guys in the trenches who want to gain territory and move forward. They're not less likely to enjoy the strike plays as much. But absolutely, Tato needs to work that into.
He's
his
only
game.
a young man yet, and he could be that guy for them. Like, it was what they were missing for so many years, and that's why there's a lot of excitement about Tato Alzandadze, and rightly so. Like, the first tier 2 10 to be getting starts in Taka Tours, that's knocking down boundaries anyway. But for Georgia, it's exactly what they need, is for him to become that guy, the guy who can marshal them around the pitch. Because in the 2 decent scrum halves, neither of them are elite kickers of a football. They're good scrum halves, and they were like, when Lobs and Daza burst on the scene, that was one part of the puzzle that was solved, and it was like, great, we have a good 9. They need a good 10.
Aprasidze is of decent quality as well. He might have even taken the jersey if Lobs and Daza comes back.
I think now they have 2 good options at 9, and they have Tato. But Tato's important.
The other thing I think is just defensively, as much as Russia like the matchup with Georgians attacking, and Georgia can be clunky and Russia might fancy spoiling it, I think the Georgian defence, which has been improving so well, and starting with the Autumn Nations Cup, they've gotten out of the line, they've been physical. Guys like Melakidze, who's coming back in to start this week, and Tighthead making big jackal steals, being relentlessly physical and tough on the turnover game. That is where they see they're in, because however good Russia are, like, Russia kick a lot of ball, and however good they are in physicality and defence, when they try to attack you, they're clunky as all hell, and I think that the Georgians need to be mean and expose that and be ruthless on defence.
Their idea, it'd be a great triumph for the defensive system if they can get an intercept try from a clunky, like, force it, because they're forcing it.
But both sides are going to be looking for that, but I think the Georgians match up so well against that Russian pack from a defensive point of view that's really where they need to go and win the game. game. And then obviously the offensive tools that they're looking to add. You know, Jalagoni is becoming such a key man in that play in the wide channels. His hands look great. He's obviously a very nice, broad strided runner. Yeah. So when he gets in the open field, he's dangerous. He's grabbing tries now in two matches. I think
good strike rate. He could be tournament top try scorer.
He could, and he's back in here at 8. And himself and Tekiliashvili on those wide channels, I think, is going to be important for them going forward. And I definitely think that's an element they want to add. And I also want to see Kvesaladze come to life. Sharakadze has been playing really well in the centre, and seeing those two add strings to their bow and add actually a danger element in the midfield would be a refreshing change.
They're building though. I'm encouraged by what I see from Georgia from the first 2 weeks. I really am.
The Maul went to shite.
The Maul did go to bad place, but I think they can bounce back from that. I think they will be prickly enough to try and go to a Maul this time, and it wouldn't be surprised.
They did get scores in the last quarter from the Maul, but it was a little late in the day.
They are fitter than these teams. So with all that, how do you see it going? Because I was angling up to see very little other than a Georgian win. I think they match up very similarly stylistically, so it could be low scoring affair for a little while, but I think Georgian quality will tell in the end, and it could be a two or more score game.
It could be. I mean, we were billing Spain as the toughest test. Spain were a tough test, but Russia are more physical, and playing Portugal and Spain and then having to step up physically is tough, and I definitely think there's scope for Russia to maybe catch them. It remains to be seen how good Russia are, of course.
That's true. I've only seen them once and they won. So they're
going to be in the fight, I think. But it's hard to bet against Georgia.
You don't get far in this competition betting against Georgia, and we're going to trust Georgia to get the job done there.
100%. Yeah, I do think Georgia will win.
Yeah, so do I. But we will move on to the second game of the weekend, which is also a bit of a banger. This happens on Saturday as well, 4 p.m. local time or 3 p.m. GMT. It is Romania v Spain at the Arcul de Triomphe in Bucharest. Curiously, it is in Bucharest, or it is there.
Not.
It's not in the Arc. Sorry, that's right. Yeah. That's out of date now. It was to be in the Arcul de Triomphe in Bucharest, but it's not going to be, because in stepped the Romanian government and basically annexed that lovely new stadium that they have built for themselves, and have turfed them out into one of the more hideous looking training grounds. They were sharing Rugby Romania were tweeting it out, actually, if you want to check out on Twitter, the absolute pits, like a waterlogged back sticks pitch that they're been training on and are probably going to play the match on now. It's absolutely crazy, the developments on this story. They built a state-of-the-art new facility with undersoil heating for the rugby team, and not just for the national side but for a club side, so that they can then get qualification into a European competition, because they were dismissed from it initially because their pitch was frequently frozen or waterlogged or something, and that's why they built it. And now the sports ministry just want to annex it for football, which is crazy to me, because as you say, the Romanian rugby team, especially now that they've won one, they have a legitimate chance of making the World Cup. Their football team do not. So I just don't understand.
This is what the Romanian Federation were saying. This is one of the tragic stories going on in rugby right now. Romania come up with a clutch win last week in the last quarter away in Portugal. Their squad are buzzing because of it, and according to their vice president, their government is strong arming them to take away their new stadium that they didn't raise a finger to help build. They want to take it away. They've slashed their funding to stop them doing it. This is according to their vice president. And now they've moved them to this waterlogged, tiny little back arse of nowhere stadium to train in and play in. It's crime against sport what they're trying to do here. All for the sake of a football team that has, if it's possible, has done less than their rugby team. Like their football team is a non-entity. And it's one of the real tragedies going on behind the scenes in rugby right now, is the Romanian government bafflingly strong-arming and destroying their best team, their best chance of getting into a World Cup in a team sport. Baffling stuff, and really, really gut-wrenching after seeing great investment in that stadium. And I remember talking about it when the story first popped up last year. This has developed and just gotten worse and worse and worse. And
our heart goes out for the
union are going
fans.
out and fighting, but I wish they had some support from Rugby Europe and even from
World
other
Rugby
institutions. Rugby needs to throw its weight around here, because this is BS what's happening here to Romania, and it's really gutting. After a great win, it's just heart-wrenching to see they're going to have to play. Both of these sides, as a consequence, are going to have to play in a waterlogged pitch this week, which colours the game dreadfully.
Yes, it does.
But that said, listen, there is a game to talk about, and my heart is kind of with Romania at the moment, because they that was a great comeback last week, and hopefully that they can give their own union 2 middle fingers and stay up and keep fighting in this competition to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah.
As far as the colour of this game is concerned, in and of itself, Romania and Spain actually is a pretty. It's a pretty
one
big...
of the more one-sided historical matchups in history.
It is, yes. And Romania do have the Indian sign over Spain. I was reading the other week, I was reading Spain's just Wikipedia entry as their history of their union, and it just reads like a bloodbath at the hands of Romania. It was like, oh, they had a chance to qualify for this World Cup and then lost to Romania, and then this World Cup and lost to Romania. And like, it goes on and on until they eventually beat them in the last World Cup, and then the Belgian game happens, it gets chalked off, the ineligible players
and it's Russia at the end of it all.
Yeah, so it's they've never quite got that monkey off their backs, but there's definitely, ever since that Belgium game with the Romanian referee, and ever since, you know, that Spain definitely have the bit between their teeth when it comes to Romania, and I think Romania also have a dislike of Spain going on, where they're coming for their kind of place in the World Cup as one of the more established European teams.
Yeah,
there's going to be a bit of bite to this one.
There should be, yes, but like in a tussle on a scrappy pitch, you know, there probably should be a bit of bite in it, and I'm curious to see how it goes. We saw a pretty kind of patchy performance from Romania, really, but they dug it out of the fire with good grit last week. So they're going to try and back their forwards to get it done for them, back their 10 to move them about the pitch, back their wingers to hopefully grab the tries that are on offer, and trust their Indian sign to see them home, because Spain are dangerous. They know that Spain are dangerous. They will have to be alert to the threat. They will doubtless have to improve their defence as well, because Portugal kind of caught them with their pants down a few times, that they will have to try and improve on, because they were a little bit slow on the turn and on the fold.
No, that's true. Their defensively, there was a lot of softness going on there, especially on the inside. They were just getting tortured by inside balls.
Inside ball all day long.
Just on principle at this level, I think you should just be numbering up and blitzing on the inside, even against a side like Spain, who are sharp in their hands.
We saw last force them to back their skill, like dare them to throw the pass rather than give them the inside.
Exactly. Like Spain struggled last week throwing long passes, having to go wide. Georgia did a great job of forcing them to do so.
Plug those inside holes and force them to be skillful enough to execute out wide.
Exactly right. Get up in their faces, blitz them, and force them to play at a higher level. And generally speaking, you'll be in as good a position on defense as you can be against these sort of tough running sides. And I definitely think that's an adjustment they have to make. Russia didn't test them as much in that area, but Portugal kind of opened them up.
Opened up repeatedly, and actually Portugal got a crossing call for one that was another inside ball that worked. It was working all day, and then surely that is a hole that should be plugged going into this. You need to, at this level, you should be, if there's an option between forcing a guy to make a pass versus giving him the inside, always force him to make the pass. He might throw it forward. He might very well throw it forward.
Exactly right. I think the model, as I was saying sort of earlier when we were looking back on the Romanian win over Portugal, the model was that try they scored on 72 minutes, where they were just driving this nice tempo. It was one out, but it was physical and quick. That was the key. The forwards were picking good, smart, sharp lines. They were getting over the gain line, then around the corner, then over the gain line again. And when you're physical and quick, you're tough to stop. Physics and the physics of momentum makes it such. And when you're up against a team as physical and game as Spain were last week against Georgia, if you can set a nice tempo against them, and I think that's crucial for Romania. They can't be as slow as they have been. They have to speed it up, as they did when they were 13 points down. They started to play with that urgency.
It shouldn't take being 13 points down to be urgent. You can do it from the opening whistle.
Exactly. So winning contacts, bull rushing, getting around the corner, and even in wet weather, you can do that. You can be narrow but quick and dynamic, and then getting over the gain line and winning the game that way, and then busting open. They do have lethal wingers.
Wingers, and they have a good kicker, so they can kick their threes. And
Florian Vlaicu over the 1,000 test points.
Yes,
I thought he did it last week, but he seems to be making all the headlines this week.
There you go. He's done it 2 weeks in a row. He's passed the 1,000 threshold. The first man in tier 2 to do that. That is a phenomenal record for Vlaicu, and fair play to him. But it just means it's a string to their bow. They can punish Spanish inaccuracy with 3 pointers, build a score, force them to flounder and chase the game, and capitalise on it, and they will have the psychological edge based on that just huge historical precedent that shows Romania winning this game.
It does, and they'll have to defend gamely as well, as we say, and they'll have to be mindful of the kicking game, because Spain
kick very well.
Kick very well, and under the high ball, especially if it's going to be wet and a bit iffy in underfoot, Spain will go to that. So they're going to have to be on their blow in the back three, taking high balls and diffusing bombs and getting up the pitch themselves. I think edging the physical battle but being mindful of that is key for Romania.
And then just mind your discipline, be disciplined in your performance, don't allow a repeat of the Russian showing. But conversely for Spain, it's hilarious, Los Leones. It comes down to this again, Romania. After they're a little bit backs to the wall, they did get that losing bonus point and performed impressively despite the fact that their offense didn't kick at all. There were many impressive aspects to their showing against Georgia last week. They will try and build on that. This is not a dissimilar challenge. They need to get over the terrible historical record, the demons that are doubtless there.
3-34. That's their record against
34
Romania in history.
Oh, that's
3
no
wins,
good.
34 losses.
I think maybe Ireland v the All Blacks might be as bad a record.
It's around that.
That level of terrible record. That's they need to put that way out of their minds. They need to be looking at this. These guys are just like Georgia, but a little worse. That's what they need to be thinking. They need to go after them. They need to be a little bit more accurate than they were. They definitely need to be a fair bit more accurate, I should say, in terms of ball in hand. But what they can build on is things like their kicking game, like their aerial game.
They've got Ordas coming back in at 10. He's very much the X Factor man for them. He's the guy who there's a lot of hype about. Great to see him back in the team.
That's good.
He needs
might improve their passing game too.
Their
attack.
Of course it will. Absolutely. And but mainly just in the wet weather, putting yourself in the right areas of the pitch. I was impressed enough by their set piece, their maul defence, their scrum against Georgia. They didn't really give them too much until the last 20 minutes. So they'll feel game in those areas, game enough to not give away penalties when they put themselves in the right areas of the field and not give Romania easy outs. And then just force Romania to play. The chances are they'll kick it back to you and then you get to launch an offence. But winning that kicking game, putting in those box kicks, because that box kicking game last week was great. They recovered a lot of ball, putting pressure on through the kicking game, getting in the right areas of the field, and then having the end product at the end of it where you can actually get a score is important. But 3-pointers are no bad thing in this game.
No, I think there will be a wet. I think it could be a little ding dong 3-pointer battle, and one try could do it. They will need to improve their red zone offense, but they will take great confidence from their red zone defense last week, which was actually pretty good against a very lethal Georgian team. They should be playing flat to the line. They should be hunting that inside ball, conversely, because Portugal showed them how to do it, and if Romania haven't made that adjustment, it will be there.
If it's still there, you got to exploit it.
So
absolutely.
Be game to take your chances when they're there. But overall, mind your discipline. Try and stay in the fight. Keep playing the right areas. And try and put the squeeze on this Romanian team and be the more clinical side.
Be the more clinical team. And Ordas is going to be huge and a vital component to that. I want to see them playing with some razzle-dazzle as well, because the best Spanish tries, I know it's going to be wet, but if you look at the best Spanish tries the last couple of years,
beauties.
Some of the offloads they've thrown have been sensational, and I'd love to see them rediscover that. They didn't bring it last week, and I want to see them bring it this week. Just offloads out of the contact. They have as good a tracking line instinct as some French teams. They really do run great tracking lines.
It's a key difference, man. Like in terms of how this game goes, if it becomes a scrappy arm wrestle 3-pointer thing, like that might be a game that they are in for the full 80 minutes and frustratingly lose again to Romania. Like a key difference maker could be the tempo and the accuracy they play with. So they need to play with ambition.
Just execute in one or two key moments. And definitely in the red zone as well, working in, or not even the red zone, but the attacking third, working in some clever kicks in behind. A lot of tier 2 defences aren't used to seeing that done accurately. And you saw even with Georgia last week, Saladza just not liking the bouncing ball in behind him. It's tough enough to do for Stuart Hogg. It's going to be tough enough to do for a lot of these guys.
Indeed.
I think when you have the skill set, use it, and Spain do have that.
They have a footballing acumen, alright. And with all that said, how do you see it going?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's an exciting game. I'm good. As I said at the top of the interview, I'm just so maddened by this Romania news of the moved stadium that I'm sickened by it, and hopefully in some capacity over the next couple of days it can all be undone and they can go back and play in their stadium.
See some justice. Their brand new stadium that they spent money on in lockdown.
Yeah, I just want the Romanian Rugby Federation to win that battle almost as much as when Ireland beat England. It's up there. Just really, it sickens me that that's happened, and it changes the dynamic.
And then again, I might prefer to see Spain in the World Cup than Romania. It's weird.
I know, and you were talking up Spain and Portugal, and yet it could be Romania and Russia edging that battle between speed and power.
That's what's great about it. There is both speed and power on offer in this tournament, and
it's a wonderful illustration of the different ways you can play this game.
Yes,
this tournament, almost more than any other, the contrast in styles is magnificent. But all that is my way of dodging the question, which was who's going to win. I don't know. I think you could make a case for both sides. Spain were the better team last year, but they did have a loss to Romania in that competition. Like, the Romanian-Indian sign is real going away if it's going to be wet and dogged. Like, that won't suit Romania, who want to be in their stadium, but it won't necessarily suit Spain either.
No, it won't.
So, I'm between minds on it, really. I guess probably Spain, but I don't know. Romania showed some good clutch and good hustle towards the end of that game. I'll say Spain tightly. Right. I think they'll take a couple of tries.
Back in Los Leones.
Okay. Tightly.
Well, I'll back the Oaks then. I reckon Romania get it done.
Just on
history and on kind of moral justice for the week that's in it. They get it done in the
in indignation.
In
a feat of indignation.
Yes. Let's say that.
Could happen.
It's going to be a good game, whatever happens. And this tournament is great. And the World Cup kind of permutations just keep coming.
Keep the plot thickens and thickens as we go on in this competition for sure. But listen, we will park that game and we'll park international rugby, and as best as we can we're going to quickly rattle through club footy. And we're going to start with Super Rugby Aotearoa, which obviously there was a couple of games last week. Crusaders and Blues just each putting 39-17 wins up
exact
on the Chiefs
same
and the Highlanders.
Scoreline in both them. Crusaders 39, Chiefs 17, and Blues 39, Highlanders 17. It's a funny old way that worked, but it's kind of revealing of, well, we have the big one this week. It's Crusaders and Blues look like the two best sides in the comp. And there's a lot to love about the Highlanders and the Chiefs too, but they were outgunned in those two games.
No question. The Chiefs, mind you, actually, they were in that game, they were battling, they were moving the ball, and then in a key moment, first of all, the Chiefs can give out about the ref. Fainga'anuku puts in one of the all-time great finishes, which would be perhaps the all-time great finish if he'd scored it, because in fact his foot does bounce off the turf as he's doing that sort of weird flippy motion. It's an unreal try. Like David Havili coming into inside centre and throwing a pass like that, it's just like game changing. It's like, play for the All Blacks then, because you're not quite right at fullback for the All Blacks, but they need centres, and if you're going to cut lines and throw passes like that, I'd have you in all day. Then Fainga'anuku's toe bashes the turf and he gets away with it. But the real criminal one was when Mo'unga, who did play a gem of a game, knocks a ball on for all money, and then they go and move up the pitch, and Brad Weber's going to be red carded for a cynical foul, and then they use their captain's challenge. They come up, Sam Kane's like, I have my captain's challenge, I'm going to put this right, check that knock on. And the refs, seemingly by way of punishment, it's like, you're going to captain and challenge me. I'll tell you what, I'll look at it for half a second, decide that you're wrong, yellow card your scrum calf, give a penalty try, and to hell with your challenge in this game.
Indeed.
Don't you challenge me, captain.
Yes.
I'm coming for you. And it was a very weird moment where they didn't even check it. Why bring in the captain's challenge if when they challenge you're not even going to check it?
I know. It was criminal, and it was also a knock on, so it was extra criminal. But it is disappointing. It's like the Crusaders don't necessarily need all the help that they get. Is the tone I'm getting from some of the Kiwi fans, but they were way better. And the Chiefs need to stop wilting the first time things start to go wrong. They start games so well. They started both games so well, but then the second they come across a little bit of adversity, they fold. They fold with a whimper. And with the exception of Sam Kane, their pack fade. They become the vanishing men in the second half. You just don't see them. They do nothing apart from pop up with a random egregious penalty that they've conceded.
When you hear the talk of last week, and there is a lot of truth to it, having watched the game and the flow of it, but a Nareki intercept changed the game. It's like, but how does a Nareki intercept on 30 minutes end up in like a soft try conceded on 70 minutes? That's crazy.
Indeed. Yeah, no, there's a lot of inward looking needs to be done about the Chiefs because they're not the full package. And then conversely, the Highlanders as well with a good challenge, but it was a really good win from the Blues.
That was a very impressive performance. I've been impressed with the Highlanders and that they were in it for a bit, but gee whiz, the Blues, the mixture of that forward dominance and then that clinical offense with Rieko Ioane just everywhere and Caleb Clark taking things on the wing and Akira Ioane in the wide channels. It's just a brutal combination.
Really well balanced. And actually Plummer at 12 was impressing me. Some of the passing out of him, the little skip pass out wide for one of the tries and the little run and then offload off the deck for another one. Like Plummer looks good and he's kind of one of the unsung guys in there. But they look a really well balanced outfit to this Blues side at the moment. Ottery Black is pulling the strings lovely. And then their two halfbacks, they have Knock and Knock comes off the bench, but who do they have starting?
Jonathan
Ruru and Knock, both very good halfbacks that just get their forwards moving over the gain line. And the Blues look a complete side. And like, despite it being the same scoreline, the Highlanders didn't fade in the second half. They were just that little bit worse. They were beaten that all around, but the Highlanders have no quit in them, which is something that you really admire in a team.
No, totally, and they'll be back. But obviously Nareki getting injured was kind of like the end of their bolts firing, and it was just a sad picture from then on for the Highlanders. But the Blues just really had the physical edge, and then added a bit of clinicality to it. So exciting, sets up an exciting matchup this week.
It does. But first up this weekend in terms of the games, we have Hurricanes v Chiefs on Saturday morning. That's 7:05 local time, but 6:05 in the morning over here. That's at Sky Stadium, Wellington, or the Cake Tin as it is known. And it's the two winless teams left in the comp going for it. So it's somebody's always got to go time for the Canes and the Chiefs. And then a little bit of intrigue in terms of Geordie v DMAC, although I believe Geordie might be at 10. Was what they were saying?
No, actually they have decided not to go with it.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. It's an All Blacks 15 off at fullback. You have Geordie Barrett versus Damien McKenzie, and that is box office.
I mean to go from a Hurricanes point of view, to go from TJ Perenara to little Luke Campbell and Orban Legger at 10, 9 and 10 is kind of, they're a touch of a burst of bull about them, but they do have sort of a wonderful hustle to them in the same way that the Chiefs do. They score all kinds of mad tries. Hamua obviously is out injured, and that's another killer blow.
Huge blow. Because he was so good in week 1.
He was at the heart of everything they were doing well. Himself and Artie Savia, who is still there.
Artie Savia is hugely key for them. He's a bit of world class out there.
There's clever offense in the Hurricanes still. They move the ball quite well and they have sharp play designs. I've loved a couple of their tries, like the Hamua one off the fake maul is still one of my favourite tries of the year.
So good,
just because of how well Blackwell sells it, whether he knew or not, charging towards the fake maul and sending all the defence with him as the other guy runs in. It was fantastic, and the spirit of both of these teams is exciting in that way, because the Chiefs are razzle dazzle as well. They're all offense all the time, offloads, tempo, everything, tries. So there's potential for this game to be one of the most aesthetically pleasing of the whole thing.
There absolutely is. And then from sticking with the Hurricanes point of view briefly, there's a few things. Geordie's long kicks can punish the Chiefs' errors. I think he does kick goals from all over the park very well. That's a useful weapon for them. Goosen and Sevilla on the wings, two danger men, very much the danger men. Hopefully they see the ball. It's on guys like Umaga Jensen and Garden Bashop at 10 to move them around and find it, but I think they will. I think there'll be chances aplenty for those boys. The question I have is can they actually put the squeeze on in the tight, because as much as they're 0-2 and their pack have been a little bit bullied in weeks 1 and 2, they were against the Crusaders and then the Blues, and they did get some plays off. Their maul was nice, so like there's scope to bully this Chiefs side in the tight. You have got like the front row of Armstrong, not Aumua, but Armstrong and Lomax in the props. They could pressure that Chiefs scrum.
They've benched Fraser Armstrong, so he's going to come on. It's Xavier Numia, who I don't actually know.
I don't know. I was just looking more at Lomax at tight head and thinking, the Chiefs have had nothing, particularly in the second half at scrum time. And I reckon, like, if you just apply a little bit of pressure to this Chiefs side, they will fold. That has been the case so far.
Maybe they'll keep.
They're possible, but that's got to be the plan for the Hurricanes, is to try and squeeze them a little and ask some questions, and then hope that you're the more clinical side, because you have things like Geordie's boot to lean on.
And obviously the Chiefs just looking to get that offensive game going. Sorry if I knocked the screen there.
No
you
worries.
can adjust. the offense is going to want to get the game going, want to keep the pace high, getting an Aotearoa and Leonard Brown and Jonah Lowe and DMAC obviously linking up and exploding and winning the game that way. Yeah, but it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it will. One key one is actually Umanga Jensen at 13. Big defensive job to do when you're defending the Chiefs at 13, but hopefully he does a good job.
Yeah.
From the Chiefs' point of view, actually, also at 13, they have they've switched in, what's his name?
Leonard Brown.
Is Leonard Brown at 13?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. I thought they'd switched in. Okay, cool. Well, that makes a lot more sense, and it makes them a lot more solid, to be honest. And Leonard Brown looks a little bit renewed this season compared to last season.
I think I like the Chiefs in this one. Funnily enough, I think they're finally gonna click and put a show together and we're on a Hurricanes team that isn't that great in my view. Despite having some good hustle plays, I think the loss of Aotearoa is going to burst their bubble a little bit. Yeah, so I think the Chiefs.
What I worry about with the Chiefs is that when they encounter adversity, they have just folded with a whimper, and they are now completely winless in what. They're 0 from 10 in Super Rugby Aotearoa, which is a problem.
They're going to be 1 in 10
well,
week.
Yeah, no, hopefully so, but confidence is a tough thing, and like they need a win. Like, more so than razzle dazzle rugby and sexy tries. Like if they could win this game 3-0, it would do their confidence the world of good. They're definitely and by hook or by crook, they need a win.
They do. Alright, I think leave that there. Yeah. I'm just going to take a look and see what this message is. Is this the battery running out? SD 29 minutes. We should do it in 29 minutes. It's giving a timer.
Okay.
29 minutes to wrap up the show.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
We will move on. Next up, Next up, we have one of the games of the weekend in terms of club footy. It probably is the game of the weekend in club footy.
It might even be one of the games of the weekend, including test footy.
Could do that here too. Yes,
we have a test level game. Is what you mean to say?
Sunday, March 21st, 3:35 local time kickoff. That's 2:35 in the morning over here. It is the Blues v the Crusaders at Eden Park in Auckland. Oh, it's probably the most intriguing game in the regular season in Super Rugby Aotearoa. It's possibly the biggest threat to the Crusaders' undefeated run. In fact, it almost certainly is.
Oh, it 100% is.
And it's just the spiciest fixture because they have two packs that can go toe to toe, and there are all black matchups all over it.
Oh man, yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful game. The Blues forward pack last week against the Highlanders, dominating that game, adding an element of clinicality to it, but it is based on this relentless forward pack with Tui Pilatu and Akira Ioane, and Papa Lee doesn't get the credit he deserves, but he's awesome as well, with Satutu in there as well. There's matchups all over. Obviously the Crusaders have been just this relentless force, but the Blues, if they can gain an edge, can they be as clinical as the Crusaders are, is the question.
That is a tough one, yeah, because Ottery Black's been pulling the strings really, really well from 10, and Rico at 13 has been danger, and Plummer even has a distributing role. Like, they have all the tools. It's the top 2 inches that the Crusaders seem to have on every other team in this comp. It's that little wiliness, it's that nous, and the Blues have had a losing tradition for quite a while as a club. It's only a relatively recent thing that they are this indomitable pack that are a really quality side and a well balanced backline as well. They definitely have the tools, but it's a big step up, and I'm curious to see if it comes. It starts with huge performances from their pack leaders, your Tui Pilatus, your Tuanga Fassis at scrum time, Papali'i, Ioane, Satutu. All of them need to step up and nullify what is a monstrous Crusaders pack. But then outside that, yeah, you're right. The clinicality is what sets the Crusaders apart. The Crusaders just take tries when they're on offer. You see Will Jordan do it. You see all that. Like, the Blues need to do that. They need to Rico pouncing on a turnover and grabbing a try. That's the winning picture for the Blues, you know.
Yeah, and just getting it to the extremities and winning those micro battles. I love Akira Ioane on the wing, and I think obviously against the Crusaders, you saw them shut down Aumua, like in just this brutally vicious kind of physical way, where Aumua had been the Hurricanes guy, and then he gets the ball and they're tackling him and they're shutting him down instantly. They are the best hustle defense in the competition. So from a Blues point of view, you just need to add layers to what you're doing. You need to add support runners on those inside, force a bit of deception in the wide channels and force the Crusaders to make decisions, link up with offloads, they have the physicality to gain an edge on some contacts and pick lines off one another, and that's where Rico is so important. Yeah,
exactly. If you can end up with these sequences of moves, fixing and giving and putting either Rico or Clark or Talia on the other way, like they have lethal guys out there. So if you can mix your forwards and your backs out there, guys like Papali'i, so effective in those kind of rangy modes. Yeah, you'll have finishers that can take tries. It's just a question of whether they can or do, or if things get tight and things get it, like if it's in the balance in the last 10 minutes, can the Blues dig it out of the fire with a clinical moment? That's the question. That's the big unknown with this game.
I think the Blues they've obviously improved. They've gotten to like an extraordinarily high level in a short space of time, and I think they're ripe for matching the Crusaders pack. I don't know if they're ripe for dominating the Crusaders pack. That doesn't happen. Cody Taylor, Sam Whitelock and Scott Barrett alone are going to stop you doing that. But I think they're ripe to match that pack, and then it becomes a question of who's more clinical. And last season that was the Crusaders. I mean, they didn't win it up front against the Blues, but the Blues were a little blunt, and the Crusaders' defense was awesome. And then eventually the Crusaders, off a couple of turnovers and in a couple of key moments, managed to strike and managed to put the scores up against the Blues, and that was the telling difference. The Blues, obviously, they need that hustle on defense. They need to be miserly in terms of taking opportunities. You need to be just very, very mindful of the little short balls that are killing teams from the Crusaders in the tight, like the little tip-on passes, all of that stuff. Crusaders are getting so much purchase out of it. They need to be defensively strong, and you need to see, that's where really you need to see the big performances from the tight five. That is, has as much All Black credentials as the Crusaders. They need to nullify that, and then on offense they need to find a way to open up that defense, because it's really tough.
It is very tough, a very tough equation. And then just looking at the Crusaders themselves, they are still the big guns in this tournament and in this match, therefore they will be confident going in. As you were alluding to last year, they managed to get the better of what is their biggest rival in Super Rugby Aotearoa so far, such as the competition has been. The Blues have been the biggest side in it, the biggest, meanest pack that can kind of mix it with them for a time. Mo'unga has, like Black, actually, the 210s on show today are they're in great form. They're
Mo'unga has been beautiful,
brilliant stuff. He's been close to flawless so far. And then Sevu Reece, likewise, looking back to his best. He had a little bit of a lull last year in terms of form, but he looks dynamic on both sides of the ball. He's tackling well as well, which is always a good kind of sign of good game from your winger. Like him on one wing up against, is it Talia on that side, and then Kevin Clark on the other one.
The matchups are so fun,
so good.
It's like, it's elite level, it's test level. It's going to be played in an explosive intensity, and both sides have lethal offense, physical packs. I'm curious. I just it's hard to imagine it going one way or the other in terms of like both sides opening each other up. I reckon this is a tight game. I reckon this is going to be decided by one or two clutch scores.
And that could be guys like Cody Taylor who's been doing it. Grab the first try of the season Grab the first try of the season this year by slicing through the centre and running one in from 40 metres out with a sidestep and a shimmy. The man looks like a 13 sometimes when he's out there. He is all danger. And then you have Havili Goodhue pulling some nice strings, as you were saying. Havili, some of those passes that he was throwing.
Him at centre is a revelation. It allows Will Jordan at fullback and just allows you to sort of balance that backline much better. And he was himself and Mo'unga were throwing great passes all day. So that offense is crucial. The matchup there for the Crusaders is probably better than the Blues matchup against the Crusaders defense, which could be a difference maker.
It's true.
For me, I feel like the Blues might need to dominate a little more to win the game, whereas the Crusaders could probably even up the pack battle. And they might even win it and win by more, but they could probably even up the pack battle and win with a bit more clinicality, just based on what I'm seeing. Obviously the Blues, if they improve, if Rico takes off, if they can really open the Crusaders up in the wide channels, it's a difference maker. But it hasn't happened yet.
Will Jordan keeps sneaking his way to the try line somehow, and that kind of thing. Every time he finds a way to cross.
He didn't even play that well last week, but he just found
a try. That's key. And then the other little interesting battle is at scrum time, Aotearoa versus Tui Nuku'akafe. I think could be a little bit of box office on one side of the scrum. It'd certainly be fun.
I think the Crusaders are again just in the position to edge that as well. Their tight five is so big and so mean, and so is the Blues, mind you, with Tui Pilotu. It's great because every time these teams play one of the other teams in Super Rugby Aotearoa,
it's a mismatch.
It's a physical mismatch.
Yeah.
Whereas this time it isn't.
It isn't.
So it's on both teams to show what they have beyond that.
Yeah.
And for me, the Crusaders have a little more.
Well, like certainly the back row, I think, are what is the unsung heroes. Not dissimilar to it's a similar comparison when we were talking about the Leinster comparison with the Crusaders. But the rotation of really high quality operators who don't really get the look in the All Blacks reckonings a lot of the time, but they have so many good options that they rotate. Like last week, what was it was Sione Havili, Christie and Douglas, but they also have Todd Blackadder, who was in the week before, who they can rotate
Ethan
in and
Blackadder.
out. Ethan Blackadder, who they can rotate in and out. All of them do a very competent job and a very labour intensive job. They run all day and tackle all day doing the unseen work, and that could be a difference maker between them and the Blues by the end. Just the work rate in the back row.
I do believe in this Blues back row. Like for me, it's all about the clinicality. But yeah, for me, it either goes the Crusaders dominate up front and end up hosing them, or the Blues dominate up front or edge the forward battle, it's even, and then the Crusaders are more clinical, or the Blues
put it all together,
win the forward battle and put the tries on to finish that. Like Rico's performance is going to be so vital. Stephen Perifetta combining with Ollie Black, those two distributing and putting the likes of Caleb Clark into some good space. Like that's the Blues picture. I just want to see them be clinical. They haven't, outside of the Highlanders game where they were, and even that Akira Ioane pass back into Rico for that baller of a try was not forward.
It wasn't.
It travelled 10 metres forward, but it wasn't forward by the laws of rugby because of momentum.
Yes, relative velocity and physics and all of that stuff. Backwards out of the hand, boys. Backwards out of the hand.
They should have
given it. It was brother to brother. It was a beautiful try.
One of the great tries. One of the greatest tries of the season that was chalked off.
Yeah.
But listen, I think. Yeah, I don't know how it goes, but I think probably Crusaders.
Yeah, I think as we were saying in the Rugby, Rugby Europe, you don't get far betting against Georgia. In Super Rugby Aotearoa, you don't get far betting against the Crusaders.
Although maybe this is the moment.
This is the time for the Blues. The Blues have all the tools. It's the question mark of whether they put it all together. I'm going to put my money on the Crusaders to get the win, but I expect a really good game.
I think this is a brilliant game. Yeah, if you're, as it says, if you're going to watch one game in Super Rugby Aotearoa, it should be this one.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. With that, we will move on, and we'll do our best to wrap up the show, rattling through the club footy as best we can.
Super rapido. We had two ugly games in. Well, sorry, excuse me. We had one ugly game last week in Super Rugby AU in Australia. We had the Force 7. Rebels 10.
Yeah. There was a nice 50-22 kick from Rob Carney in this, but unfortunately, far from my predicted picture, they couldn't.
They botched the line out.
Yeah, they couldn't convert it, and they botched the line out, and they ended up. They ended up not winning the game, and it was a bit of a dismal game. And the Rebels were the better team, and 2-1 and saw it home, but there wasn't much to write home about in that game. The other game was a banger. It was one of the games of last week. It was kind of hidden behind the awesomeness of the week that was in the Six Nations and everything else. But
Brumbies, what was it? 38, Reds 40. Reds took the lead in the last minute of the game for the first time in the game to nick it, but it was an absolute treat of a game. James O'Connor played superbly from 10.
He did,
but it was really Taniela Tupou, the 80-minute man from Tighthead, who was kind of the difference by the end.
He was. I was not convinced for any moment watching the game that the Reds were going to win it. The Brumbies looked like a more clinical team. Samu in the wide channels was just tearing through them. Nick White was driving a wonderful tempo. Their centres, Iki Tau and Simone, were fantastic and just never let up. And it just, they looked to me like the team that was more balanced, that was scoring the better variety of tries. Obviously they had their red zone maul as well.
Yes, the maul still ferocious from the Brumbies.
Yeah, indeed. And then the Reds come and nick it. Really, the prop issues for the Brumbies told, and
it's
just
funny,
decided
prevailing wisdom is to just take the props off at 60 minutes. But when you have a guy like Tupou who's as dominant as that, leaving him on was the prudent thing.
It was, because he was having a cut, and the Brumbies guys were falling, and they had an inexperienced front row out, and they just kept gaining an edge at the scrums. Tupou comes up with a try, comes up with basically another try from scrum dominance. And then the Brumbies go up the other end of the pitch and sneak a try as well.
Yeah, it was a ding-dong.
It was
absolutely
game.
A game with 78 points in it and a 2-point margin. That's how you want rugby played. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful Australian rugby, and they are the two best teams in the comp, and that was what was revealed. It was the highest quality of rugby that I think you'll see in this tournament.
100%. And we'll see this match twice more. And obviously in Suncorp we'll see it, and then we'll see it perhaps in the final, which may well be in Suncorp again now. But it was awesome. A great clutch winning try from Bataya, himself and Paisami combining well. And Paisami, for me, one of the players of the tournament as well.
Yeah, he looks great.
Yeah.
So this weekend then it rolls on Friday. We have the 7:45 kickoff local time, which is 8:45 this neck of the woods.
Well, this game will have happened by the time, or will be happening as you're watching this, perhaps.
Probably
the Rebels and the Taz.
Rebels and the Taz. The Taz still winless. The Rebels probably will have an easy win here, but maybe not if they're not clinical. The Waratahs will be desperate to find something. They will need to be a lot better, a lot tidier, and try and put together even 40 minutes of rugby. That is a performance they can build on, because they've been outgunned in every game thus far, and the Rebels will probably see it out with in unimpressive style. I'd say it'll be a little ugly and clunky, but the Rebels will get it done.
Probably. The other game is the Reds and the Force. Obviously the Force are not winless. They managed to beat the Taz, but they had a rough loss against the Rebels last week, rocking up to Suncorp. This is
going to be tough.
Saturday morning kickoff time, our time, and Saturday evening in Australia, and it seems like the Reds are firm favourites, and anything other than a Reds win is a massive surprise there.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Listen, with no more ado, as we try to finish up in a reasonable time, we're going to just take a look on to European Club Rugby. Not much to write home about either here in the top couture. They had a week off. The only real point of intrigue this week in the top couture is Agen had another loss to Bayonne, and they're bottom of the table.
They have 2 points.
2 points on the season.
0 and 19. Or no, sorry, 0 and 20 now, is it? Or no, 0 and 19.
0 and 19 on the season. That's just crazy.
Terrible.
So they
will minus 485 points difference. Have you ever seen the like? Even Italy don't do that.
No, they're a completely outmatched team. The Premiership had a couple of intriguing games. Bristol still holding out with a good win over Wasps, and they're still top of the table.
They're 7 points clear now atop, which is good.
Nice.
Over Exeter. It's looking like them and Exeter are going to take 1 and 2, but there's still a bit of jostling to be done. And there's a chasing pack that are pretty close. Like you have Bristol 50 on 51 points, Exeter 44, but then you have Quins on 39, Sale 37, Northampton and London Irish on 35, and Leicester on 32. So there's actually a nice little scrap going on for those 4 places, that and a fair bit of rugby to be played before the winners decided in that one.
100%.
A few nice games. I think Northampton v Bristol on Sunday is probably the best game of the weekend.
Given the nature of Super Saturday and all the internationals there, the Sunday game is
the
one to go with.
Yeah.
Then the Pro 14 has some intrigue. Obviously, Munster-Leinster is confirmed as the final. That's going to take place next week.
Yeah.
We'll be prepping that on next week's show, in fact, so it's all coming thick and fast. But for this week, the only real dynamic is between Ospreys and Glasgow.
Yes, Glasgow have a game against Dragons that they must win.
Yes.
But Ospreys kind of need to win against Leinster to secure their spot. They're 7 points clear of Glasgow, but Glasgow have 2 games in hand, both of which are...
Glasgow have 2 left, and Ospreys have this one left. So if they don't win this one, Glasgow beat Dragons, beat Zebra, they're in.
Which is probably the odds-on thing to happen now, despite a few weeks ago you would have thought Ospreys were nearly safe, but one sloppy loss to Dragons and then a loss to Glasgow, and then here they are, right in the rubbish.
Right back in there.
Good.
Unfortunate for them. But that is what's going on in European Club Rugby. As far as other club rugby around the world, we've had the Japanese top league continuing.
Yeah, only 2 games this weekend, because I think they were postponed games. You have Toshiba Brave Lupus versus Suntory Sun Goliath, and the Green Rockets versus Haino Red Dolphins. They're Saturday and Sunday respectively. You have just in terms of who's emerging as the leaders, you have 2 conferences. The Red Conference is being topped by the Kubota Spears and Toyota Verblitz. They're still unbeaten through 4 rounds. Suntory are also unbeaten, but they're only on 15 points. They have that game in hand this weekend that they'll play. And then the other conference, the Panasonic Wild Knights are on 19 points, and the Kobe Kobelco Steelers on 18, both 4 from 4 as well. And then TJ's little Hurricanes are 3 from 4, and in the hunt they're 12 points. They're nearest chasers.
Very good. It's all hotting up in the top league. Likewise, Slar got underway. Obviously the Jaguares and Cobras game unfortunately was postponed from COVID. That's
the Cobras are waiting a quarantine thing. They haven't actually flown out yet to where the games are being taken place. They're waiting to fly their team out, so their initial rounds are being rescheduled. But there were a couple of blowouts despite the Jaguares not playing their game.
Penarol managed to beat Penarol, I believe, are the Chilean Chilean team.
Yeah.
No, Selknam are the Chilean team. Penarol Uruguayan, and both of them had wins over Cafeteras Pro and Olympia Leones. I'm trying to remember where Olympia are from. Cafeteras Pro.
Olympia are from Paraguay.
Yeah, Paraguay. So basically the Uruguayan team blew out the Paraguayan team, and the Chilean team blew out the Colombian team, which is not to be like unexpected, and it's probably the nature of this competition going forward that there's going to be this imbalance. I like the draft system to try and keep it balanced of all the Argentine players, but you're going to get a bit of this, but I'm still looking forward to seeing some of those matchups going forward between the likes of Penarol and Selknam playing each other.
Yes, indeed.
And then obviously the hope is that Cobras, the Brazilian team, can come out swinging as well. But obviously there's going to be a bit of that.
There will be, and we'll keep abreast as best we can. The only little intrigue is a shout out to Matthias Garafuluk. He for Selknam, he actually scored 4 tries against Los Cafeteros, so 4 tries. Always good, regardless of the opposition. Fair play to the Chilean winger.
And actually, also that game was the first professional team of any capacity representing Colombia. So
that's positive.
Los Cafeteras Pro. Fair play.
They did get hosed, but that's still progress.
Welcome to professional rugby, Colombia. Welcome to the professional rugby world. It's a rough one.
Indeed. With that, we'll move on as well. There was also the Franchise Cup, which is going on in South Africa. The Bulls, who are on 10, the Lions are on 9, and the Cheetahs are on 8. They're all unbeaten, and they're 1, 2 and 3 in Pool A, and then Pool B you have Sharks on 6 and Stormers on 5, and they're 1 and 2, so there's a little bit of an imbalance in terms of the conferences. And then the other news is just that the Elephants keep getting pumped. They played a midweek game against the Griquas, who are not the top team, and they lost that at home 43-0. So
but Pierre de Villiers is the coach of the Elephants, and he's on the refs. He thinks it's the refs' fault.
The refs' fault that they lost 43-0 at home.
Yes, indeed. The other big deal this weekend, as I'm sure most of the rugby attuned public is aware, is that Major League Rugby is kicking off.
The MLR gets back.
For once we have a tier 2 competition, or a tier 2 club competition that is well promoted.
Yes,
and we
Rugby
have
Pass getting in with, what is it, Rugby Pass free?
Rugby Pass has launched in conjunction with the MLR, has launched the Rugby Network, which is this new free streaming service that's going to, in North America at least, show all manner of games that you can subscribe to, like the NFL Network, just showing like everything they can, and they're going to show rugby from all around the world, which is great. And then from our point of view, we get all of the MLR games for free, no issues, just stream it, go, do it. You can watch them on demand if you want. Just go watch the games, which I think is just
exactly
right.
what's needed in Tier 2 rugby, and club rugby as well could learn a lot from it. I think it's a great marketing approach, and hopefully people tune in to watch it.
The Rugby Network, I'm delighted to see it.
There's a fair few familiar faces we were alluding to in this tournament. Matt Gitto and Adam Ashley Cooper and DTH Van der Merwe will all be in the back line for the LA Giltinis, which is hilarious, great to see. You also have Rugby United New York made some big signings as well. I think Ben Foden's in there with them, as is James Haskell, or not Haskell, Robshaw. Chris Robshaw is over there.
Chris Robshaw's not with the Legion, is he not? I thought he was.
Oh, he might be San Diego Legion. I'm getting them muddled. The San Diego Legion do play Rugby United New York at 3 o'clock this Saturday in one of the nice games on this weekend. You also have, I think all of them are on this Saturday, so it's kind of a super Saturday to get things started.
And they're Saturday evening as well, so they come after all of the Six Nations matches in that league as well. The format of the competition is 2 conferences, 6 teams in each conference, an Eastern Conference and a Western Conference. Each team plays their own team, the teams from their own conference, the divisional rivals, as they'd say in the US, twice home and away, and then you get one game either home or away against the teams from the other conference.
A familiar format.
It is, except that the last final that was played in this competition was the San Diego Legion against the Seattle Seawolves, who now will be in the same conference. And I think generally speaking,
might be tilted, and
rugby has been stronger in the West Coast than the East Coast in America.
Remains to be seen if that plays out. If there's a bit of a discrepancy in the points accrued for one conference or the other, will remain to be seen. I believe the Seawolves are the champions going in.
I think so. I don't think they completed it last year.
No, so it's the 4th season technically, but it's the 3rd really. Like it's the 3rd proper one if we get it all done.
But the beautiful thing about this competition, obviously, there's familiar faces galore, but you get to watch it if you want to watch rugby of an evening. Obviously, from our point of view, it's the Saturday evening, but following those Six Nations Super Saturday, the Rugby Network, free streaming of these games, that's how you do it. When you're not getting the marketing, that's how you do it. And in North America, I think it's only some of the games, because Fox and ESPN, I think, have some of the rights, and I think likewise in Canada, with Canada have TSN covering some of the games as well. So it's just, I think there's potential in this competition.
They're making a push to promote rugby, and I'm all for that. When the Americans get on board, we were excited to hear that this league was created a few years ago, and it's great. It's in its third proper season now, fourth overall, and it's rolling on, and it's attracting marquee players every year.
100%, yeah. So there's excitement there. But listen, I think that wraps up club rugby as quickly and succinctly as we can,
indeed.
which is still not very quick or succinct.
We will move on to the news of the week, I guess, and just quickly rattle off some of the big things that were making headlines in the rugby world. We're going to start with CJ Stander, who announced his retirement from international rugby this week, just before his final game. He wants to move back he has a young daughter and a young new family, and he wants to move back to South Africa. He's decided it's time, and fair play to him. I think he's right to make the call this side. For such an attritional player, it's right to step away when you have all your ducks in a row like this. I think it's a good call, and I think he managed it well.
Yeah, speaking to most players, it's one of those things where when you know, and obviously it's just been so tough for we pay lip service to how tough it's been in COVID times. But it really has been brutal on players, especially when you look at guys who are living in countries away from their family.
Yeah,
and his family did the right thing by going home during lockdown here as well. That's where they want to be. Yeah. And all you can say to CJ is just massive congratulations on an awesome career.
And thank you for the service, man.
Yeah,
he's been such a loyal. He first into the breach and last into the breach. He played the game in a very, very tough way, very attritional way.
Tough and yet humble in his own way as well. There was a footage of him this week ahead of a scrum last week for Ireland against Scotland. He was at number 8, and he was literally cleaning the dirt off the second row's shoes. He was kind of grabbing dirt and getting in, because they obviously had a reset scrum, and he just goes in and cleans the dirt. And this kind of player he was so selfless, and he would put his head into the trenches to protect your head. Great defensive player, one of the great jacklers as well, and he's been a phenomenal servant, and put 2 fingers up to whatever coach told him that he couldn't mix it at this level because of his size, because he's thrown his weight around with the best of them.
Yes, he has,
and he has some fine games.
I can't remember which player it had, but anyone who's played either with him or against him, he has their respect, or they have his respect, and as well, he's a very tough man to play against, very tough man to tackle. The only intrigue with it was Dan Leo was using it as a chance to tweet out about residency rules. I understand Dan Leo's point of view on this. Obviously, he's representing South Sea Island guys, and it is. And it's a constant bugbear of his. I think it was a little ill-timed. He did tweet.
I think you can have your that conversation doesn't need to be used to crap on a guy's retirement.
No, exactly. That was the point. So Dan Leo needs to rein his neck in a little bit and
have that conversation another time.
All you say is well done, CJ, and that's all we're saying is thank you very much, CJ, for the service, and hopefully his life after rugby is a happy and healthy one.
Indeed. We have another bit of intrigue in the news this week, which is just is Israel and the United Arab Emirates, who are 2 countries in firm they've been in firm tensions internationally in the political world, I guess, over the last forever.
Yes.
But they sort of eased tensions in recent times and are now permitted to play sporting fixtures against each other, or permitting each other to play against each other.
And the
first game is going to be this weekend, and it's a rugby game. And they were kind of both speaking out. I think the Israeli rugby coach was coming out and saying, the value of rugby, the capacity to hit hard and then play with respect on the other side of it, and then share a laugh after a game.
All good.
Could be I definitely think that rugby has its place as a it's like a healthy place to put your nationalism and your
tribalism in there. Get all of that out there on the pitch, and then shake hands after.
Is exactly right. And I definitely think while it's not going to fix the Middle East, I think it is fun to see.
It's an historic day for rugby and for the sporting world. It's definitely an interesting one. It's going to be at Rugby Park in Dubai Sports Centre. And just a friendly game between those two sides. A bit of intrigue. It's funny that it's a rugby game.
It is. I'm kind of chuffed about it in a weird way, but I definitely think that'll be a fun one. Also, Israel have been talking up their team like they're world beaters, so curious to see. They're playing in a competition later on the year that features Romania, so they'll find out pretty quick if they're in it to stick it or not. And then the last bit of news of the day before we wrap up, we have just this women's global calendar and new competition which has been announced, which is actually really, really exciting.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah, it gets more competitive games for the women. Indeed, like it's going to factor what was the system. It's involving the Six Nations and the Oceanic clubs, and it's going to be the top 3 of the Six Nations going into. I think there's 2 conferences post.
Yeah, so it's a 16 team thing. It's going to be 3 divisions involving 16 teams,
right.
And then the qualification is going to be based on a bunch of regional tournaments, including the top 3 teams in the Six Nations, but also a tournament featuring, I think, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and USA, which is pretty stacked as far as the women's game is concerned. It's massive. And then there's another opportunity for, I think, Spain in their capacity as sort of an alleged tier 2 side in Europe, despite being one of the best out there. They're going to get an opportunity to play as well and work up the divisions. There's not going to be promotion relegation the first year, but there is in the years following, and this is going to take place every year that there isn't a World Cup. They won't do it in the World Cup between September and November. And it's allowed them to work a global calendar where the club game takes place in the early part of the year, and then the test game follows, which makes sense for the women's game.
It's a great thing for the women's game. Sure, we were literally opining on how they should move the women's Six Nations such that it's not clashing or being a curtain raiser with the men's one. It should be its own thing with its own time in the calendar. And this global calendar thing just facilitates an approach like that, where you're investing in the women's game for the women's game's sake and trying to make it its own thing. Like the investment alone in this, the World Governing Body put in, was it £6.4 million, so that's like around 7.4 million euros into this tournament to launch. And that's the kind of investment you need. And then making it its own entity, I expect with this streamed kind of system and the tiered system, you're going to get some great games and competitive games between teams that you don't normally see meeting in the regular season.
100%. It's not far off the variation we're looking for in the men's November window, where you get the Autumn Nations Cup based on the world rankings, and you get everybody together playing each other at their own level. And there is a pathway for a South American team. There's one place in the 3rd division, I think, for these a playoff winner between a South American team and an African team.
Right.
So that will allow sort of the full global. Every team will have a conceivable into this 3-tier competition, from which I think there will be promotion and relegation in times to come as well.
So it remains to be seen, but that's something to be very excited about with the women's game, and it's just good to see World Rugby announcing a big investment like this and a big seismic landmark change. It could be a landmark moment for the sport.
Exactly, and changing the windows up, having games in the summer, like it makes for a better product visually, and it means it has less to compete with as far as the rugby world is concerned.
Don't have a clash with the Six Nations.
No, I want the Six Nations to be played during the off season, so the women's Six Nations, people just get eyeballs on it in a way that they otherwise wouldn't. And that would be my main hope for that. But listen, great news for the women's game, all told. And listen, on that note, as we lose screen, I think we should wrap up the show.
I think so too. Yes, it's been an absolute pleasure. Another long one. But for those who have stuck with this long, fair play. I admire your stamina. And we shall be back next week to break down all the action. For the meantime, looking forward to all the rugby on offer this weekend. I hope you enjoy it as much as we undoubtedly will. And please do like, share, comment, subscribe, drop those things down in the smash the like button, all that stuff that you do on YouTube. And please do leave a comment as well, is the main one, because we do enjoy the discourse that we have in the comments thread.
Absolutely. Listen, all the best, guys. Take care.
Bye.